Hey guys, so day 2, ASAP Rocky trial. It's we left on a cliffhanger with day 1 in the middle of the testimony of Sergeant Thomas Rizzo, son of a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Erica Girardi. So that's interesting pop culture trivia there. We left off right as the defense introduced an exhibit that the state didn't show in their opening, didn't seem to allude to, where it looks like the officers might be canvassing the area and doing interviews at the scene of the alleged shooting, whatever actually took place. Maybe asking a homeless person what they may have observed, right? And the court kind of suddenly went into a recess, and we're picking up there. There was an hour of motions hearings, right? So we're starting about 30 minutes behind. We'll get caught up during the lunch break. So we got some motions arguments about discovery issues. I think you guys will like that. And then we'll get into testimony. And Jason Hodges with the T is saying, the infamous ASAP Relli, the alleged victim with the knuckle injuries, should be testifying today. So if that's the case, oh boy, hold on to your hats. So here we go. Let's get captions on. And let me know on the volume. Let me know if you guys want me to play around with the volume. This court isn't great. Let's get into it. We're really blurry today, too. Did it freeze? Yeah, the ticker's still going. So this has happened yesterday, too. The law and crime, or the main camera pool, gets a little jumpy and weird. And I keep thinking it's me. Also, if you guys check, you guys know that little heart symbol next to where you type, where you can do reactions that like stream, they like move across the bottom of the YouTube screen. It's like hearts and confetti and the shocked face. I just realized that we can change them as creators. So there's a red light, green light, yellow light, and a judge. So if you want to use those reactions to react to what's going on in the trial, again, green, something's good for the defense. That just made me feel like the defense is going to win this. Red, oh boy, that was bad for the defense. Yellow is like, oh, what is going on here? I'm curious, but I don't know what this means. So if you guys want to use those traffic lights to kind of show what you're thinking at any given moment, again, that little system would be anonymous, so no one's going to judge you that way. Try that out, see if you guys like it. Well, let's see. We're just going to skip ahead. Look, this is a mess. Can you guys see the little screen behind me? Law and crime's like off camera for a while. All right, we're going to get caught up sooner than I expected, so all good. And we were late. We were looking at the Georgia Supreme Court. Their decision came down on the Rodalius Ryan and Damon Blaylock appeal. Georgia Supreme Court affirmed the conviction. So that's it for now, unless there's like new evidence that comes out. They said the convictions for Ryan and Blaylock will stand. If you want to check that out, it's the most recent live. But I thought that was big news. I think that was worth looking at. All right. Where do we actually start? All right. Here we go.
I understand that Mr. Ephron, also known as I understand that ASAP Relli is going to be called to the stand today. Is that right?
That is the plan, yeah.
So Relli's going to be on the stand.
Relli is, I know, a very important witness to both sides.
Your Honor, just so you know, he's in the court. I didn't even cut it off, but I wanted to get it right.
Where is it? What's your first name? Terrell.
We're just asking. Terrell Ephron is his name.
E-P-H-R-O-N. All right. Mr. Ephron is an extremely important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Ephron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination is final, with no input from either side. He can be called, he's been identified as ASAP Relli. He's also been identified as Terrell Ephron, depending on how you wish to address him. You can call him either Relli or Mr. Ephron.
So they can't call him the victim, I think.
Not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one more thing.
Oh, you.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by both parties, either Relli or Mr. Ephron, whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief,
Loss for the defense.
a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term.
No bad character.
He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or, you know, you're an extortionist, or, you know, are you a drug dealer, or anything like that. That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Ephron. Does Mr. Ephron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you
So
reviewed
this
his rap sheet?
I did.
Whew.
I had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his felony, review his rap sheet before he testifies under evidence code section 352. But if he has no felony convictions, then there's no reason for you to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction involving moral turpitude, it's off limits. The relationship between Rocky and Relli is fair game. All personal contact between Relli and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. Any statement by Relli to anyone regarding his seeking money from Rocky,
Good
both
for the defense.
pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game. Any personal contact between Relli and Rocky of any kind which predate the shooting by 2 years is fair game. Statements made
Back
by
window of
Relli
2 years.
to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day. If Relli made statements on social media regarding regarding Rocky, That's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Relli says he didn't make a statement. Any written statements by Relli to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Relli denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Relli is a party is not permitted under under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording.
So Cali is two-party
Those are
state,
the
they're not one
parameters.
party?
And that's in stone.
Your Honor, we got this question, not question, where we have specific questions of what they can and cannot.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection.
Okay.
I'm not going to do any clarifying because, it would take us forever for both sides to go through question after question. I set parameters. Both of you know, if you think that on either side, if a question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic.
All right, so they're segueing to a different topic. There was a loss for the defense and a win for the defense there. So the defense cannot get into, bad character evidence for ASAP Relli. So some of these things that we heard in opening statements, we heard Joe Tacopina call him, he's a known perjurer, he's a liar, he's an extortionist. The judge is like, look, guys, I don't even want to hear it from you guys. We're not going to call him a thief. We're not going to call him a criminal or a liar or a drug dealer or extortionist. Maybe in final arguments, that's a different story. But as far as your arguments, how you question on cross-examination, because the state's going to be calling Relli. When the defense gets to cross-examine him, you can't ask him, aren't you a thief? Isn't it true that you're a known extortionist? Can't ask Relli this as part of his testimony. So that's a loss for the defense because it seemed like they were leaning pretty heavily into that in their opening statements. But again, judge says it's fair game for final arguments. Now, what I think is good for defense and, good as kind of a weight of the rules of evidence, any personal contact between Relli and Rocky, fair game. Also, any statement, it looks like there's a 2-year look-back window because Relli and Rocky have been friends like 18, 19 years or something. But there's a 2-year look-back window through to the present, where anything within that time frame, contact between Relli and Rocky is fair game. If it's communications between Relli and somebody else involving something with Rocky, there's a 1-year look-back window plus all the way through to the present. And anything that he may have said on social media or voicemail, fair game. Oral and written statements, unless he denies making those statements and the defense can produce, or I guess the state could produce, depending on who's asking, he's denying it, but this person's corroborating that they did have this conversation with you, then it would still be fair game. So there's a lot here. It seems like it's the defense that will benefit from Relli's other statements, whether in text message, maybe voicemails, I don't know all of what they have. But it seems to me these pieces of evidence are things that would benefit the defense and back up the defense's theory that ASAP Relli was looking for a cash grab with this whole incident, right? I'm not sure if this would really be that helpful to the state, but we'll see. We'll see. So let's see what the next topic is. And again, don't forget, you guys have those reactions. You can also use the emojis in the chat. Are you thinking green light for defense, red light for defense, yellow light? We're kind of in neutral.
Does the prop gun,
Yes.
the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of the now?
What witness? Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah, yes, please step out.
Your Honor, while he's here, the court want to inquire of him on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Relli, the defense, I know you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times. The defense would like to, question you further, get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed, and if you are, that's fine. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you don't have to. It's your decision. But they
Yeah,
want to
who is
know
it?
whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline. I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right, can you step out, and we'll have you come back in when we're ready for you.
Can we just make sure, I don't know if either of the defense witnesses are in court right now. Okay,
Well, I'm going to,
so just before we're gonna, either the court can,
we're going to deal with that.
no, the court was starting to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure that they were not in here. Well, the court was gonna talk about that.
Yeah, so Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not before. All right. All
Okay,
right.
so Levin and Phillip, Leffert maybe, and Phillip. It wasn't Relli that was in the courtroom.
Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
Does it exist now?
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have, are we going to produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, that answers that question. All right, let's deal with Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
Yes.
All right, can you have him come in? And I don't see any reason why Relli can't. Now, do you?
I mean, I think technically, obviously, we're going to be asking questions that go to this area. Counsel, I don't have a problem with being, if counsel has an objection, I think we'd be able
Do you see any reason why you can't be in here? Well, I'm going to be talking now about Levin and Phillips, so I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think he should be here if you want.
If you don't think he should be in here, then
And I don't think Levin should be here after you've done with me.
he doesn't need to be. I just, are you Mr. Levin?
I am.
What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Lewis, L-O-U-I-S.
There's not enough room in this courtroom for extra people sitting in anyway.
Bennett, could you give him a piece of paper? On the piece of paper, I want you to write your birthday down.
Yes.
I don't want you to say it in open court because this is being recorded and the public doesn't need to know what your birthday is.
Are they going to post dark? Or his
Once
address?
you write down your birthday on the piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett. Deputy Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can...
All of that personal information, the YSL trial blasted out to the internet.
Have you done that?
I have.
All right. Mr. Levin, the prosecutors, they want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand. It's optional. You can agree to do it or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right. These are the prosecutors, and they just want to explore what you have to offer in this case. Are you willing to be interviewed by them?
No.
All right. Step up
Your
here.
Honor, would this be advised that the failure to...
Oh, yeah. I just want you to know, and Relli will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination that you refused to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I just want you to know of the consequences.
I understand that.
You still don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
I'm assuming he can give an answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, if he's asked?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that we wanted to speak to you and you refused? He'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on cross-examination, you can touch on it on redirect. All right, step out, please.
Thank you.
What about Phillips?
Your Honor, before you go on to Mr. Phillips, we still do not have, counsel has never provided the date of the interview with him. How many there were?
Would you wait? I have things
Oh, okay.
in a certain order. What about Phillips?
Wrong.
Where is Phillips?
He's in
He's
New
in New
York.
York?
He's in New York. But we contacted him and alerted him to the fact.
Okay,
that Ron-
call. Can you call him? Sure.
Or doing that, Your Honor.
Did you get the birth date on Mr. Levin?
Does the state
Yes.
plan to rest today? Because those sound like defense witnesses. Maybe they had to appear to, because the prosecution wanted an answer on whether they would be interviewed or not. But if they're supposed to take the stand today and they're defense witnesses,
What is Phillips' first name?
Jamel.
Jamal.
Jamel?
Jamel.
I'm not trying to be judgy, but I think this might be witnesses to the incident that the police failed to identify or the prosecution chose not to investigate further for information.
All right. Mr. Janelle Phillips?
Hello, how you doing?
All right, Captain. All right, Mr. Phillips, I'm the judge in the case. You're aware of the case, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, two things I want to inquire of you. At some point, you're going to be coming to court to testify. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecution would like the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand, just to find out what you have to offer and what you have to say. It's optional with you. You can either you can agree to be interviewed, or you can refuse. Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you agree to be interviewed or not?
No, I do not want to be interviewed.
All right. I want you to know, though, if you refuse, then the jury is going to know that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, and it could impact your believability, your credibility in the eyes of the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to have you take an off speakerphone, and the phone is going to be given to the bailiff. Mr. Phillips, I want you to give your birth date to the bailiff. No one is going to be able to hear it except her. She's going to write down your birth date, and she's going to give it to the prosecution, because the prosecution is entitled to at least look into your background, and part of that is required that you give your birth date. But it is not going to be broadcasted or publicized in any way.
The court also requires whether or not he has a residence outside of New York, or has had a residence outside of New York.
Do you live here in California?
No.
Do you have a residence here in California?
No, not under my name. No.
Not what?
No.
So
Do you
he's
have a residence
voluntarily.
anywhere beside New York?
No.
All right, so when you were out here, were you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take it off speakerphone. All right, and Deputy Bennett, let him know when he's off speakerphone, and then have him give you the birthday.
And this goes to having a capable attorney with time, with money for private investigators.
24-hour call, or is that, yeah.
These sound like witnesses that the defense went and found on their own,
All right, you have the birthday?
We did.
who are voluntarily agreeing to
All right,
testify.
getting back to Mr. Levin, since he's being called as a witness, how many times has he been interviewed by anybody from your office?
Twice, Your Honor.
Okay, when was the first one?
Not good, mid-August, Your Honor.
About 24?
21.
And where did the interview take place?
In our office in Akron.
Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was not.
Who was present for the interview?
Mrs. Aquina and Ms. Manzoni, along with myself.
How long did the interview last?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. About an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. And nobody took notes or prepared a written statement as to what Mr. Levin said?
No, Your Honor, it was a conversation.
I had said that the people are entitled to at least know the sum and substance. Since there's no written recording of what happened, the people are entitled to know the sum and substance of your conversation. So that is to be generated today.
We did that, Your Honor. We provided it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. The court, if the court recalls, Your Honor, the court made...
Look at the prosecutor. He said...
Did they?
Well, what we originally got was, we got a paragraph saying he was going to talk about his observations, not what the observations were. The day before we started trial on the 20th, we got approximately a 15-line summary that certainly would not take an hour and a half. No dates as to when the interview occurred. Nothing about who was there. By the way, even now, what they're just told the court is, there's an interview in mid-August that can't even say what date it was. And what they gave us was simply, apparently, a combination
What's
of
the date?
everything he said.
I know you know what date it is, so what's the date?
It would have been August 16th or 17th.
All right. When was the second time you interviewed him? About? No, not about. When was the second time?
Your Honor, of course, I'd like to have questions to deal with too, right? On this. I mean, we have the same issues with some of the other witnesses, right?
All right. Well, let's deal with this, and then I'll listen to what you have to say. All right, when was the second time?
It was the 26th, Your Honor.
So 10 days later?
No.
No, 2 days ago, January 26th.
Oh. Where did that interview take place?
That was at our hotel.
How long did that interview take?
Yeah, about the same amount of time, Your Honor, an hour and a half.
So, was that interview recorded anyway?
Oops, sorry. I am pulling up. I'm sure we'll see it again today because the witness didn't finish testifying. But I am going to pull up the body-worn camera video that I'm thinking is connected to some of the, at least one of the witnesses that the state seems shocked by, that the defense plans to call. Oh, is it? See, I thought it was me again that froze the thing. It wasn't me. The ticker's still moving. The law and crime ticker's still moving. So law and crime camera. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're quick with putting the feedback up.
3 hours worth of interviews. We had a total of about 15 lines. The court's aware. On the 20th, the court expressed skepticism. On the 15th, the court expressed skepticism that the defense did not record it, did not write anything down, did not have any substance as to what was said.
Right.
So apparently, after the court gave that lecture, they conduct another interview 2 days ago, where again, they don't record it, they don't make any notes about it, and they don't turn anything over.
They're not required to.
It's not their burden.
If they choose to do their job that way, then they do their job that way.
You know, they are required to let us know.
And they
that
did.
they have interviewed the defendant, or the witness.
Yeah.
They have to let us know that interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears, again, I'm not gonna
You got
put
15 pages
It's very
or
clear
lines.
what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
Well, what I suggest is I find it completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends
Too
up
bad.
testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has because we've sent it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we've got a discovery violation.
Are you? Who's going to be a question?
I will, Your Honor.
All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing that you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at this point,
Right.
we can't demonstrate the discovery's not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If Mr. Siegel represents to me that no notes were taken, or Mr. Tacopina represents to me that no notes were taken, I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
That's what
Oh, is that one
We were just talking about Levin.
no.
No, we were talking about Phillips.
Levin. We were just talking about Levin.
Oh,
Right? We're not talking about Phillips. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we interviewed this letter.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that
In the office.
happen? Okay. And who was present for that?
Same circumstances, Mr. Tacopina, Ms. Lanzoni, and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Now, I want to hit a pause here. So the defense does these interviews. So this incident happened in November of 2021, right? Then we hear that they searched A$AP Rocky's residence in April of 2022. Now we're hearing we've got these interviews taking place in 2024, August of 2024. So the defense is interviewing 2 different individuals who are both willing to testify voluntarily. Doesn't sound like they need to issue a subpoena. The one guy's out of state, right? So, but he's saying he's calling up the court and seems voluntary. If you ask me, they want to come testify and the defense is calling them. 2024, they both get interviewed in August. Doesn't that seem like the defense happened upon something that helped them find these 2 individuals around the same period of time? So this all happens November 2021, and something in August of 2024 lets the defense team identify 2 persons of interest that they might want to interview. And then the state is mad, like, oh, we don't get to know every line about what they discussed. You don't get that right. You don't have that right. There's different burdens and standards. You know, Brady violations are prosecutorial violations, right? There is no Brady against a defense attorney. There is no Brady violation against a defense attorney, right? There are still some discovery obligations, right? Like you got to identify your list of witnesses. If you plan to call an expert witness who's going to deliver expert testimony on a subject, you've got to provide a CV letter and the scope of what you plan to have them discuss. That's why the judge was so like, all right, you turned it over? You gave him a thing? All right, you're good. But isn't it interesting that you have a 2021 incident and the defense is interviewing these people in August of 2024? If the state is mad about the timeline, oh, August 2024, what was it that you turned over in discovery in fall of 2024, late summer of 2024, where the defense attorney on their own went and connected dots that you weren't willing to connect? And then the prosecution sitting here whining about it to a judge who clearly doesn't want to hear it. So, you know, I think it's hilarious. Again, the jury's not in the room for any of this, but we've heard some of this type of objecting and opening statements. The prosecution objected multiple times. This same type of persistent, seems to me like whining, just because this is outside the presence of the jury, I think it's already being, it's like a tangible presence of the prosecution being upset. We left on this cliffhanger of this exhibit, and it paused my stream when I tried to pull it up. I'll show you the screenshot, I'm sure, with Rizzo back on the stand. We're going to look at it again. But what I was referring to, let's get the last clip. Day 1. And it was at the very end of day 1. So if you didn't tune all the way into the end of the day, that's why you're not aware. But the detective on the stand, Rizzo, he was surprised because I think this is Rizzo standing over here. Prosecution was like, objection, Your Honor. And one of those, like, it seems like you're ruining my case type of objections. When the defense moved to introduce this body-worn camera footage. And someone was moving in this footage here. My guess is it's a homeless person who, this is the scene of the crime where things took place. Prosecution panicked yesterday when this video came up. Judge was like, what do you mean? Foundation's been laid. It's coming in. And now we're panicking about witnesses and how they were interviewed. I'm wondering if this is one of the guys that the defense is calling. Likewise, maybe one of the other witnesses was somebody that was in the area that the DA, prosecutors, failed to reach out to, failed to interview, and now they're mad because the defense went and did the investigative work, and these individuals are willing to testify for the defense without speaking and giving an interview with the prosecution first. If someone doesn't want to speak to you, do you think what they have to say would be helpful to your case? So I think this is my guess on where we are and why we're having this panicky discovery issues motion hearing this morning. Again, we'll see how it plays out as the day moves on. But oh boy, isn't it crazy to see the prosecution scrambling about discovery issues?
Yeah, cut an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour?
Yeah, Darcy, the state only called that first cop on Wednesday when ASAP rejected that plea.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did. At the same time, we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That's here.
That's the only time?
That's right.
Just so it's clear, Your Honor, we provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not...
We're talking about Phillips now.
Excuse me. Levin was 12 lines, Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not going to cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then follow that up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we were given. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witness has said. So our concern is we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, an hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter in the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided anything.
I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. So if not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be
Mr.
doing
Levin,
this, Mr. Phillips.
all right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I just wanted to yes or no. All right.
And I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other topics to go into. All right.
In terms of, on this issue, so
For now,
There's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of crocodile. We've been focused with only 2 witnesses at the call.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about crocodile. As the court's aware, counsel and I have been asking for days, in email the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this
He
case?
said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the crocodile information? And the court please inquire, we've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So, any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, right?
All right, so it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Rossi, or just Levin and Phillips.
Yeah.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason, the last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the jury.
Give a speech to who?
You are.
Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait
he's
till he
doing right.
finishes, then you will have a
I
chance.
know what he's
Is he
doing.
ever gonna
Do
finish
not
though?
interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
Don't interrupt his whining.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter to the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Tapapina's attempts to manipulate the media. Again, that ties into the fact that when the case started,
Not a penalty
I very
box.
kindly said to Mr. Tapapina, hey listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no order, you have every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity as an example. We ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press.
Why do you say Al Sharpton like that?
To order Mr. Tapapina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay.
All right. First of all, I hate that because prosecutors always whine when defense attorneys speak to the press. We are dealing with a situation where, you know, A$AP Rocky and his family are especially heightened in the public limelight, right? So there's even a bigger reason that an attorney might want to speak the defense out into the open, out into the press. It's not illegal. It's not unethical to speak to the public, to speak to the press as a defense attorney, right? It's not illegal. There's certain things that could be crossing the line. You shouldn't be talking about things that are under seal, things that, you know, are private information, things that haven't been disclosed to the court, you know. I don't know. Has Joe Tacopina said anything that would violate somebody's confidentiality? Prosecution didn't allege that. He's whining that he spoke to the press. There's no bar that prevents an attorney from speaking to the press unless there's a gag order in place. And that gag order shouldn't be broad stroking anyway. It should be, you know, should delineate this, and this, or that are off limits. Prosecution is seriously just whining. So, like, oh God. Also, big shout out here. Chloe Albert's Revenge has me dying in the chat. As always, first of all, let this be the time, guys, that we learn, especially thinking of TMZ, speaking to the press. TMZ ran a post that, Rihanna might be showing up in court. And I think for what it's worth, I get that that's a big spectacle, whatever. But at the same time, the jurors, especially since Rihanna was in a PowerPoint slide put up by the prosecution, the jurors might be wondering, Rihanna's not here? We want to see Rihanna for X and Y, Z number of reasons. But why isn't she here supporting A$AP Rocky? Does she think he's guilty? So there's, it's important to have your friends, family members, people that are close to you show up for you. Have someone sitting behind you at trial. Nobody wants to see one party have 30 people behind them and the benches behind the other party are completely empty. Maybe you shouldn't make inferences about that, but again, jurors are human. So TMZ ran this story like, hey, we think Rihanna's going to show up. The reason for that being there had to be notice to the judge, to the court, because the court needs to prepare for the extra security burden of having a very high profile celebrity in the courtroom, right? So that's probably actually happening. This is a great time, and Chloe Albert's Revenge is giving us the reminder. ASAP Cat Chat, the collective, it's Rihanna. Rihanna. Let's get her name right. It is not RHI. It is not RIANNA. It is R-I-H, Anna. Or Riri, if you want to keep it simple. Miss Fenty, if you're nasty. So I love this here. We're getting into this TMZ conversation. I do think we'll see Rihanna. I don't know if the cameras will pan on her, but I'm sure that will be some big event down at the LA courthouse. That'll be a time. Now, what's Joe Tacopina's response to this broad, vague criticism that he shouldn't be talking to the press?
I guess I'll start in reverse. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney. Okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case, we know the evidence, and we'll meet our burden.
And I love this. This is not the only time that this has happened. It's happened in the Courtney Clenny trial to an extent where at first, and from what I've looked at, I think Courtney Clenny has a huge uphill battle. I don't think she can make her argument that it was battered wife when she murdered her boyfriend, killed her boyfriend. But the state came out, the prosecutors came out and took issue with the defense attorney speaking to the press. And again, another high profile defendant, right? She's a multi-million-dollar earning OnlyFans model, an Instagram influencer. State took these issues with the defense attorneys speaking to the press, and they gave a very specific argument for one of the things when the judge said, you can't just not let them speak to the press. So what's your actual issue? Like, if I'm going to consider a gag order, it's got to be very specific. So then they said, like, out of nowhere, completely unfounded, the defense attorneys mentioned potential abuse in the past of the victim's upbringing, and it was unfounded. There's no basis for it. Well, it turns out in their own discovery, things that they pulled through iCloud warrants that they obtained in their investigation into Courtney Clenny and her parents, there's messages that Courtney Clenny wrote in her own notes that talk about what Christian Obumseli disclosed to her. And now the prosecution looks stupid because not only are they getting up in arms and wanting a whole gag order, they only tried to limit it when the judge said, you're crazy. I can't just give you a gag order against an attorney. What's the specific issue? Then the specific issue they gave, they made themselves look dumb because there actually was a basis for it, right? So we're having the same thing kind of play out here. We are only responding after the defense attorney made public statements. So you get these prosecutors, these district attorney's office, state attorney's office, they get these high profile cases and it's like they can't help but make a statement. And then they get mad when whoever's representing the defendant says something back. And it's just absolute whining. It's absolute whining. Because the restrictions, if anything, favor the defense, the right to a public defense. They don't favor the state. Yeah, exactly this honeypot. True for thee, but not for me. And then they look stupid arguing it in court. Also, huge thank you here. Chad Diggy is out here sniping away. So I see FFS showing some love. Guys, show Chad Diggy some love. Chad Diggy, great person. So much fun to have in the chat. Thank you for the support. But Chad Diggy was like, just like a bubble of information when it came to covering the YSL trial. She knew so much, like trivial stuff, but also important stuff, interesting stuff. She also helped, she drove around and went through that intersection where there's like the overpass and the one-way, the left turning lane, to give us a better idea of what the Chamel drinks, that whole intersection looked like, how that whole scene would have played out, and, you know, could someone have been in a left lane to make a turn or not? So very, very important person to this community and so many others. So glad you're here, and big appreciation because you're gifting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're just sniping people down in here. So show Chad Diggy some love in the chat, you guys. Let's get back into this before I keep talking.
I talked about nothing other than potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts, I didn't speak about Mr. Ephron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said was I spoke to TMZ. Again, I defy him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I did an opening statement to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after the jury was impaneled. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, you know, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client. So that's first and foremost. You know, so again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talk in the normal tone of voice.
Yell so we can hear you out here.
3 days ago. You know, he made all these accusations about that's disingenuous. I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings.
I understand.
In my view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to go over things that we've already gone over.
Well, we just did. We still have it.
He's asking that that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers. I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to
I
happen.
have more things.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened to it.
Go.
Okay.
Go.
Now, we heard a little about the discovery issues, about, you know, this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially with the videotape. This is really detailed. Tell us what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside.
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied, under the circumstances, that both sides have satisfied this discovery rules. So there's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizzo.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because, you know, I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a few-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified Friday, recall. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and Jack, you have the email?
Yeah, in short, Takapina, a big part of voir dire was, do these jurors, what's their trust level in police? Do they trust the police? Do they have a distrust of police?
That they spoke to on Wednesday, which they also denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke to him on substance was the day of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he responded to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that they'll receive a call to shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2,
This is why they want to bring the other witness.
2 sort of important things and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in their disclosure. Not in their disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in their disclosure that they interviewed him private before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday or something. That was just about logistics. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I wasn't going to even raise it, Mark. Just happened. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's call the kettle black.
Let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm going to respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he
No
swallows.
squabble?
Well, I'm squabbling back.
Where's Steph JK?
Well, you're a good
Kiss and
squabbler.
pig.
You're doing a good job squabbling. All right.
Ugh.
Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write the report, Your Honor. But he obviously bore body worn video.
That's been provided.
That was provided.
All right.
Years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even going to raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to him on Wednesday and he almost woke up. I don't do that. It's petty.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers. It's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding, I may have missed the shell cases. I didn't get a report that said that or a statement.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated any discovery statute or any discovery rule. Regarding the press, the jury has been told not to read or watch anything about this case. I'm going to assume that they follow that rule. But what I am concerned about is someone that the jury knows is going to read or watch something about the case and then relate it to the jury. So, here's the rule. I don't want any attorney in this case saying anything to the press while the case is going on. That's it. So
We will advise,
We've got a gag order.
we will advise, obviously, courts where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Takapina's published report where he dared, quote, Nathan Hockman can try the case himself. But we're going to tell the DA.
Let's move forward. Yeah, just let everybody know.
Nobody.
In your office who may say something, tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Will do, Your Honor. We had 2 last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're going to request, and made this request before. Counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I forward to the advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of the defense interviewing, bringing up, asking questions, we want to make sure that they have to approach and that we 402. You don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
Finally, Your Honor, court is
Both sides.
On Friday, it doesn't really matter what circumstance were. Mr. Takapina
Look at ASAP.
started screaming at me in the
Screaming at me.
I'm not interrupted.
Yo, okay. All of our workers and lurkers in the bushes who are not looking at your screen, come look at the screen. Oh my goodness. Joe! Can somebody clip this?
I'm not interrupted. As I see,
Joe Tacopina! Oh my god.
Again, if there's got to be a certain decorum, we're following it.
He put his hand on his shoulder. He said, bro, calm down.
So we would appreciate, as a court is respectfully instructed, and we're one order talking.
Oh, Trikisha, you got here just in time. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm talking over this whining argument. Let's go hear the whining. We'll look at the emote, the live action emote one more time. My bad for talking over or like squealing, laughing over that. Oh, guys. Like, you guys have the free pass to say cry some more, whine some more. Because that's exactly what's going on in here. Literally, you get a gag order that you're arguing for, and then when the judge says it's for both parties, you're like, but wait, the DA responding to things. Where are we? We'll go back. We're like 45. Me breaking YouTube streams. Go back a little bit here.
3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done January 2020.
I already made findings that, in my view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to, regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, so you can call it a gag order.
We will advise, obviously, courts where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Tacopina's public.
This is him whining that it shouldn't go both ways. It should only be a gag order on the defense. I can't believe this.
Everybody know in your office who may say something, tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Well, Your Honor, we had two last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're going to request a management request for counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I forward to in advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of the defense interviews and bringing up ask the question, we want to make sure that they ask an approach and then forward to it. You don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
Finally, Your Honor, the court is aware. On Friday, it doesn't really matter what circumstances were. Mr. Tacopina literally started screaming at me. So, Your Honor, I'm not
screaming.
As I see, Mr. Tacopina makes noises. Again, if there's got to be a certain decorum, we're following it. But you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So we would appreciate, as the court is respectfully instructed, there were one lawyer talking, the other lawyer not interrupted. Mr. Tacopina, as court's aware, started literally screaming at me in the courtroom. He basically appeared to challenge me to a fight. And again, I've been doing this longer than he has. I've not had that experience occur before. I am not going to be treated that way by anybody. I'm certainly not going to be treated that way in a court where I practiced for more than 30 years in front of a judge I have deep respect. He doesn't have to like me, he doesn't have to get along with me, but he cannot be screaming at me, whether on or off the record. The court was here. The court, I mean, everyone.
Do we need a screaming counter? He said screaming 3 times since we finished rewinding and started playing forward. He's not saying screaming again because I did the rewind. He said screaming 3 different times for emphasis. Like, bro. Why does it do this to me?
Everyone heard and saw it.
There we go.
Now, right. So I'm just asking that the court again, Mr. Tacopina is an emotional guy, that the court advises him.
And you are, both of you are zealous attorneys, aggressive attorneys, both of you.
We are due to zealous aggressiveness. The court is not heard me yell or scream at anybody. And again, and it's not a request. I'm not going to take that.
All right. Why do we do this? I did not hear you yell. I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have this relationship. Why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record?
Oh, that's...
And then I am involved.
That train is silly. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now, because, I can't have it always one way he makes a record disparaging remarks, and then I sit here. So, no one screamed, you were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. C was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding, sort of bullying attitude, telling me you don't know the rules here, and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement, and so on and so forth. So I responded. I don't need a lecture from him, okay? I'm not going to go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started, from lawyers I don't even know, including lawyers inside the district attorney's office, currently, okay? I'm not going to go into it, Your Honor, 'cause I'm not petty.
No, now you're interrupting him. Just that, you are complaining about him interrupting you, you're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it, Your Honor. I just don't want to do that, but please.
This is
There's
Alex,
one
is that his
thing
name?
There's an argument between both sides, both of us. I
In the
agree.
back.
That's not going to happen because I'm not going to speak to him off the record. So you're right about that. That's number one. Number two, you know, I have to also raise an issue, and I'm not past that. I don't want to even talk about that. Your Honor was here. That's the end of that. Mr. Levin did something last week that was inappropriate. And the reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayer's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Levin, as is his playbook apparently, with other lawyers, went up to my client's family and told my client's family that's not personal, but you know, they should really, hopefully he's really thought about taking a plea because he was facing a lot of jail time, and saying things that played on the emotion of the family. You should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's what I hear. Well, I don't want him, and I want the court to instruct him not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relatives, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was, is I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said, "Father, listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have kids myself, I have siblings myself, I know it's not well. It's not personal, and I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure."
All right.
And then I said as follows, I hope that your brother, and your son, I hope that he's really evaluated what he's risking here, because he is a lot.
All right, there's nothing that prohibits,
At the time.
I've heard enough, I've heard enough. There's nothing that prohibits what Mr. Lewin did. You've heard now that the defense does not want you to approach anyone from that side, so don't approach anyone from that side. It's as simple as that. All right,
Your Honor, again, this is one evidentiary issue we need to deal with.
another one?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What is
Mr. Lewin brings up
What is
it too, every moment. I just want the record clear on this.
What is
The defense doesn't need to review our impeachment material on an eliminate motion. Mr. Lewin keeps saying, we need to bring it to the court's attention or his attention when we plan on introducing or using evidence so that he can have a 402 hearing. The law is crystal clear. If I don't need to go further, I won't, because we're on the same page. But the law is crystal clear that there's no rule of law that would require the defense to disclose evidence gathered by an investigator who may tentatively be called by the defense for impeachment purposes at Hubbard versus Superior Court. I'll continue. People versus Hunter. Section 105.4.3, subdivision A1, provides that, quote, defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney his or her intended witnesses together with any relevant written or recorded statements of those persons or reports and statements of those persons which we complied with. But the court goes on, but that does not include impeachment statements.
All right, go ahead.
But that does not include impeachment statements a defendant obtains from prosecution witnesses. The prosecutor is not entitled to statements impeaching prosecution witnesses, like People versus Hunter, People versus Sloan. Here, the defense, the court noted, could use the messages on the tape to impeach a witness without disclosing the tape to the prosecution. The prosecutor was wrong that using the tape for impeachment was the same as introducing it into evidence. A few more cases. People versus Ledesma. The court noted, to the extent the evidence at issue was submitted to impeach, counsel may have been unwilling to give the prosecution the benefit of a preview of the defense case in order to obtain such rulings, which is what apparently Mr. Lewin is seeking to do now. But the court noted that the defense was appropriate in the way it proceeded. Two more. Zizzo versus Superior Court.
This is Zaga, yes.
Right. The defense is not required to disclose any statements it obtains from prosecution witnesses they may use to refute the prosecution's case during
And
cross-examination.
you're going to mention Phillips.
I'm going to mention Morrison, in which the court noted, nor did the discovery statutes obligate counsel to disclose she would impeach a witness with evidence of prior misconduct, particularly in that case of gun possession. Now, I understand, Your Honor, that the prosecution here wants us to do their homework for them, but the law doesn't require us to. For that matter, all of the impeachment material that we have arises from their own discovery.
All right, let me tell you my view on impeachment. I'm aware of this is Zaga, but that's a California Supreme Court case. There's another California Supreme Court case that's called People versus Tillis. Both of them say the same thing. Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed. Impeachment witnesses, once the decision has been made to call them, does have to be disclosed. But the evidence does not. All right, we are at 5 minutes to go. I don't want the jury to wait. So let's give Kathy a break, and if anybody wants to use the facilities, they can. I want to get started right at 10:30.
Right, I just don't think the full witness said, just logistics. And
What's logistics?
Not controversial. The piece of evidence we put in on the defense
Wow, they took a long break here. So they took like a 35-minute break here. So, there's supposed to be an hour put aside for motions arguments, and it looks like, if they got started about 3 minutes ago, they went 45 minutes over their allotted time for when they wanted the jury to come in. So, think, right? Stream math is difficult. On stream, my brain will be like, whoop. So, let's get caught up here. Jury, yeah. So much for not making the jury wait, guys. So much for that.
We had a little chat in front of the jury.
Also, I want to give a big shout out here. FFS is also out here sniping. So let's show FFS some love. A huge supporter of so many channels here. And we love having FFS in the chat. FFS, you held it down this morning as well. Like getting this stream kicked off, especially since we did an impromptu live stream. It was so great to have you here, like setting the stage. So big appreciation in the chat for FFS here. Thank you so much for gifting 4 memberships. Ruth Slappy is like, look, these gifted subs are not hitting me. I've just got to become green myself. So thanks so much for becoming a member and supporting the channel. Make sure you're using those custom channel emojis. We'll have to get some new ones because we've got a new trial going. I don't know, do you guys want like a taco or something? We need some new emoji ideas, you guys. Shamina's back for another trial watch. So exciting. And this caught me off guard. I didn't expect this to be so crazy, but here we are. And I'm going to go with Honeypot in the chat, who's like, guys, LA courts, LA prosecution, this is how they are all the time. So if there's cameras on the proceedings here, maybe they never expected this to see the light of day. They thought Rocky would plea out. I don't know. But it's on camera now, and there's thousands of people watching it. So that sucks for you, LA County. Chloe Albert Revenge says, so what is this court's policy on song lyrics? Because I think Rocky said something about standing under Riri's umbrella one time, and that was sus. And you know what? Were the lyrics, like, inscribed on the shell casings? Are we going to get social media posts? I hope we don't go there. I hope we don't go there. So far, I'm not really seeing that inclination, but I really think the prosecutor, it pained him to say that ASAP stands for always strive and prosper. I really think he didn't want to say that to the jury because it sounds positive, right? This is not a bang bang type of acronym. This is always strive and prosper. And the prosecutor paused a little bit before he said it. So, sorry. Thank you so much, Chloe. The Honorable, yeah, that with like, this more than ever with the squabbling. Like, they are inches from each other. At least the one prosecutor separated. The one that's doing the most arguing is separated by the other prosecutor, the one that delivered opening statements, and then Takapina's sitting here. But they're like squabbling verbally, and they're like so close to each other. So Honorable, yeah, that good to see you, says the court setup is weird. Why is the state and defense so close? Tiny courtroom. And they've got witnesses coming in the room. Who knows? But it is very good to see you. And Chloe says, Takapina sounds like Andrew Cuomo. I think this is just a New York thing, you guys. Sounds like Cuomo when he gets excited. Mr. Whiny Pants better watch it, or he'll fatten his lip and then pet his wife. Yeah, there is a lot of touching. ASAP put his hand on Takapina's back after he did the live action emote cry. But really, like, the one prosecutor, he, like, grabbed the other prosecutor's hook. He, like, went to his neck and was like, and yoked him up over here. It's a little much. And maybe that's me. I get startled, so I wouldn't really like someone doing that to me, especially if I jumped and shouted in reaction. I'm in a courtroom where I'm supposed to be quiet. You're putting me in an awkward position by setting me up to jump, but maybe those two prosecutors have that type of comfortability. So yeah, so we're going to get into it. Susan just joined us. Great to see you, Susan. Missed all morning. Honestly, very entertaining, but the short of it, they had some discovery issues. Judge has said, guys, neither side, this is a short trial. Just don't talk to the press about this case now that the jury's been sat. Evidence as far as Relli's past, bad character evidence. Can't come in unless it's included, maybe these conversations that he's had with ASAP Rocky or somebody else about ASAP Rocky within the last designated look back period. So the judge is allowing a 1-year look back for conversations Relli may have had with other persons, 2-year look back for any communications that he had with Rocky that might be relevant. And what else did we have? It seems like we can only call the the witness Relli or Terrell Ephron, like his actual names and his ASAP AKA. But we can't call him a criminal, a liar, an extortionist, which I think hurts the defense. We didn't really have an explicit ruling on calling him a victim, so I don't think that that's excluded, but maybe it is. So other than that, it was a lot of attorney squabbling, and in my opinion, the prosecution being extremely hypocritical. We don't want the defense to talk to the press, but hey, you're going to gag both of us? We don't like that. We want to have some freedom to say things to the press. You can't have it both ways. Take the win. To stop trying to split the baby, especially with this judge. And also, we're so upset because the defense didn't disclose to us every detail, every word that they had with an August 2024 witness, 2 different witnesses. They didn't disclose every single last detail of their interview content to us. Well, there's no burden. The defense doesn't need to do that. They got an intro on the time, date, sum, and substance turned over. And then what else do we hear? We hear like 20 minutes after that argument, the state, who actually does have the burden to disclose, didn't disclose key things to the defense. So all these arguments from the prosecution, they're double standards, they're hypocritical. Maybe there's a lack of self-awareness, but I feel like they're aware that they don't do these things and they're just choosing to whine to see if the judge will cave in. And sorry, you look stupid. And sometimes we tamper down on the chat, no insults, but if you guys want to call him a whiny bee, go ahead. Go ahead, use the bee emoji. Chad Dickey uses the bee emoji. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So we're going to get back into it. Let me change my banner. This is going to be, I'm assuming, Sergeant Thomas Rizzo. We left off on cross-examination of Sergeant Thomas Rizzo yesterday with this exhibit, this body cam exhibit, with the tent on the sidewalk with the police standing around it. So let's see what mess we get into. And Ashley, thanks for becoming green. Thank you so much.
Right. No, I've never met you, sir. Since Friday, I'm sure anyone have your testimony?
I had people ask me about it, but didn't really get into detail.
You need to speak obviously to the prosecutors. Right?
No, sir, we agreed not to in anticipation for that question.
There you go. When you say you have people ask you about it, who asked you about it?
Co-workers, friends, that sort of thing.
Oh, curious.
Sure.
What you going through with that? Again, when you were just a recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for a shooting, you looked for victims, right?
Correct.
Damage to vehicles, no citizens.
Correct.
Shell casings.
Correct.
Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
This one doesn't work, I'll turn.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is East Del Mar, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the video starts at the end of East Del Mar, closest to Selma, right?
Correct, it's right at the intersection.
Right. And with the first 15 seconds of that video, you approach a homeless person and ask if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that?
I don't independently recall that.
Okay, let's play that for That's it, Ryan.
Hey, Al, did you hear any shooting over here? Yeah.
Okay, that's you, right?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, you were asking. You said, hey, Al, you heard a shooting over here, correct?
Yes, that was me.
Okay.
All right, and not to interrupt, but if you missed day one, the prosecution was panicky when Tacopino pulled this video up and this officer laid foundation. Yep, this is me. And then Tacopino moved to get this published to the jury. Judge is like, yeah. Prosecution was like, objection, Your Honor. We don't know why we're objecting.
By the way, why was your body cam not on there anymore?
I really don't remember. I don't have an answer for that.
Your Honor, just for the purpose of going forward here, we have copies of the transcript of this in case we have to refer to that. I have many copies of the jurors.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to all of the jurors and
Yes, do counsel.
does anybody at council table want these transcripts?
We like
We did it now?
No, I don't think so. That's okay.
No, we got a couple of that.
Want me to wait to distribute them?
No, distribute.
Yes, sir.
What do you want? This is going to be
D.
B.
Even more.
Exhibit B.
If there's an extra one, I'll take it. I don't want to take it from any of you. All right, Captain, all right. I'm good at that, Howard. All right. Does anybody not have a transcript?
Take it one more down.
Let's make sure everybody has a transcript.
You know, I don't know if we formally did stipulation, but I'm sure it's stipulated. Both sides stipulate that if audio recorded or video recorded testimony on the video where we have transcript, we cannot take down portions here.
Actually, the stipulation is not necessary. There's a rule of court that said that when audio tapes are played, the court reporter does not take it down.
I was referring to that rule of court, right?
I just learned that 6 months ago. Yeah, there's no stipulations required. They just don't.
Well, if it was, we would say. You got to take agreements from Mr. Jackson and I.
All right. Go.
It'll happen once in a while. So sorry, obviously, we'll look for signs of the shooting again. Yes. It's still on. And the video shows multiple officers searching for signs of the shooting on these still on, right? Yes. Okay. And directing your attention to 22:35 and 54 seconds of that video, the officers are conducting a search using their flashlights aimed at the ground, right? And we'll get you right there. I said 22:35 and 54 seconds. So, almost. Anyway, right there. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, stop sign, parking lot. You want that one right now? What's your step right here? Okay, so what's the make and model?
Obviously, everyone has their searchlights out, right? Yes, sir. And obviously, I think this is something you'd agree with, that you wouldn't have wanted to, or none of you would have wanted to overlook important evidence at the scene or let shooting, right? Correct. So was careful and attentive an officer, were you a sergeant there as well, or since?
No, sir, I was police officer 3, was a training officer.
And then got promoted?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attentive officer, when performing your duty, you made an obvious point. Be careful and attentive looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially you said you thought there were 3 officers at the scene?
Correct, and that was based off of my body work video that we watched.
Right, I understand. No problem. But you agree that there's more now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there's 7.
Okay.
Well, you don't take my word. Let's go to the video. I'll direct your attention to 22:40 and 36 seconds.
We'll stimulate council, that helps as well, there were 7.
Yes, thank you. Just want to, just a quick peek. So, okay. Okay, do you see, would you agree that 7 officers are at the scene?
I don't dispute that there were 7 officers at the scene.
Not really dispute, but you would agree that you see 7 officers right there, right? There's 6 in the frame,
Including
that one in the body.
Correct, including that one, yes, 7.
7, okay. And everyone, to your knowledge, was doing their job when they were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Direct your attention to 22:37:03 on that video. That's that you and Zizzo are on the side of the street closest to the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking, by the way, for the record, we're looking south towards Selma Avenue, so you're standing on the west side of the street, right?
Correct, I'm presently facing west in this shot, but yes, this is south in this camera.
And officers are searching that area for evidence of shooting with the flashlights, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is directly opposite, Sergeant, that orange portion of that wall there, right?
Well, sir, what's your question?
That, where the officers are, right there, including you, is directly opposite that orange, whatever that thing is, portion of a wall.
Correct.
Right, which is next to that adjacent block there, right?
Yes.
A vacant house. So that's right across from that orange, whatever, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you these two photographs. One is that, but we're going to put them juxtaposed and put them right side by side. Okay. The first one is the basically still frame of what we just looked at. You see the one on the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you guys right across that orange wall, we'll call it.
Correct. Yes.
And then the one on the right with that single individual there. He appears to be standing in that same exact spot. You also start with that orange wall there as well. We can blow that up a little bit, can we? See that, sorry? See the orange wall on the other side?
I see orange there. I mean, based off this photo, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell much beyond that. I
We'll
see
go back out. There's that vacant lot right there, right?
Right.
You see
Okay.
that?
Yeah, and you know what the driveway on this side? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's basically where that individual is where those officers are, correct?
Approximate, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And so just as you told, we talked earlier about the parking lot where your body cam was. Just as in the parking lot, you agree there was no sign of a shooting on the street as well?
Correct.
No blood?
No, sir.
No bullet holes?
No, sir.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
No physical evidence shooting was recovered at all?
No, sir.
Directing your attention to 22, 37, and 29 seconds. Only could play this for you. Go ahead.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's entering that.
By the way, for the transcript, where anyone locations? Sorry. Page 2, line 14 of that transcript, which is defense exhibit B, please. I'm sorry, do you have it?
I actually did not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll give you this copy. It's page 2, line 4, line 4. Thank you, sir. Okay. Can we start playing that portion again? Maybe go back a few seconds. Okay.
Yeah, run it back.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's entering that.
Okay. So that's one of your, do you know who that was speaking?
I actually don't know.
Okay. Well, one of the officers, right?
Yes.
Like I said, basically we're checking the area, it doesn't look like anyone got hurt, right?
Correct.
And direct your attention to 2238, which is basically a minute later, 21 seconds.
Fast forward.
There's nothing, no hits. The second PR. I think the Recross friend as it came up.
This is page 3, Sergeant, and line 4, please. Can you play that portion again, please?
Same only possible. And take every part of the pot. There's nothing, no hits.
Okay. And then a few seconds later, 223840, which, I want to make sure we do the right portion of the transcript, guys. Okay. Next portion I'll direct to the same page, page 3, line 20. So line 20. And now we can play that portion. Go ahead.
No evidence for now. We can give no evidence.
Okay. So one of the officers, you know who that was speaking, by the way?
I did.
Who was that?
So at the time, Officer John Cook, now Sergeant John Cook.
Sorry, John, okay. He said it's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention, directing your attention to 2240-04. Last page here, please. Go to page 5, line 2, sorry. Page 5, line 2. And go ahead, you can play that one when you're ready.
Yes. sounds like someone probably fired a shot in her hair to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an
All right, so I think I heard that. I think the prosecution's objecting, and the closed caption said farted when he's saying Your Honor. But it sounds like, and my hearing isn't good, I rely on you guys, but I feel like I heard, it sounds like someone maybe fired into the air, which would mean what? That we're not finding any defects in any direction, as if somebody was shooting on a level plane, perhaps at another person. So we're not finding anything. Maybe someone just shot in the air, because we're not finding anything. So, and the chat, we're getting a lot of greens in the chat.
objection on hearsay. It's not going to be overruled.
And lastly, direct your attention to 2240 and 26 seconds, which would be same page 5, line 14, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no victims as of now, so unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Okay, you got it.
Okay.
Shout out to Steph JK. We miss you.
Sergeant Cook.
Yes.
Sergeant Cook, whatever.
Yes.
Again, no victim as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot, right?
That's what he said.
And after responding to Greasy Del Mar and Selma Avenue, and carefully searching the scene with the fellow officers, you found no physical evidence of a shooting whatsoever.
That's correct.
And of course, to be clear, that includes no evidence of a shell casing recovery, correct?
Correct, that includes that as well.
Say it twice.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to switch over if there's any redirect, but did you hear that ending line? You know, no physical evidence whatsoever of a shooting. And to underscore, to be clear, no shell casings. So.
Anything? Oh, Mr. Selma, anything?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
you were asked questions, I believe, on Friday, Mr. Takina, about your conversations with the DAs on this case. Is that something that customarily happens prior to your testifying?
Yes, it is in every case.
And this incident specifically happened approximately just over 3 years ago, correct?
Correct, yeah.
When you first received a subpoena related to this case, did you immediately know what incident you were even called to testify about?
Absolutely not, no.
Was it of assistance to you in refreshing your memory to be directed to your body-worn video from this specific incident?
Absolutely, yes.
In his questioning on Friday and also today, Mr. Takapina asked you questions about searching for shell casings, I believe is how he phrased them. Are you familiar with the term shells, casings, cartridge cases, things like that?
Yes, sir.
What is your personal background, training, and experience as it relates to firearms?
Well, I have the training I received from the Los Angeles Police Department. I've also attended various trainings outside on my own time related to firearms training, different weapon systems, marksmanship, mostly related, that sort of thing.
In the course of that training that you're talking about, have you, can you even estimate how many rounds of ammunition you fired?
I cannot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Over the years, yes.
Are you familiar with, just in general, with handguns, the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
I am, yes.
And in very broad terms, what is the difference between those two types of guns?
Well, I think the biggest distinction would be that a revolver operates from a rotating cylinder where it has each individual chambers, usually typically 5 or 6 chambers, where each round, the bullet, sits inside the individual chambers. And when the trigger is pressed to the rear, the cylinder rotates, hammer comes back, strikes the round, discharges the round. Then it continues to rotate. The difference between that and a semi-automatic pistol is all of those rounds are contained in a magazine, and it's magazine fed, so there is no rotating cylinder. Revolvers do not eject those casings the same way a semi-automatic weapon does. Every trigger press with a semi-automatic weapon, a shell casing ejects. And with a revolver, it stays within that chamber, continues to rotate until the weapon is empty, and then you manually eject those casings all at once.
So when you were looking for evidence at this scene specifically of cartridge cases being on the ground, that would be in the expectation that a semi-automatic pistol was used, correct?
Correct.
Because with a semi-automatic, those cartridge cases, once the bullet is fired, come out the side of the gun.
Correct, with every press of the trigger.
Okay. And is that true of all semi-automatic handguns? That's how they operate?
Yes.
Have you personally fired semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, I have.
When you fire, just in your own personal experience, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, do those cartridge cases always come out in exactly the same trajectory, or do they kind of have a tendency to go in different directions?
The different directions.
Okay. And is it those discarded or used cartridge cases that you would have been looking for that night?
Those are the same ones we're talking about, yes.
Right. All right. Just to put a fine point on that, when you searched that entire area, the street, the parking lot, you didn't find any cartridge cases anywhere.
No, I didn't.
And none of your 6 other partners who responded there with you observed or recovered any either, correct?
That's also correct.
You were asked questions, or I'm sorry, I think you were directed to the transcript, about page 3, lines 4 and 5, where one of your partners says that he checked every car in the lot and there's nothing, no hits, correct?
Correct.
In your experience responding to crime scenes throughout your entire career where a gun has been discharged, what are the types of damage that you would look for on a car, specifically related to a shooting call?
Sure, so flat tires, glass that's been spiderwebbed, right, or totally blown out, impacts to sides of doors or ricochets off of hoods. These are things that I'm just recalling from recent observations, those sorts of observations.
Are some of those observations easier to see than others?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is you have a white 4-door vehicle. It's easy to see the impact where the paint is missing and the metal is bent and distorted. And whereas if you have a vehicle with a darker colored paint job, you might miss it, right? You might not see it. It might blend in.
But also, even more generally, if a window is shattered, you're going to see a large shatter in that window, potentially.
Right, it's hard to miss.
And if a tire is flat, that's easier to see too, correct?
Yes, it is.
Versus, and I want you to assume for purposes of this that we're talking about the hole from a 9mm chambered round. If you observed a bullet hole in either plastic or metal of a car from a 9mm round, that would be a lot smaller, correct?
Comparatively speaking to other larger rounds, yes.
And even comparatively speaking to if the 9mm hit glass or a tire, correct?
Correct.
If a firearm was fired in a downward trajectory and struck the ground, would you expect the round would either ricochet up into the bottom of the car or potentially fragment into bullet fragments that would then strike the car?
I think both of those scenarios are possible.
Okay. Did you and your partners check the bottoms of cars?
No, we didn't.
In fact, to this point of any damage on the cars, were you or any of your partners, to your knowledge at that scene, familiar with the condition of any of those cars before you responded?
No, we weren't.
So you don't know if any of those cars already had any damage on them?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay,
I don't think the jury's gonna. My personal stance, and I'm not a juror, but I'm just saying, if I had doubts about this starter gun theory, well, we've already heard and seen, and even Joe Tacopina underscored, this says Sig Sauer, this one says Luger. What does that say? It says Luger, right? So we're seeing all these pictures of evidence, all these different things that are pointing to a casing. So for the prosecution to now hint, well, do you have experience with revolvers? Do revolvers leave casing? No. To try to get the jury to fill in the blanks, well, it could have been a revolver. Well, the evidence you've already shown us, that either party's already shown us, doesn't point to a revolver. So, Peter Steele, you were on it. I agree. I think this seems desperate. And I don't know if the jury is going to fill in that blank and take that leap to say, you know what? It might have been a revolver, and ASAP did it with a revolver, and that explains the lack of shell casings. This is a dangerous argument for the prosecution to make, because it almost seems like a concession that, yeah, there actually were no shell casings in that hour-and-a-half time period before Relli went back and somehow found some. It seems like a concession. Not to be crime scene. Oh my God. Truly. Oh boy. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How would Relli get the casings? I don't know. So, and maybe they have some expert that's going to tell us about some, this type of ammunition can actually be used without leaving I don't know. Maybe they've got some long-winded argument that they're going to present. I don't know. But they offered a sweet plea deal, so my guess, probably not.
Do you have it on a DVD or? Yeah. I can do it on the DVD.
Okay, right before Relli gets up, this is what we've got.
Yeah.
I don't want to fast forward and miss someone talk, so we'll speed it up.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you Defense A.
Oh, we're looking at that video.
We've been referring to the
10th video.
in the upper right-hand corner at 22:38:43. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Just to orient the jury as far as where we're looking at here, would you agree the street on the far right of the screen would be Selma, correct?
Correct, that's Selma, that runs east to west.
And then we can just barely see a stop sign, and there's a kind of street directly in front of the officer who's shooting this video, correct? And that would be Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that's Vista Del Mar.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the handicap parking stalls there. Would you agree that the one closest to the stop sign does not have a car parked in?
Correct.
I'm going to start this from around the beginning.
Hey, Cal, did you hear any
they didn't invert the video a la Karen Reed trial.
My apologies, Sergeant. Marked on the transcript, but I'm not sure where that corresponds to on the video. One second.
Have you looked at the corner of it? Nobody was trying this down or anything? So, unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it, sir. Give it to them.
Sergeant, I can replay this section, but can you hear what sounds like a crowd of people in the background of this video? I'm going to play it starting at 22, 40, 41. I'll play it forward for a few seconds.
Okay.
Do you hear a number of people's voices in the background? Not officers.
Right, it's distant, but yes.
Okay. Was this a busy area of Hollywood?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Those noises that we hear, would that just kind of be people in the surrounding areas out on Saturday night?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
Just sort of. Let's go to
Recross.
223708, please, on that same video. Sorry, just take that. There's a famous orange wall over there. You see that thing on the left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And right across where you guys were searching, where that individual was before, right across there.
Correct.
There's cars right next to that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bunch of cars on the other side of that orange wall, right?
The rider vans here?
Yeah. Yes. There's cars on the other side, I'm saying, of that orange wall, across the street where the officers are.
Right, correct.
Yes. You see those?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you could scoot around if you want. Or,
No.
we're done. Okay. So you talked about things that you're looking for, flat tires in the car, broken glass, right? Those two, impacts on side doors.
Yes, sir.
In any event, you found none of that, right?
Relli's supposed to testify today, yes.
And by the way, you never received a report of a complaint at any point in this case that a car was damaged, did you?
At the time when I was at scene, I did not do that.
At any time after you become aware?
If somebody had reported it,
Yeah.
unless I handled it myself, I wouldn't have knowledge of it, right, if it was after the fact.
And one last thing, a Glock is one of those semi-automatics that does in fact eject shell casings, right?
Correct, it's a striking fire weapon, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant Zizzo, thank you. Thanks for coming back today. You're excused, next witness.
My next
All right.
witness is Leah.
Well, not Relli quite yet. But Andre, they said that Relli's supposed to testify today, the judge said, so. And this is West Coast, so we've got some time.
Oh, let me mention to you about tomorrow. One of the people involved has a commitment that cannot be avoided. So we're going to start a little early, and we're going to go a little longer. We're going to go 10 to 12:30 tomorrow, but that's going to be it. And then we'll break about 11:15. So be here tomorrow at 10, and then you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. The following day,
What?
normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
Hold on, let me run that back.
So be here tomorrow at 10, and then
you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. The following day, normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
Yeah, these are short hours. Is that for real? They're 1:30? So court's not over today. Court's not over today. I don't think. Because they have another witness on the stand. Okay. All right, Gwen, and I think you're right, because that confused me. He's like, we're going to have a long day, and then he said 10:30 to 12:30. So half day on Thursday. Half day on Thursday. All right, so long day tomorrow, you guys. So get your caffeine ready. We'll be here. Half day on Thursday, and then Friday we'll be back to normal. So there we go. Thank you, Gwen. And I was like, long day, 2 hours? I was like, do they mean like AM to PM? Like 12 hours, 14 hours? So, and I saw this over, Potentially Criminal was covering this trial a little bit, and I saw his chat mention that Emily D. Baker, who used to be an LA County prosecutor, she worked in the prosecution's office for a while. She's been in front of this judge before. She said that the way the staff has unionized, they don't start their court days until 10:30. So I guess that's probably why they can't really start early. They can go a little later maybe, but it seems like there's some union policy in place where they've got these nice hours. So there you go. Must be nice for when a defendant's in custody and has to be transported. They don't need to be woken up at 2 a.m. maybe. So there you go. We'll be here. We'll go live when they go live. We'll be here for it. That actually helps me on Thursday. I had a meeting at 3 p.m. Eastern. So we can actually watch the whole day. I think they said this witness is Leah something coming up next.
Ready, Your Honor? Yeah. Your mic is raising your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Some state the testimony may give at the
Done at
cost
4:30 no matter what. Finish at 4.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's cool.
Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there. And please adjust the microphone.
Is Dolly talking in the chat?
Name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you're allowed. You need to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Please spell your name for us.
LeahElizabeth.
Thank you.
And Brown, common spelling?
Martin-Brown, common spelling.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, this is Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling?
Yes.
All right. I'll try to get through it quickly. On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living, or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
It's a 911 caller.
I'm going to show you, turn off the TV. There's something that puts up there that should work. All C's. I'm also going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to reach over and see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, the map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick. Okay. All right. And so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area? And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Like around here-ish.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings there that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry, Sergeant. Ask the court, please. Mind the leading a little bit right there.
Yeah, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
So,
Read the last question. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6.
Defense got a sustained
One-page
objection.
document with a single photograph. Appears to depict the corner of Argyle and Selma. Showing you what I just marked as People 6. Do you recognize that street corner?
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. If I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
Wait, how big is the balcony? She just went like...
So I would say in the photograph, there are a number of... Let's see.
Why don't you bring it up to her, let her circle,
I can do that.
and then put it on the projector.
That's good. Thank you. Circle it.
She gets the color, she's excited. Alright, everybody rate her circling ability.
Yeah, so you have one more to the Sharpie. Doesn't really show up with the ball point.
They're making her do it again because they gave her the wrong color marker.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, the balcony could wrap around as a corner apartment, that's true.
The black mark that you made here is the exact balcony you're talking about, correct? Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you were living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor, so.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
It was awkward.
3.
3. So she only saw the 2.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street would they have been walking towards?
Selma.
And how far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. It might be difficult to see here on people 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
All right, we're doing a Pausey McPauserton. When I search Leah Martin Brown, a vocalist singer from Los Angeles comes up in the results. So, I don't know, this looks like her, right? I'm bad with faces. And if people change their hair, I like lose my mind. I don't know who anybody is. But it says Australian. So, I mean, that kind of, I think this is her. I think this is her. So there we go. You guys are saying in the chat, like maybe she models or something. Vocalist, songwriter, guitarist. There you go.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red
Indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Do you know, does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that.
Okay. Thank you. What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like, I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were arguing, and they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof, and there was like some loud yelling, and then they appeared to be fine, but went around the corner into the back parking lot, and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue, and there appeared to be like allegedly a gun drawn, and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay, I want to start at the parking garage. You said you saw these 3 people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective.
So what appeared to you?
From the 7th floor, did you see anything that
Not at that
resembled?
time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof. There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that any further.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any...
All right, maybe it's a nerves thing, right? And this is the problem with witnesses, right? What they say is technically their testimony, but she keeps saying appeared, and then distancing herself every time she has to explain what she was seeing. I called in because it appeared that there was a firearm and someone could have been hurt, and it appeared someone was shot, but I was on the 7th floor, so I couldn't really see. Or everything was underneath, so I couldn't really see what was happening because whatever. Then she's asked about something as simple as physical contact, and she's not even confident enough anymore to say, they were like arm in arm. They were physically making contact with her. She's not even confident enough to attest to that. But we started with appeared, and we've whittled it down. So, yeah, and she's using seem. She's using appeared to mean seem, rather than meaning visually what she's observing.
Where on the person who was grabbed, where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure, I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
I don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grabbed, and then they
kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The three of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who. They just all looked like people to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all three of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the three of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
When you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear any arguing as they went down Argyle?
No.
When these three did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that would be an accurate recollection.
Okay. When they... Could you even tell the race of these people?
It was dark. I don't know.
Okay.
Here you go.
So when,
Done.
When these three men...
How are you going to identify which person is which person, right? Because the prosecution is hoping to extract some details, right? Their opening statement. Rocky was the aggressor. You can tell by the clothing he was wearing because it has these bedazzled jewels. She can't make out any of these things. So she can't corroborate. She can't say anything unless she wants to backtrack what she just said now. That would help the prosecution deliver on the arguments they made during opening statements. Oh, you could tell because of his facial features and the bedazzles on his hoodie. She can't tell, and this is your witness for that parking garage part of the altercation. Yeah, where's Peter? Peter said, where was it? Yeah, this is going swell, Mr. Prosecutor.
And got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left, and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
That's all they got.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay, so Your Honor, I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma, headed eastbound. So you're describing them walking past this building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this photograph. Correct? So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see all three of the men that you've been describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma? You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the El Centro apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like a firearm pulled. There appeared to be shots, and then people ran away.
The initial altercation that you're talking about, what was the first thing that you observed?
I can't recall.
Okay. The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the two other people?
Closer to the El Centro apartments than Selma.
Shout out to Mike the Mob. Welcome back. Welcome back. %, Brad. If I didn't see anything specific, I wouldn't want my testimony to convict someone. 100%.
So you know, we're going to break in a minute. Why don't we take a break now? All right, folks, we're going to break now.
We're going to do lunch.
Court doors at 1:30, so that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else.
All right, so we'll get up to real time in this. They're going to do their lunch break. So we've got some time to kill because we were only a little bit behind. So jumping forward is only going to save us like 10 minutes there. And, you know, this is crazy. Like, think of the circumstances, right? So we've got, and Joe Tacopina honed in on this during opening statements. We've got, there's no physical evidence. It's just the testimony of Relli, who is a known perjurer, a known liar, an extortionist. Things that Joe can't say when he's cross-examining Relli, but he apparently can say in closing arguments again, thanks to the judge's ruling this morning. Admonishment, really. I don't know. So you've got Relli as your key witness. You have this other 911 caller who called in, you know, I think I heard something. There isn't really any confidence in what she's saying. And that's not to criticize her. It's just, she was located where she was located. She made the call. And prosecution seems to be trying to squeeze a whole lot of juice out of this witness that she just cannot give them. Right? I can only see what I can see. They went under the structure of the building, so I don't know. It was too far away for me to make out who was who. I saw 3 people, right? She says she saw 3 people. So that's not the math. There's supposed to be 4. So, you know, I don't know. I don't really think this witness is moving the needle. I don't think this is making me say green or red. But I think the prosecution, this is one witness down. This was a shot they had to move the needle red, right? Move the case in their favor, and it's not working with this witness. So, yeah, guys, and this, great reminder, especially if you're just joining. We talked about it a little bit before. Really, information being relayed back from Emily D. Baker, EDB, who used to be a prosecutor in the LA County courthouses. She said because of unions, they have like a 10:30, 10 a.m. start time in the courts. They don't go any later than 4:30. I don't know the precise times, but there is no Whitaker, we're going to be here at 8 and we're going to stay till 6:30, right? So the judge mentioned because of a conflict, somebody that needs to be in the courtroom has a commitment they can't change. They're going to do a longer day tomorrow, which long day in those time constraints is not going to be as long as we think. And then Thursday is going to be a half day. I believe he said that he wants the jury there at 10, but that they're starting at 10:30, going to 12:30. So like a 2.5 hour day on Thursday. And then Friday we'll be back to business as usual. So these are shorter days, you guys, which is kind of nice. I know a lot of people work. I see a lot of people, I can't stay up this late. You know, this is too late in my time zone, or it's too early, or I'm trying to catch up. It's much easier to catch up with, 5-hour day compared to an 8-9 hour day. So that's kind of nice. And it should be a shorter trial. Let's see. I think her career's probably going to be unaffected by this. Whether she wants it to have an impact or she's worried about it having an impact for better or for worse, I don't really think this is that big of a deal. People are going to Google her and go, oh, that's her. And I think that's going to be it. That's going to be what it is. So, yeah, Trey Lee, yep. This witness can't be deemed as credible. The defense will destroy it. I don't think the defense needs to get up there and destroy much of anything. I don't think we've established much with this witness. I don't think there's much to knock down. She started off with, it appeared, I was worried somebody may have been injured. That's not conclusory. But the concern, that could evoke some type of emotive reaction in the jurors. They might start picturing someone bloody and laying out on the sidewalk and no ambulance is showing up to help, right? That's a kind of a visceral reaction, an emotional reaction that could be evoked. But guess what? We've already looked at these videos at the time where ASAP Relli allegedly gets shot, where we know his injuries are just across the knuckles. And we see like a tussle on the ground, and it looks like he continues to tussle with somebody that's not ASAP Rocky. So the visuals, the video that we've already seen, largely in part because the prosecution wanted to put it in their opening statements, is showing us that it's not the typical someone gets shot and, maybe they can walk for a few steps until the adrenaline wears out or they realize they've been shot and then they fall to the ground. We already know that that's not the imagery here. That's not the scenario. Nobody was bleeding out, thankfully. Nobody was bleeding out on the pavement with their life flashing before their eyes. So her concern has already been, it doesn't match the visuals that we've seen. It doesn't match the other evidence that we've already looked at. So, and again, if it was different, if we've seen this isn't a murder trial, but if this was a murder trial, maybe her saying that, maybe it would land differently. But yeah, so, let's see. Chloe's awarding points. Now this is like, whose line? The points don't matter. The points don't matter. Also, big shout out to Steph JK if you're out there listening. I got to talk to you a little bit in the chat. I didn't want to interrupt testimony. We miss you. We've been looking for you, especially earlier today with the mention of squabbling and Joe Tacopina saying, I squabble. So it was a good time, entertaining time this morning. Not for nothing, but I think Tacopina could take both the prosecutors in a fight. So let's see. Andre Cook, if you guys missed it, Relli is supposed to take the stand today. And that would mean he's following up a police officer who's testifying. Yeah, sure, maybe we missed something. But we had 7 officers looking around for property damage because this is a really nice neighborhood. So of course we're going to roll out deep and look for any signs of damages to people's cars. We didn't find anything, no defects. And the recovery attempt by the prosecutor was, do you know anything about revolvers? Do revolvers typically leave shell casings behind? Great. And as someone in the chat pointed out, sorry, I forget who, but if we're going with this new, maybe it was a revolver and that can explain the lack of shell casings and why the officers didn't find anything that they probably should have found, how did Relli find the shell casings? Right? So then we move on to this 911 caller witness who they're calling her because she's the one that called 911. She's important because she heard what she thought was gunshots. That part is still really important for this case, because if we only showed a starter gun but didn't actually fire the starter gun, how did we hear something consistent with what sounded like gunshots? Was it fireworks? Was someone doing fireworks in this neighborhood, right? Only two. only two pops off. Did someone hit a car? And there was like a car behind them that hit right behind that, right? You get one boom, another boom, and it's the sound of metal, right? Jury might want that gap filled in. What could explain the noise that this 911 caller heard? And I don't really think the prosecutor underscored. If I was the prosecutor and I really wanted to, if I believed in my case, I would have wanted to really hone in on that. Because if the defense can't explain that away, that would be one of my strongest arguments. Somebody heard it. It had to be more than just someone showing a gun, right? And potentially, if they were firing blanks, there would still be, I believe that it would look different, but there could still be casings that would drop from blanks. Doesn't really make sense. But I do think you need to fill in the gaps for the jury. And the prosecutor didn't embrace that one thing that this witness could have been really helpful with. That's my take on it. But other than that, I don't think she's providing much. I think she's showing that there isn't much there. And then I don't know if she's the last witness before Relli's going to go on the stand, but if they're planning on calling him today and they have these short days, I don't know how much time they have. So unless they're overestimating how many witnesses they can call and he's not being called today, it seems like he could go up on the stand right after these two witnesses that did not do anything to move the needle to the red and help the prosecution's case. I think both witnesses, half the stuff they said didn't move anything at all. And when there was some movement, like 90% of the time, it was green, green, green. So. Granny Mo says, question is, will she be able to understand Tacopina? So, yeah, Skillet Pan says the casings look about the same as far as I know. And that's the thing, this type of defense, depending on the blank in the gun, this type of defense, I mean, there could still be, maybe police didn't find shell casings and they should have found shell casings from a blank fired by a starter, a prop gun. I'm not the expert in this. I expect that the defense will call someone to explain this stuff. But in any case, the prosecution still needs to overcome that defense, in my opinion. You have allegedly, the defense said in their opening, Relli was apparently saying that he wasn't scared, you're not going to shoot me, all these different things. And we'll have to wait to see that testimony, that evidence actually come in front of the jury. But that's what was promised in opening. We'll see if Tacopina delivers. But you've got someone, to me, if that testimony is delivered, if there's anything indicating that Relli in that moment was consciously aware, he's got a starter gun, he's not really going to be able to shoot me, that would make the video of Relli pursuing after Rocky, that would make me conclude Relli was the aggressor, Relli was the attacker, even when there was an opportunity, even if it was a mutual scuffle at the first interaction. There was an opportunity for everybody to go their separate ways, and Relli still made the conscious decision to pursue. And then he wasn't at the scene to talk to the police. I'm not saying that victims should always stick around, and if they don't stick around, then they're not a victim. That's not what I'm saying. Because of the other things we see, Relli sending these texts saying he's going to get this guy's money, these types of things make it seem like you left the scene with a plan and you didn't even consider yourself an actual victim in that moment, right? These are things I'd be thinking as a juror. Is this live now? Okay, yeah. So this is still playing. You can see the ticker a little bit behind my banner. That gives us a clue that it's not the stream that's paused or broken. They're just on lunch. They are on lunch right now. So there's that. Let's see. So Adi Alvarez, this was my thing. Like, oh, please. And, people aren't walking around carrying fake guns in LA. But at the same time, I know California is really strict on those things. And the defense has gotten ahead of this by saying, he was also licensed to carry. His team was licensed to carry. So they've already, and a lot of that argument was in relation to the search on ASAP Rocky's home. But at the same time, it's repeating and underscoring an answer to this gap. It's filling in this gap. So if you were sitting on the jury, maybe not you personally, but a juror with this question, like, why would you carry around a fake gun though? Like, what's the actual point? Couldn't that set you up to put yourself in greater danger? Because you'd only carry it if you plan to show it to deter somebody. But you showing it to deter somebody could actually motivate them to try to pull first and shoot you because they think you actually have a gun that could kill them if they don't shoot first, right? It's a recipe that could lead for a bigger disaster than it could help deter. But Tacopina, I think in his explanations and he said it more than once, even if it was real, he's licensed to carry. But the argument is that no real firearm was fired that night by ASAP Rocky. So the defense has a couple different angles to work with without making the admission, taking the affirmative defense that, yes, I, ASAP Rocky, shot and fired at Relli, but it was justified in self-defense. They have certain pathways, and their strategy here is to take a non-affirmative defense. They're not saying, yes, we shot, but it was in self-defense. And I'm surprised when I heard about this starter gun rumor versus after 5 minutes into day one, I went from thinking this to, oh, okay, maybe this is a really great defense strategy. And again, I think it's all going to come down to Relli. And if we think that Relli's testimony is not just credible, but also really tells the story that ASAP Rocky started a confrontation and was the one that pulled out the gun and shot at him. It seems like Relli made statements that he noticed a pocket knife on, was it 12E? I forget if it was 12E or not. I think it was 12E. But it wasn't Rocky. He said someone other than Rocky pulled the pocket knife out at the altercation in front of the parking garage. So, yeah, and that's my personal fear, Addie. If you're pulling out a prop and another person is carrying, like, and, that could be, it could be a lawful killing, right? Someone's brandishing, you reasonably think it's a real gun that could cause you serious harm or death. In that moment, you pull out your own actual firearm and shoot first. That I could see a jury saying, yeah, that's reasonable. It's a reasonable thing to do. And I wouldn't want to put myself in that position to pull out a prop and make someone try to shoot me first. I personally don't see that as a deterrent. So I get where you're coming from. I do. But I'm just saying, like, I think Joe Tacopina's strategy is having it be a starter gun and also saying, even if it wasn't a starter gun, the raid on his home, the search on his home, he had a license to carry. So there's no big bad boogeyman of someone owning an actual firearm. We're getting that out of the way. And that's particularly important. I don't know how voir dire went exactly, but I know California has stricter laws when it comes to firearms than other states do. So I would imagine you probably have some jurors, no matter how you do voir dire, that look at firearms, Second Amendment, all that stuff. It's taboo to them, right? So you've got to iterate what you can. Let's see. Yeah, this is pretty, I'll say it personally, I'm not always defense friendly. But I am very much to holding the prosecution to their burdens. The state has burdens that defendants don't have. The defense, quite frankly, is entitled to a lot more than the state is. So I keep that principle really through any trial I look at, but particularly this trial, I surprisingly think it's pretty crazy, and that this defense theory about this starter gun, actual innocence, I think there's some there. I don't think it's just a bigwig attorney throwing stuff out there and hoping it sticks. So, yep, Jenny says it's the knuckles for me. I think he hit the ground while fighting on the ground. So, Yeah, that Violet. Kids have been shot by police over toy guns. That's the thing, like, or even like objects in hands that aren't even like looking like a gun, any type of replica or just something in the hand. So, let's see. Yeah, and Sheena says maybe Rock knows Relli just wants the beef, but not the smoke. Or he trusts that for some reason. I don't know. I can see it a couple ways, I guess. And going back to this being, uh, defense favoring chat, when there's a couple different ways to see it, the state isn't meeting their burden to convince somebody beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, their job is to convince the impaneled jurors, right? Not any one of us. But yeah, if you have someone saying, I can see it a couple ways as a juror, if they're not in deliberations, talking and deliberating and coming to some kind of conclusion that, you know what, yeah, I guess technically in a really crazy scenario, this could be possible, but it's so unlikely. The real explanation, the one that seems the most likely beyond any reasonable doubt, is what the prosecution's saying, so we're going to vote guilty. That's what the prosecution's got to do. So, so we just talked about this BO drama. If Relli was the aggressor, why isn't Rocky claiming self-defense? And I think this is such an important thing for people to learn. Once you put forth an affirmative defense, I mean, you could try to withdraw that type of defense. You have to give notice when you're going to rely on an affirmative defense. You have to give notice to the parties. And you could go through some motions to try to change your strategy after you give notice that that's the defense you plan to rely on. But I think exceptionally, judges don't always allow that. And especially when trial starts, you're in it. You're already in it. And in an affirmative defense, you're already saying you did the thing. You're basically giving the stipulation that, yes, it was me. Yes, in this case, I shot a firearm at this particular individual with the intent to cause harm. All of these elements. So yes, I am actually guilty of the things that you're charging me with. I did those things. But it was justified. I had a justification in doing so. Right? Self-defense does not wipe out a defendant checkboxing each element of a crime. With self-defense, the checkboxes are checked, but because of this reason, us committing this act, me committing this act, is justified, and therefore you should find me not guilty by reason of, self-defense. So that's why they call it an affirmative defense, because you're saying, yes, in the affirmative, I did the thing. Once you do that, you can't really, especially if you're in trial and the jury's already hearing that you say you did it, and suddenly you're, oh, never mind, we're cheating. You can't do that. You can't do that. So there's a really, really big risk in putting forth an affirmative defense. So, and let's see. Ashley, so also in self-defense cases, they have to take the stand and testify, right? Now, I think with self-defense cases, most people want to see someone take the stand. And this is where you get into these layers of, situations where it really is only he said, she said. Here we have a few witnesses, whether they're good or not, whether they saw what they should have seen, whatever, different scenario. But think of a self-defense case like a domestic situation where someone's in a house, it's just person one and person two, and something happens. Let's say someone's unalive by the other person, and they're the only two people in the house. What other evidence, what other person could come in and give the evidence in front of the jury? When you put forth an affirmative defense, the burden is now on you as a defense to put forth the reasons for your justification. You've got to establish for the jury, it was imminent, right? The danger, you had a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death, and it was imminent danger, right? You had no other way to avoid it. It was either you acted or the serious bodily harm or worse was inevitable, right? Could you remove yourself from the situation? Were you reacting proportionately to what was facing you? So if someone was like slapped you once across the cheek, not anything that's going to debilitate you, and you react by putting 3 holes in them, right? You kill them dead. Is that proportionate, right? These are different aspects of self-defense justification that you gotta make your argument in front of the jury for. The burden shifts. It's no longer just prosecution has to prove you did it because you've already said you did it, right? But Ashley, because of this, especially when there's no other witnesses, typically the only way you can get such evidence in is by having the defendant on the stand. And that's a whole can of worms, because if a defendant is completely justified in whatever they did in that moment, but they're not a likable person, you've got a burden there. Because juries can decide things based on whether or not they like somebody. So, so typically, I don't think it's they have to take the stand and testify, but in a lot of situations, there's no other witness that could put forth the evidence that would convince a jury that there was justification in play. So, let's see. Oh, I see a Sarah Boone reference here. And a little bit of that was going through my mind. Sarah Boone, she went through several attorneys before she found one that she stuck with for trial. And she weighed several different legal strategies, right? And I think some of the reasons that she had disagreements with the other attorneys, even the ones that made the decision they want to step away, I really think with her, I think she might have wanted to do the self-defense strategy all along. And the other attorneys were like, I don't think that's a good strategy. So I don't think that the accidental self-defense thing was something that she decided she wanted to be her strategy. I think the other attorneys were like, you're on video saying it was not intentional. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. But guess what? If you're doing something in self-defense, the idea is that you're reacting in the moment. You're fearing for your life. And you're reacting in such a way because you know that if you don't do this thing, this extreme action to preserve your life or the safety of others, right? Self-defense, it could also be defense of others. There's different ways to justify, a killing or whatever. If you're on video saying it's not intentional, then the idea that you were in a situation where it was do or die is off the table if you keep saying it's not intentional. So whether Sarah Boone was just trying to convince herself that it wasn't intentional when she was speaking to detectives, or she really believes it was not intentional, that contradicts an affirmative defense that you did this in the moment on purpose to preserve life of yourself or of others. So I think her attorneys early on were probably like, it's not going to work with the evidence. It's not going to work with the facts of the case. So then you have her attorney that represented her at trial. They took a different approach to this, battered spouse syndrome. They introduced intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome, which gives you a different perspective. Typically with battered spouse syndrome, you get an expert witness to come in and tell the jury, like, hey, when someone's living in these types of environments, their behavior, the things that they do, might not be consistent from scenario to scenario. And they might not be behaviors consistent with what you would expect a reasonable person who is not living in this, terrible, tumultuous situation to engage in, right? So a lot of the time when you can't explain, why would someone act like that? That's not reasonable. Relying on some other type of defense, such as battered spouse, could give you a heightened or less burden, a lower bar of meeting the reasonableness standard. So yeah, Black Swan, the Ashley Benefield trial is another one. And she actually took the stand. And I think I did see a split where some people thought it was actually helpful when she took the stand, and some people thought it was harmful to her when she took the stand. And ultimately she was convicted. And I don't know, that kind of goes to show, maybe if the jury pool was different, there was people on the jury that saw what some people commenting on the trial saw. I think it was didn't she only have like a 6-person jury rather than 12? I forget. I should know because it's a Florida case. But I think it was 6-person because it wasn't a like capital or life sentence case. So I'm not sure. I want to say it was 6. But in any case, maybe with 12, maybe you have a better shot, just sheer sample size. You have a better shot of one person like having that doubt and hanging the jury. But it was unanimous. I think, honestly, they like called the jury in. They were at an impasse, they thought, and then the judge sent them back to continue deliberations, and they came back with a verdict to go home, which I kind of hate any situation that ends that way, right? Jury says, we can't come to a conclusion. We want to go home. Can we go home for the day? And the judge is like, no. And then suddenly they go back and come back with a guilty verdict. I mean, I hate to see a juror's desire to just leave possibly play a factor in a conviction. So, but yeah, so. And thank you, Dustin. I'm like, Florida, I think 6 jurors. I think the only exception is capital cases. So there we go. And not for nothing, let's speak about Florida. So the interesting thing, if I'm not mistaken, that capital cases, you actually do have 12 jurors. It is 12 jurors for capital cases because we've got this death penalty thing that we're changing now. With death penalty capital cases, you've got your guilt phase of a trial where did they do the thing? Verdict, yes or no. And then you've got your penalty, your sentencing phase. So did they do it? And then the jury gets to also deliberate separately. And they might hear from new witnesses on maybe mitigating factors. Did they meet the criteria for you to say, yes, they've met the criteria for the death penalty, right? Sticking with the death penalty. And in Florida, I think about 2 years ago, they changed it so only 8 of the 12 jurors in the penalty phase, the sentencing phase, need to say, yes, the elements here, there's no mitigating circumstances, all the boxes are checked in favor of, yes, death penalty for this defendant. Only 8 of the 12, which is a little bit crazy because, I don't know, I think 12 people, all 12 people, there's times where all 12 people have gotten it wrong. And now you're saying all we need is for 8 people of 12? That's 3/4. That's 75%. We only need to get like a C grade to say, yep, death penalty. And that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. So, okay, and then so 3 of the defendants for Julio Fulio's case, also death penalty. So again, there's going to be, you need the 12, you need the unanimous 12 to convict in the guilt phase. But from guilt, after the guilty conviction, jury verdict, only 8 of 12, only 8 of 12 need to say, yep, death penalty. Miss Scorpio says being an introvert keeps me out of jail. Heck yeah, stay inside that house. Stay inside the house, keep you out of trouble. Because you never know. You never know. There's some stories where it's just straight up wrong place, wrong time. And that's it. There's nothing tying the person to whatever is inflicted upon them. Just wrong place, wrong time. So, but at the same time, I hope, also want people to enjoy life and not be afraid to enjoy life. But definitely, being an introvert can keep you out of trouble. So Jenny, what do I think of No Black People in Rocky's jury? Now, so from what I heard from, it was the Justice Serve podcast, they were talking about this a little bit. It wasn't like you get this pool of 100 people and you give them all the questionnaire and, you start to seat the jurors. You say, all right, we can't strike this person for cause. And we don't want to use one of our allotted strikes to strike this person. Both sides, nobody's striking this juror. So they're going to fill a seat. Move on to the next one. What about this person? And you're filling the seats as you go. Apparently here it's different than what I'm used to seeing, where they actually start with the seats filled. And then if they're not moving to extract somebody, strike somebody out of one of those seats, then there's no refilling, right? So there isn't really here's 100 people and we're going to aim to try to get these people on the pool. We've got these 12. if we think they're bad, we can strike them, but we only have limited strikes. So I think that might come into play a little bit. At the same time, I know there's a lot of concern, jury of peers, but could there be socioeconomic similarities? Could Joe Tacopina have felt, I actually think it's nice for, someone to, even if they're white, maybe they can relate to A$AP Rocky's status and the idea that somebody might be out for him for a cash grab. So I don't really know, like there's so many nuances here. And even I'm sure in the moment when it comes down to the voir dire process, the attorneys in the room, they've got to make play calls pretty quickly, like yes or no, do we want to keep this person? There was an article I shared yesterday but didn't read. Let's do that since we're on a lunch break now. Let's see. I forget where it was from. Maybe I should just go in my history. But it was about the jury selection. And we heard a little bit this morning. The prosecution brought it up. But Joe Tacopina, because of the new discovery on the eve of trial after the jury was already impaneled, I guess Joe Tacopina was a bit frustrated because perhaps, I'm assuming, voir dire, he might have looked for different criteria in not striking a juror based on this new stuff that was turned over to them after the jury was already impaneled. So it's too late for you to switch your voir dire process because you've already selected your 12. Let's see. Maybe this was it. We'll go. Let's see. Oh God, what are the ads doing? Stop it, I need an ad blocker. A$AP Rocky's lawyers look for favorable jurors on charges he fired gun at former friend. So nearly 100 jurors packed into a Los Angeles courtroom again on Wednesday with the possibility that they'll get to serve on the trial of A$AP Rocky, charged with firing a gun at a former friend. Lawyers for the hip-hop star, fashion mogul, and actor again raised the issue of the small number of black jurors in the pool. Okay, so there was a small number in the pool to begin with, saying they plan to appeal a judge's rejection of their request for a hearing on the matter. We're troubled by that, to say the least, Joe Tacopina said. We're in downtown Los Angeles, not a small town in Montana. The defense said that the geographic area that potential jurors were pulled from is 9% African American, but by their assessment of the room, less than 5% of those summoned were black. So, statistical analysis, 5% is clearly less than 9%. Out of 100 people, what's the margin of error here, right? Don't ask me to do stream math, especially statistics, but it is less than the pool. And that made it possible that no black juror would be seated. So the Reverend Al Sharpton said on social platform X that he's been following the proceedings and was critical of the racial makeup of the juror pool. So this is why I'm going to die a little bit if, maybe we'll see further in this article that Joe Tacopina said something about Al Sharpton. But the prosecution, he made some comment when arguing motions today, like talking to the press and the media, and he's like, Al Sharpton, really emphasized Al Sharpton as if the defense was speaking to the press and riling up Al Sharpton. If Al Sharpton made a comment on his own on X, why is the prosecution taking issue with that? So anyway, let's see if this is just Al Sharpton making his own comment on X without Joe Tacopina's involvement. So Al Sharpton said on X that he has been following the proceedings and was critical of the racial makeup of the juror pool. It's absolutely ridiculous that the jury will be not fair and representative, so as to deprive A$AP Rocky of a fair trial, the Post said. I'm monitoring this trial and challenging the Los Angeles District Attorney to ensure that fair and representative justice is afforded to A$AP Rocky. So without reading any further, it seems like the Los Angeles District Attorney is mad that they're getting called out here by somebody that has a following, right? I don't even think that this is, I know people have their criticisms and their praises for Al Sharpton. I think that's a bit irrelevant here. I think what we heard from the prosecution is, oh my God, stop, don't let Al Sharpton talk about us anymore, Your Honor. The defense is so bad, but Al Sharpton. Like, the judge declined to pause the trial for the appeal. Prosecutors resumed questioning of potential jurors, focusing on their attitudes towards police and celebrity. And this is what I actually heard more about. Deputy District Attorney John Lewin asked, all right, so one of those guys is Mr. Lewin. So I don't know which one, but one of those prosecutors is John Lewin. Asked how many of the 12 people in the jury box during the first round of questioning consider themselves fans of Rihanna, who is Rocky's longtime life partner and the mother of his 2 toddler sons. 4 said they were. So, again, they're starting with these 12 already in the jury box. This is not 100 people, and they have 0 seats filled, and they've got to take one by one from that pool of 100 and say, okay, this person's getting sat. 12 are already sat, and if one of them is struck, they can try to pull someone from that pool. So 4 of the 12 that were seated said they were fans of Rihanna. All right, Jenny says Lewin is the crybaby. Let's see. He asked them whether they'll worry about the effect that convicting Rocky on 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, which could lead to many years in prison, could have on Rihanna. You put it in my head, and now I'm like, oh, it would affect her, one woman in the jury box responded. Rocky, who is free on bail and has pleaded not guilty, sat at the defense table in a black suit. Rihanna's not in court. Rocky's mom and sister are in court. Before the jury panel was brought in, Superior Court Judge Mark Arnold asked him who the women were, and marveled at the youthful appearance of his mother, Renee Black. I saw people talking about this, that the judge was like calling the mom pretty. What were you, 7 when you had him? What? Oh my God. Oh my God, Judge. The judge asked. She said she was 26. You are very beautiful, the judge told her. That's on the record. Kill me. Oh my God. Okay. Jury selection began Tuesday after the 36-year-old Rocky, whose legal name is Rakim, sorry, I don't know how to say his middle name, Mayers, turned down a deal offering 180 days in jail, a 7-year suspended sentence, and 3 years probation if he would plead guilty to one of the 2 counts. So that super sweet plea deal. Nearly 100 potential jurors will remain in the courtroom as whatever. Other than dismissals for cause, each side can have 10 jurors dismissed without giving a reason, right? So each side has 10 strikes. The defense has used 4 of its challenges. Prosecutors used just 1. So this was written on like day 1 of jury selection. Or maybe that was the end of it. I think they sat the jury pretty quick the next day. They said they're happy with the jury as currently composed, but that may change. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a jury tomorrow, Arnold said at the end of court Wednesday. This is not going to go on forever. The trial was initially expected to last 3 weeks, but updated witness lists suggest it could be closer to 2 weeks. So we're actually trimming down, we're pruning down. Rocky has been named one of the celebrities at the Met Gala. His life could be upended. And this just goes into context of, there you go. I saw another article. It wasn't that long, but I did see it mention that Joe Tacopina, let me see if I can like search for something with police being the keywords. Let's see, I'll look at 2 more. And the court hasn't kicked back up. It's still just the lawn crime, waiting for lunch to be over banner. Yeah. Okay, so it would be weird, like, to make the comment, like, oh, you're beautiful, who is that? Like, on the record, hee hee hoo ha. Okay, maybe that's like... But to say, were you 7? So yeah, that's weird. That's very strange. Okay, Judge. One ASAP Rocky juror is very risky for rapper's case. So this was on the 23rd. The jury's set. However, Joe Tacopina, an attorney for A$AP Rocky, told Newsweek that the rapper's defense has nothing to hide in this case and that they wanted a juror who's familiar with firearms. So this is the expert witness, the firearm expert witness guy. Imagine he's on the list of Superior Court witnesses that the judge gave to Joe Tacopina of people that he could call at no charge now that they need an expert witness to respond to this ballistics evidence, the report that was turned over on the eve of trial. And we're getting A$AP Rocky's lawyers express concerns about the lack of Black people in the Los Angeles jury pool earlier this week. Details about the races, ethnicities, and genders of the final 12 jurors and 4 alternates are not available at the time of publication. All right. This is the case. What to know about this juror? One woman, a firearms instructor, told the court Thursday that she had a family history of legal experts. Legal experts journalist Megan Cuniff reported that the woman said her father was a criminal defense attorney, her uncle was a judge, and 4 of her cousins are lawyers, including a district attorney. All right, so here you go. Now, you are on the defense. You're the defense attorney. And again, I believe this is before this ballistics report came down, right? I think we're going to go with this firearms, this starter pistol. We just told the prosecution about it. Prosecution seems to get in a panic, but they have not yet done this late disclosure of this ballistics report. You're a defense attorney. You see a juror that's a firearms instructor. Now, this isn't necessarily just an expert thing. Seems like she teaches courses, which to me suggests she supports the idea of licensed carry, right? So certain things, gun owners, I get it a lot from the chat. I get it a lot from these discussions that, we get to actually see because of things like YouTube. Firearm owners take their responsibility very seriously, and they don't like when people don't take their responsibility as a firearms owner seriously, right? Because it's a huge safety issue, but it's also, don't mess this up for the rest of us, right? So as a defense attorney, perhaps you look at this woman who gives courses on firearms, which would suggest she's pro having a firearm. That kind of aligns nicely with and in any case, my client was licensed to carry, and so was his management team, right? So also, she had a family history of legal experts. Criminal defense attorney. So we're not just a family of district attorneys. We have people in the family that are on both sides. This sounds like one heck of a holiday dinner table setup. So there you go. I can see why you would, this person could be fair. It could be maybe even helpful towards us, the arguments that we plan to make. Another selected female alternate juror is an entertainment lawyer. So there you go. Do you think an entertainment lawyer could cozy up, could warm up to the idea of someone making something up to get money? You think an entertainment lawyer's ever heard of someone lying for that reason? And again, we talked about yesterday why would somebody lie? There are people, and I would argue, of course people lie, of course people tell the truth. But there are people that have never really experienced somebody lying on them. Maybe a little white lie, right? You don't look fat in the dress. But there are people that have not experienced, a serious impact on their life or, direct impact on the life of someone very close to them that started with someone maliciously lying on them or that other person that they're close to. There are people that can't conceive of it because they've never had it happen to them, right? So for me, if I heard someone's an entertainment lawyer, you've got to cross all the T's, dot all the I's, maybe things like non-disclosure agreements. You might be familiar with someone trying to run it up, right? So I can see why this would be a good pick. This would be a good pick. And also an entertainment lawyer, pro prosecution. If the prosecution's concerned that the jury is going to be razzle-dazzled by A$AP Rocky and or his connection to Rihanna, an entertainment lawyer who's used to busy LA running into celebrities, they're not going to be razzle-dazzled, right? So I think a fair person to sit on both sides with that limited context. Prosecutors excused a woman who would have been an alternate after she said she was a digital creator who creates viral moments and was very much so aware of A$AP Rocky's celebrity status. So I'm assuming she answered, they're probably like, are you aware that A$AP Rocky's a celebrity? Very much so. Maybe that was her answer since they're quoting it here. But shout out, is this like YouTuber, TikToker? Shout out to them. They also dismissed a man who stated his distrust in law enforcement. So this is the prosecution. This is interesting. Prosecutors dismissed a man who stated his distrust in law enforcement after his father beat his mother during his childhood, and police in Nebraska didn't do anything to help. So prosecution used one of their strikes on this guy. Kuniv also reported that A$AP Rocky's legal team dismissed a man who said his cousin was a Los Angeles police officer on the witness list, although prosecutors said he won't be called to testify. So this is the defense's strike. A police officer, or a cousin of a police officer who could have testified, right? And that kind of makes sense, right? You know, if your relative gets on the stand, you might be inclined for no reason other than your connection, you know, you're related to them, to find them more credible, right? So, what do we got? Did something miss? Won't be called to testify. And this is Mom. So we've got Mom. Shout out to Mom. So A$AP Rocky and his mother Renee Black arrive at the Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center on January 22nd. This guy's face back here. Michael McAuliffe responds. Attorney Michael McAuliffe told Newsweek on Thursday that the female juror, who is a firearms instructor, could have a great impact on the jurors. So think deliberations room. You've got this lady back there. The advantage is she can easily understand the information about guns and bullets. So she's not me. She's like, I think like Peter Steele in the chat. We've had a few of you in here. This juror is you guys. So if you guys want to role play as the firearms instructor, give us your insights as a mock model juror, that would be awesome. The advantage is she can easily understand the information about guns and bullets, but the potential downside is she'll become, in effect, an expert witness for the other jurors, he said. McAuliffe added that it appears A$AP Rocky's defense team used only 7 of 10 peremptory challenges during the final jury selection. Now, I think this is where the judge on day 1, not today, we didn't really get into this today, but yesterday, the stream feed kind of started suddenly, and the judge said something to the effect of, well, I didn't really think you had an issue with the jury pool. And I think it would stem from, you had 10 challenges, you could have struck 10 times, but you only used 7 of them. So you didn't exhaust, right? If there was an issue, you could have at least tried to get rid of 3 of the issues and try to funnel somebody back into the seat. And again, that's a product of it being a seat filling exercise, or a seat extraction exercise, because they're already 12 sat, right? So I don't know. Let's see. And again, so honeypot, yeah, they didn't use all their strikes. And again, I can see why, if it's the case that, hey, we're okay with this jury, and then we get new information disclosed by the prosecution between this jury pool. We had 3 strikes left, but we said, that's fine. We're fine with it as it is. We're waiving our right to strike 3 more, challenge more jurors. But then we find out something new that would have changed the course of our voir dire process and our strategy during voir dire. I can see that being a valid argument, right? Because maybe if you had different questions about this ballistics report, maybe you would have used all 10 and ran out and then been able to say, look, there's problems here. The pool isn't an accurate reflection of the community. Look at the sample size. It doesn't line up. It's not proportionate. We've done the best that we can. We've used all 10. This is an issue that's outside of our hands that having these 10 peremptory challenges cannot alone cure. And we've exhausted them. Now we're in this weird limbo scenario where the prosecution introduced something after the jury was impaneled. So, yeah. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I'm a gun expert because I watched the Rush trial. I mean, kind of relevant here a little bit, you know? Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Is this the end of the article? Let's finish the article and then I'll see what you guys are saying. If that's accurate, it's mystifying why the defense would keep a firearms instructor on the jury, given the firearm charges, he said. The defense must believe something else about the juror outweighs her expertise about firearms. It's a very risky maneuver. So Nima Rahmani responds. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani also called the female firearms instructor, very risky for both the defense and prosecution. The legal analyst told Newsweek on Thursday that a juror with this kind of experience can sway the entire jury. What you want if you're the prosecution, this isn't the strongest case in the world, so maybe prosecutors firmly believe this person is in their camp and on their side. But if she's not, she can easily hang the panel. She can even result in an acquittal, Rahmani said. So, now Tacopina added to his statement to Newsweek. Shame on any lawyer who opines who is or isn't good juror for either side without being in the courtroom or without knowing a stitch of evidence. They are clearly looking to get their name in the press. Maybe they should try a case and then comment on that case. And I think we heard this comment referenced today in those arguments. Joe Tacopina himself said, no, I commented on their comments about the jury panel. Right? So technically that comment came after the jury was impaneled. Yes, Your Honor. But I was commenting on their comments about the jury panel. That's it. So we heard Tacopina talk about that today during the I Squabble session. And then it goes on. Stuff about Joe Tacopina. Okay, we get more about the jury. Let me see. I'm not missing anything. Tacopina and another attorney for ASAP Rocky, Chad Siegel, raised issues with the jury pool this week. Siegel argued that the pool should be stricken because of the 106 potential jurors. Of the 106, only 5 were black, hence that's not even 5%. Not representing the 9% of black people who make up LA's population. Judge Mark Arnold rejected this argument, saying, there's no authority that requires any particular percentage of any ethnicity on a jury. Coming from Kunif reporting. What happens next? With the jury set, trial began on Friday. There we go. There we go. That's the end of the jury article there. So, I don't know if this one here. This looks like a SEO blog. Scratch that. Scratch that. Yeah, so what are you guys saying? What are you guys thinking? And I don't know, I kind of like, I think it was kind of an unnecessary and an aggressive comment for Joe Tacopina, like, legal commentary. Shouldn't be making commentary unless you're in the courtroom. I get it, he was a bit aggressive with that. But at the same time, there is some truth there, right? Like, we don't actually know what Joe Tacopina or the prosecutors, the defense team or the prosecution team, were thinking when they chose to, for example, not strike this firearms expert, right? Neither of them made that decision, and we can speculate why. I don't really know unless they tell us flat out. And even then, if someone tells you their why, is it always complete? Is it always 100% the why? So, let's see. Sabata's laughing at stream math. Jenny says it's because he was a Wawa baby. I can't get over that. I can't. And the camera was panned on him. So actually, I'm wondering if he was making motions before that. Because at that moment where Joe Tacopina does the emote, the law and crime camera was on him and wasn't even showing. I don't think the prosecutor that was currently speaking was even in the frame anymore. That camera was like, look at Joe, and he goes, oh my God, a whole day. Shayna Pettigrew says because they losing, down bad already. Don't want no big Al bringing attention to their crap case. And that's the thing, like, I really don't see the connection. Is the prosecutor trying to insinuate that the only reason someone could say, hey, that jury pool doesn't seem like a jury of peers, it seems disproportionate? Was the prosecution today trying to say that Al Sharpton or anybody couldn't have come to that kind of conclusion or opinion on their own, if not prodded by the defense in this case? Because that's outlandish to me. That's basically the prosecution saying you guys in the chat can't have opinions, that I can't have an opinion. And if I do have an opinion, it's influenced, it's again, it's prodded, it's pushed, sticks and carrots by the defense counsel. And at the same time, in the interest of justice, I think the public has a right not just to know the makeup of the jury pool, you know, don't give me any personally identifying information, protect their identities, whatever. But should we not know what the makeup of a jury pool is? Is it wrong for us to know that and have conversations about it? Like, it just seemed, again, they're down bad, it seems whiny. And these are the things that make me sympathetic to the defense, separate from the actual facts of the trial, right? That's a separate thing that's making me feel green. Some of the facts of the trial, helpful to the defense. But the way that the prosecution wants to maneuver and the things they want to complain about. Oh, who cares if we disclose something really late? That's fine when we do it. But let the defense not disclose everything that we want them to disclose, even though we're not entitled to receive the information we wish we had. And we're going to spend 15 minutes arguing to the judge when the judge wants to get the jury out. So, you know, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, Martha says, good judge, no law. And it has been interesting. He's like, that's it. I've made my decision. Brad, shout out to Ian Runkle. Brad says, I'm a Lord of the Rings expert because I watch Runkle. So everyone in the chat, we're doing this exercise again. What's something you're an expert in? What's something you're an expert in now because you've watched enough of it? Speaking of Ian Runkle, if you guys, you know, rest in peace, Legal Vices. Ian Runkle did mention that Legal Vices, and thanks to you guys in the chat, a lot of you guys helped get his subscriber count up to 100,000 posthumously. And YouTube, his son was able to relay that YouTube has the correct information. They're mailing, it's like a silver placard play button that YouTube mails out to creators when they hit 100K subscribers. And he was able to hit that goal posthumously, and the family's going to get that play button. So that was really, really good news to hear last night. So shout out, and random shout out also to Ian Runkle and the Lord of the Rings comparison here. That's hilarious. Okay, so Jenny's saying 12 are white, the 4 alternates are 2 white, 1 Hispanic, 1 Asian. So yeah, and I can see this too. So Elijah says, is it pronounced Elijah? Elijah, I think, sorry if I'm saying it wrong, peers are not defined with race, so I feel that argument is used to divide minorities. I really think this juror issue, I feel like there's a possibility he took issue just to have the argument in his pocket, and maybe it had extra life to it after this disclosure of late evidence by the prosecution. So, yeah, Violet says, I don't care what race the jury is as long as it is paying attention to the facts. And I'm not going to get into it because I don't have I'm the same boat. Like, I've seen it a bit in the Courtney Clenny case. You know, the victim, Christian Obumseli, I believe, and people had to educate me on, like, the whole concept of someone being a foundational Black American versus a tether. And they got into it in the chat. Like, there are people, and I think this is unfair. You can dislike somebody for maybe their attitudes or their views on things. But at the same time, when it comes down to a trial, the facts of the trial should be the facts of the trial, right? You've got to try to look at the evidence. And there are some people that I think said some really hurtful things because Courtney Clenny happens to be white. Christian Obumseli happens to be Black. And there's like an additional layer there. And maybe I'm not in a position to understand, but there were people that really felt like he deserved to be killed by a white girl just because he was dating a white girl instead of dating like whoever. And I think it's fair to have your feelings on things, but I don't think that's the way. Can you imagine? I don't think that's the way a juror should sit and look at, did somebody do this thing or not? Right? So those things are always always a concern. And if you come in with a Joe Tacopina type of approach where you just look at the skin color, can you actually sort out something that could be very bad or very good for the victim or for the defendant in that case just by looking at someone's skin tone? So there you are. And I know I think there's been a little bit here. I don't think I've seen it rise to the level, but there's been a recall on ASAP Rocky saying something to the effect of, I live in LA, and, when it comes to, maybe it was Michael Brown. It was a specific example that the quote, that was the time frame of it. I think it was Michael Brown. He made a statement like, I live in LA, I'm whatever, I'm an artist, I'm not an advocate. I don't know the verbatim quote, but people have pulled that quote, and it's fine if you don't care about his case or his fate as an opinion outside the courtroom. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But it's scary that there could be somebody that makes it on a jury pool that would decide a case just off that sentiment alone, regardless of the facts available to them. So, but yeah, and I think, maybe in this type of situation, an attorney that might not be able to relate, you've got to kind of work with your client then, and maybe your client can guide you, give you the insights on, this might not be so good for me because there might be people that would look at this a certain way. And then maybe the attorney could come up with questions in the voir dire process that would address those issues. That's why I always like the concept of treating your client, and your client might not always have the right strategy in mind. They might not understand why you say something's a better strategy to take based on the evidence available. Clients lie to their attorneys. I know this is a rabbit hole, but in a very simplistic way, I think there's value in defense attorneys listening to their client, because it can tune them into things that they might not be aware of based on their own experience. So, let's see. Yep, Shamina says, sadly, race can often play a part in things. If I were on trial, I would want some people who look like me on my jury. I agree. I definitely agree. I would say, even people that can just understand your situation, your background, and certain language things. There are people that could have sat on that jury for the YSL trial, that could have taken at face value every single interpretation of a lyric or whatever the case that, Love was arguing, Love was asserting, one of the gang experts was asserting. This is the only thing that can mean, this is the only reason somebody would be doing these things. Nobody would ever make an Instagram post like this if not because they were admitting to having just committed a crime on Instagram. Scarily enough, if you don't see people on a jury pool that say, no, that's ridiculous, your fate could really be screwed because people don't understand. So, I've really loved and appreciated that the jurors from the YSL trial spoke and were willing to speak. And as much as I disagree with Juror 409, I still think it's important to see Juror 409 exists. Juror 409 could have been on that panel. So, I think it's always good for a defense attorney to make a jury of peers. This is not a jury of peers. The thing that sucks, and this goes beyond an attorney making the argument, is appeals courts put a lot of trust in the judicial discretion, right? So if you have an issue with the way a jury is impaneled, you have to make that issue in the moment with the judge, and then the judge gets to make their decision. Let's talk about the postman's gambit. And this is something I learned about. This is an actual term. A prosecutor relied on this technique so often and bragged about it that it became a coined term, the postman's gambit. Let's see. So we're going over to Missouri. Let's get down to it. Postman. All right, so I'll link to this article here so you can read it in full, because it does go into the details of specific cases, specific convictions, where there were issues with the impanelment of the jury, where, defense tried to raise the issue. Like, the prosecution striking my client's black, and you're striking all of the jurors on the panel that are black. And now there's only white people remaining. And they raise the issue with the judge. The judge is like, well, that wasn't the reason they struck the person. Right? Crazy. So here's the full article. But here's what I'm talking about with the Postman's Gambit. Again, this is down in Missouri. Let's just read the whole thing. We probably have time. So, in Missouri, racial composition of juries is a matter of life or death penalty. Kevin Johnson, scheduled to be executed by the state of Missouri on November 29th, a jury of 6 white and 6 black members deadlocked on whether he was guilty of first-degree murder or a lesser charge. When he went back for a second trial, he ended up with just 3 black jurors and a guilty verdict of first-degree murder. No less than the great defense attorney Clarence Darrow believed that more than lawyers' rhetoric, more than the evidence, a verdict of guilt or innocence for many defendants. And chat, do you agree? Many defendants, the fate, more than the lawyer's rhetoric or the evidence, the fate can rest on the 12 people judging them. Never forget, he wrote, almost every case has been won or lost when the jury is sworn. So Shamina, this is why this is so important. The theory may sound like hyperbole, but people who study trials have found plenty of evidence that there's something to it, and that a jury's racial composition in particular can have a huge impact, says Peter Joy, a professor of law and director of the Criminal Justice Clinic at Washington University School of Law. Every study ever done shows that a diverse jury leads to better deliberations. Jurors forced to be in a room with people from different backgrounds discuss the case longer, the studies show, and are more likely to perform effective fact-finding, mitigating their individual biases. On the flip side, all white juries convict black people more often than they do white people. Yet many jurors have very few, if any, black members, even when drawing from communities with significant black populations, and even when life and death are at stake. In 2014 and 2015, 4 black men who'd been sentenced to death in St. Louis County were executed by lethal injection. Of those 4, 2 had been sentenced by all white juries, even though the county was then 20% black, and it's illegal to remove jurors for their race or religion. So this is where we're going to start getting into the Postman's Gambit concept. How does that happen? Legal experts blame what are called peremptory challenges. Their use in St. Louis County is now front and center in the case of Kevin Johnson, who's scheduled to die by lethal injection next Tuesday, November 29th. Lawyers can always strike a juror for cause. For example, our victim may be ill-equipped to bring impartial judgment to the case, or a cop, or even someone married to a cop, might have trouble fairly judging a police officer accused of assault, right? So those are, you've experienced this thing that you've been a victim of this thing that this person's being charged with doing to someone else. It can strike you with cause because you might not be able to, really look at this from a factual lens. Peremptory challenges are different. In these more limited cases, lawyers can strike a juror without explanation, and for the most spurious of reasons. For example, my client sitting next to me can feel like they've got the wrong vibe, and they can strike for that, Joy explains. But they can't strike for race, or religion, or gender. The Supreme Court made that clear in 1986 in Batson v. Kentucky, which has led to what are being called Batson challenges. If defense attorneys argue that a juror is being struck due to their race, the prosecution must then offer a race-neutral reason. The judge then decides if the defense has made the case that the strike was improper. Some experts believe the standard asks way too much of the defense. Joy notes that the Supreme Court has found that prosecutors' explanations don't have to be persuasive or even plausible. It's enough if there is facial validity. Basically, as long as it could be true, a judge can accept it. As a result, in practice, Karen Kraft, a former public defender who led Missouri's Capital Litigation Division, so death penalty cases, says judges solemnly balked at peremptory strikes. So judges doesn't move the needle for them. Even in the death penalty cases she specialized in. She recalls an instance when a prosecutor struck a black juror from a death penalty case, and in chambers, came hard at the judge as he weighed the back and forth over Batson. The prosecutor said to the judge, "If you tell me I can't make the strike, you're calling me a racist." The judge backed down. The black juror was struck. So, Prosecutor said, you can't let this Batson challenge stand. You can't challenge me for striking this juror because you'd be calling me a racist. And according to this scenario, the judge just backed down. Most of the time, judges do not want to outlaw a strike, Kraft says, and when they allow it, appellate courts tend to defer to them. Booker T. Shaw was a St. Louis prosecutor and circuit judge before being appointed to the Missouri Court of Appeals. He's now a partner, Thomas & Coburn. He says he didn't see dubious peremptory strikes during his years on the trial court bench, although he acknowledges that, as a black judge, his very presence may have discouraged lawyers from being too aggressive. His experience is one reason he became convinced that appeals courts should err on the side of trusting the judge who is in the room. It's one of those things where you have to rely on the intelligence and sensitivity of the judge to observe what's going on in that place or time in his or her courtroom, he says. You're looking at a dry transcript of what happened, so you're not watching a YouTube replay. I believe the vast majority of judges are fair and impartial. You have to trust their instincts on it. And so once a black juror is struck, appellate courts can be loath to second guess that. What do you think of this sentiment? What do you think of this sentiment, guys? So, for Kraft's client, Herbert Smalls, who was sentenced to death by an all-white jury in 1992 and later executed, Prosecutor Dean Waldemar, that's the name, this is the name, struck the final black juror from the pool. Challenged by defense attorneys, he claimed he had a policy against postal workers. So this is the reason he's given, the facial explanation. It's been my experience in the 9 years that I've been a prosecutor. This is a quote from Waldemar. It's been my experience in the 9 years that I've been a prosecutor that I treat people who work as mail sorters and as mail carriers for the U.S. Postal Office with great suspicion, Waldemar explained, according to St. Louis Magazine. So he's doing this interview and saying this. In my experience, in many of the trials that I've had, they are very disgruntled, unhappy people with the system, and make every effort to strike back. Well, maybe that was the reason. This is the article speaking now. Or maybe it was the fact that the majority of postal workers in St. Louis County are black, says Kraft. That was typical. Waldemar's technique earned him infamy in activist circles, which dubbed it the Postman's Gambit. But it didn't leave a mark on Waldemar's name. He's now a St. Louis County judge. Some states have decided they're uncomfortable with the Batson standard. In Washington, the rules now hold that instead of facial validity, a judge should view peremptory strikes from what a reasonable, average person would think, a higher standard for prosecutors. If it looks like a duck, a reasonable, average person may well conclude it's a duck, no matter how much the prosecutor protests. This is snarky writing here from NPR. Arizona has gone even further. It's outlawed peremptory challenges entirely. Now, if prosecutors want to strike a juror, they must show cause. Such reforms didn't even seem to be on the table here. There is no groundswell to change things in Missouri, Joy says dryly. That's even though, by the end of her long career in 2016, Kraft says she hadn't seen much change in pattern or practice. Judges seldom seem sympathetic to Batson challenges unless they were in the small group who've been struck down for getting it wrong with previous cases. So that's interesting. So basically, if you've already gotten called out for doing it once, it's easier for us to say, yeah, you did it again. But otherwise, they kept excusing black jurors. You couldn't blame a defense attorney on capital cases for losing hope. But Kraft hasn't. She doesn't agree with Clarence Darrow on jury selection. I do think you can win people over, she says. I've had a lot of white jurors who've been very, very sympathetic to my black clients. I think it's possible to do it. It all depends on what they hear. It can turn the tide. Now, this is a lot of, it's possible, can, depends. Even so, she adds, I certainly think that people have received the death penalty who didn't deserve it, for sure, including some of my clients. Barring a last-minute reprieve, one client she cites as not deserving, Kevin Johnson, who killed a Kirkwood cop at age 19, will be among them next week. Johnson's 2 juries included both black and white jurors, but not for a lack of trying on the prosecution's part. As an independent prosecutor detailed in a November 15th motion seeking to vacate Johnson's conviction, then prosecuting attorney Bob McCulloch saw a death penalty conviction overturned by Missouri Supreme Court just weeks before Johnson's trial. So in a separate case, the prosecuting attorney in Kevin's case had the Supreme Court of Missouri overturn one of the conviction with the specific finding against Bob that the prosecution's stated explanations for striking a black juror were implausible and merely a pretext to exercise a peremptory strike for racially discriminatory reasons. So we found he did it in this one case. But what about Kevin Johnson's case? Seeking to avoid the same fate in Johnson's trial, McCulloch tried a novel strategy. He chose to make fewer peremptory strikes than he was allotted, apparently calculating that the judge would then strike potential jurors in numerical order, which in this case would eliminate 4 black jurors. The judge confirmed that he would indeed make the strikes, but stated that he'd followed his long-standing practice of taking race into account, ensuring that reducing the remaining juror pool to the final 12 jurors would not result in the arbitrary elimination of blacks. McCulloch called the rule silly and bizarre. He asked, if I don't have 9 people I don't strike, why am I being penalized? It was an incriminating response, suggesting that the judge, being mindful of black representation on the jury, penalized the prosecution. So we're back, you guys. That was some interesting reading I came across when I was looking at the Marcellus Williams appeal. And since then, Marcellus Williams has been executed, even when the prosecutor, a lot of people were advocating to take the death penalty off the table. The Supreme Court of Missouri agreed, but then I think we had the Attorney General step in and say, nope, Supreme Court can't make that decision. And just crazy to hear. So I'll share the link to that article again if you want to revisit it. There's that there. But yeah, crazy stuff. And again, I mean, somebody could do something, the manifest reason they give, I did this because they're a postal worker. And then the latent reason they're not stating, right? So how do you catch someone on a Batson violation, an improper strike of a juror? How do you catch them when someone can come up with any old reason on the surface and say, that's why, that's not why? So just crazy. Justin Tabee says, I've had a personal interaction with Bob McCulloch. He's nauseating. I can imagine. Oh boy. Well, I think that's heavy stuff, you guys. It's always sad to talk about, death penalty cases. I personally agree with the sentiment. Sometimes your fate is sealed when the jury pool is sat, right? I think maybe more often than not. And that's a scary prospect. So we'll get back into this here. I think we still got Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown. That's her name. Brown Martin. Leah Martin.
The apartment you were in was closed, and I believe... Did
it start in the middle? Yeah, so the sound just comes on in the middle before they get the camera feed going.
The big building here to the left?
Yes.
And I believe you said before lunch that the apartment you were in was closer or farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, right?
Yes, correct.
Up 7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out. Were you on the balcony or were you looking out the window?
Both. I started out on the balcony, and then as things progressed, went inside to the windows.
So at the point where you saw them then walking down Argyle after the parking garage altercation, were you inside or outside of the apartment?
Outside.
And then when the men turned onto Selma, were you still inside or outside of the apartment?
We moved inside.
Okay. So at the point where you described you saw the men arrive here at Selma and Vista Del Mar, you were inside of your apartment?
Correct.
And what is the first thing that you recall seeing when you saw the men arrive at that intersection?
They were in this parking lot, and I couldn't hear anything, but it appeared that there was some kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. You could just tell that the vibe changed, and then they appeared to argue, and then there appeared to be a gun pulled, and then 2 shots fired. It appeared that someone fell down. There were some cars, so I didn't see what happened to that person, which is why I called 911. And then people ran off. Someone ran through the El Centro apartments, another scattered. And that, at that point, is kind of why I called, because I didn't see the third person, so I was like, I hope they're okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of go step by step through what you just said. The first part of your statement that you said, the words you used were the vibe changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you described there being an altercation. Did you see any physical contact between any of the three men?
No, it appeared to me that they were maybe exchanging words.
Okay. The man with the, well, how many of the men did you see produce guns?
One.
And what, if anything, did you see that man do?
He appeared to be closer to the El Centro apartments, and it was more of like a jump back and pulled out a gun and then fired twice, or appeared to fire twice. And then everyone just, the people that I could see, dispersed very quickly.
You keep referencing the El Centro apartments.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to point the direction you're talking about on this exhibit where those apartments would be?
These ones here.
Okay. So the direction that you're talking about that person taking on the street, can you kind of show us with the pointer on this exhibit?
It happened inside a parking lot, so from this looks different to how it did when I lived there. So, but it appeared that they could access, like ran through here towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Generally, are you saying though running away from Selma?
Yes.
Okay. And that the first person that you saw heading that direction was the man with the gun?
Yes. They kind of dispersed at the same time, and one went kind of through El Centro from what I could see, and the other one, it happened very fast.
Okay. You said it appeared that the man with the gun discharged the gun twice, were your words, correct?
Yes.
What about the situation made you believe that he had discharged it?
The sound?
Could you actually hear two gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. The same time that you saw that man with the gun doing that jumping motion that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm going to mark my next exhibit, the DVD and the transcript.
All right, the DVD, this is the 911 call?
Yes.
All right, that will be equals 8. And the transcript is 9. Do you have enough transcript for everybody?
I believe I do, Your
All
Honor.
right, Alice, can you distribute those, please? Yes, sir. Do you have transcript?
Here, and then you mark the transcript.
All right. So that's the one? Oh, I do. Oh, we're missing one.
We got it.
Everybody's got a transcript?
audio recording on this, Your Honor. I'm just going to play it all the way through.
I just realized the name placard for the assistant is also wood. It's a whole theme.
It's gotta be louder.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's been a shooting.
Did you see it or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left on Selma, so we heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartment for El Centro Apartments, and someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun, and he shot, and I think the guy who shot was a blue.
Let's focus on the guy with the handgun, with the black card, black agent.
He was black. They were all black.
Everyone put their clothes back there.
He was wearing a black hoodie.
All black.
I was on the 7th floor, so this is just what I can see from the picture.
Can you still know where you are, or do you know where he is?
No, they all ran away in different directions. 2 of them ran like towards the El Centro apartment.
Let's focus on the guy that had the handgun. You know which way he went?
I think he went to the left.
I know he I just saw all of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
3 went towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Alright, but I really want to focus on the guy that had the handgun. You said had the handgun, I want to know which way he went. If he went in the direction of Terrell, did he go east or west, north, south, toward what apartment?
I think he went north.
Alright, okay.
I think he went north towards Wine, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's where we kind of ran inside together.
Okay. And do we know if anyone injured? Anyone found any medical assistance?
We're not sure. I saw someone go down, but there's a building in the way, so I'm not sure if they ran away.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Leah.
Leah. Alright. And your phone number is
Yes.
And just to confirm from where you are, from where you can't see anything from down, you can't see anything in any of the commotion at all?
No, I'm on the 7th floor, so there's a building that kind of blocks it.
Okay, alright, no problem. I'll go ahead and I'll get the information with that, please, and I'll put it here as well, okay?
Alright, thank you.
Alright, this is Martin Brown in the call. Have you ever heard that call before?
No.
We never heard the call.
No.
In the call, you described 4 men, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the day of this incident, as you're talking to the 911 operator, your
Memory's better.
because you were observing it?
Yes.
Okay. The only other question I want to ask you to clarify is, in the call, you said 3 of the men ran towards Hollywood Boulevard, and I put people's 1 back up on the screen. From the parking lot that you're describing, where would the men have gone to go to Hollywood Boulevard?
I assume up the middle of the apartments. This was a very long time ago.
Okay, that's fair. But I just mean generally, it would be from the parking lot here towards the top of the page, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That was a bit leading. So what the prosecution's trying to do there is reinforce that if she can remember that they went in a certain direction, and we have other evidence to show that that is in fact the direction that everybody went, her memory, her contemporaneous memory, her memory at the time of the 911 call is credible, and the other details could also be credible. Right? That was very leading on the part of the prosecutor.
Did you actually see the police arrive after you called 911?
Yes.
Did you go down and speak to the police while they were there?
No, I said I didn't want to speak to them when they called me back.
Why was it that you didn't want to speak to the police officers?
Because I absolutely did not want to be involved. I was only calling in case someone was hurt.
I should ask too, the female voice that we hear on that call, do you recognize that to be you?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
The witness. Pass the witness.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mark Brown. You and I have never spoken to each other, right?
We have not.
In fact, yesterday, you refused to speak with the investigator from the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's Exhibit number 7, which is right behind you. Where is your balcony in that picture there? Can you see it from there?
Here.
I'm just, okay. Of course. Sure. All right. You know what? Yeah, that's. Small round. You just before just circle that, please.
Which exhibit is that? 7?
People 7. So you were up there when you observed what you described, correct?
Correct.
And you said the vibe changed at one point?
Yes.
You could tell from up there that there was the vibe shift?
Yeah, they seem to move further away from one another.
Okay. And where did the person you said you thought the person went down, where did the person go down?
From,
Take your point.
oh, sorry.
It's all right.
From where my balcony is, as you can see, there are some buildings.
Yeah.
So most of what happened was in further towards the center of the car park where there were no cars. When someone went down, they went near the cars and that obscured my view.
Show us at that point where all the stuff happened before you.
So in the middle here and then towards this kind of wall where the cars are parked as well. That
So-
kind of obscured a little bit at the end.
Just, Barbara, just focus on that one person. So
This
your
is green.
testimony that what you observed from your 7th floor balcony all occurred inside the car park.
The last part, yeah.
Okay, the part where there was the scuffling, the sound of the gun.
Yes.
And 2 people, and someone going down.
Yes.
That was inside the car park?
Yes.
Closer to the back wall of the car park where that tent is, that tent over there?
No, it was kind of in this area from what I could observe. It appeared to be
This area meaning what?
in the middle.
Middle of the car park?
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, she first indicated what looks like a blue tent towards the back of the building. That's what counsel was asking about. The witness then indicated further up and she pointed the thing by a white pickup truck. Is that agree, counsel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But at that point,
Yeah.
point that you know. So around here, we're talking about what you saw from the balcony here?
Directly in the middle of the area, and then we could see the tail end of the parked cars when it occurred. So that's what obscured the end when someone fell.
So they weren't over here on the street, right?
Honestly, from that vantage point, it could have appeared that street was part of it, but I thought it occurred in the car park. But again, I was on a 7th floor balcony.
Okay. Aside from that, by the way, who was with you? I heard no voice.
My ex-partner and my old roommate.
2 other people.
Yes.
And what's their names?
Do I have Joachim Unge, and then another friend of mine who does not want to be identified.
Okay, what was the first one? Sorry.
Joachim Unge. He's Swedish.
Could we have a spelling likely for the record?
JOAKIMUNGE.
That's one individual.
Yes.
And there was a second one?
Yes.
And the second one,
She does not wish to be identified.
she told you that?
Yes.
Explain why she doesn't wish to be identified.
Probably because she doesn't want to be doing what I'm doing
So
right
please
now.
don't do that. Okay. By the way, we talked about it, and I heard on the 911 call, you said that there was a building that in part obstructed some of your view, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything else interfere with your ability to proceed that night?
Drinking?
Potentially.
Potentially what?
It was a Saturday evening.
Okay, what else happened on that Saturday that potentially would have impaired your ability
No.
to proceed?
So we were watching movies, and I had a hit of a joint.
You had what?
I had a hit of a joint.
Hey, Aussies, what does that mean?
So-
No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
You had used the joint in marijuana?
Yeah.
You used marijuana that night before observing what you saw, correct?
Very lightly.
Very lightly. Did you tell that to the police that night when they called you back?
No, I just said I didn't want to speak to police.
Okay. And I think you said on that 911 call, we just heard it, so I don't have to replay it for you, but the apartment you were at the time was up on the 7th floor, right? I have that right, 7th floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it was on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Yeah.
And let's put up people's one, can I do that for me? Oh. I didn't plan.
Your Honor, it looks like it's working out here. This is not past discussions, it's about speed bump something. They're very well good.
We get Barn again.
Look at the co-counsel smiling.
Did it?
And it's not just that she could have been high. She had a movie playing that could have had sound effects, right?
Okay, so that's, you saw that before people, so that's a little crooked. So just straighten it out for a second. That's people's one, correct? That's what you saw before, it's Matt behind you, right? Miss Mark Brown.
Yes.
So, before hearing what you believe to be a gunshot or two gunshots, you saw people fighting in the street.
Having an altercation, yes.
Um,
But I did say that part of it was obscured by the top of the car park's roof.
Okay. As a matter of fact, what you just said on that 911 call was that there were four men and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned up on the south, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was at the time.
Yes,
That-
it had just happened.
Right, so your recollection obviously would have been much better than
Yes.
today.
I have not, the first I've heard of this again was literally a week and a half ago, so you can excuse me for being a little shady on the details.
They didn't think this was going to trial.
It's almost 4 years later.
Yeah.
But, what he said back then on that 911 call would have been accurate,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's your ability anyway.
Yes.
Despite whatever. After you said those four men were kind of fighting, walking along Argyle, they turned left onto Selma. After that happened, you saw these people turn left onto Selma Avenue, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you heard yelling, according to your 911 call, right?
Okay.
And then you saw people starting to run, according to the 911, correct?
Yes, correct.
And according to your 911 call, only after you heard the yelling and saw people starting to run, you saw what you believed being done, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police that after seeing someone pull out the gun, he shot it.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, that happened after the people turned left from Selma Avenue.
Correct.
And the street they turned left onto before you heard the shot was Vista Del Mar.
I wasn't sure what the street name was, I just knew that there was like a car park there, but yes, if according to that map, yes.
Assuming that map is right.
Correct.
Right, okay. Obviously, from your sense about you didn't see a bullet or anything come out of that gun, right? You just heard a sound.
I saw flashes,
Okay.
but I heard shots, I saw flashes, but I obviously can't see from that.
Correct. And obviously you didn't see anyone get hit, particular, and you thought you saw someone go down, right?
I saw someone go down, I didn't know if they'd been hit or not, and that's why I called 911.
Right. And you didn't know, and by the way, I think you said on the direct here today, your testimony today, and again, I know it was several years later, it appeared someone may have had a gun involved, but you're not sure because you were on the 7th floor. You both saying that this morning, when you were at testimony?
Was that when you were when they were talking about underneath the parking structure, or in the actual open? Because if we're talking about when there was the altercation on Argyle, then I couldn't have been sure because it was under a roof and I was on the 7th floor. But when it was in the car park, it appeared to be a gun. Because otherwise, why would it make noise and flash?
Okay.
Saw flashes.
Now, it's your testimony that you saw someone going down.
They've got to do the starter gun argument.
Oh, I'm so
Your
sorry.
testimony that you saw someone going down.
Yes.
All right, and according to you, you think the person who was shot was wearing blue clothing.
I said that in the 911 call. As of this moment, I do not recall.
Yes, I know you'd be good if you was walking around, right? No one suggested you should, as you sit here today, remember exactly what you saw back in November of 2020. I'm basing my questions, your answers on your 911 call, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So what's in
Sorry.
that 911 call is really what we should be relying on, right? Yes?
Yes.
That's an objectionable question.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, is there anything in your 911 call you wish to correct today?
No, there's not. Again, I have been as accurate as possible with the time that has passed. I'm just here to give testimony and then leave, hopefully. Yes.
You will, yes, please.
Thank you.
Anyway, according to your 911 call, you thought that person who was shot was wearing blue clothing, right?
According to my 911 call, yes.
And then you said, believe all the people ran in different directions.
According to my 911 call, yes.
And you can't be sure, I guess, the direction you believe the person with the gun went, right?
According to the 911 call, yes.
At one point in your 911 call, you said you weren't even sure if the people ran away, right?
Correct.
But today you're
And then
sure.
Did they call you back? Is that what happened?
They did call me back, yes.
Okay. And basically there were officers at the scene at that point already?
I can't recall if the officers were already at the scene, but I do know that they were on their way.
Okay. And that's when the 911 operator asked if you would meet the officers?
Yes.
And you declined?
Yes,
right?
correct.
All right, thank you. Martin Brown, no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Zolnick?
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Martin Brown, thank you for coming in. You are excused. Next witness.
The next witness is Terrell. In the state and we'll read these.
Here we go. Shout out to Taylor Gang in the chat, or Taylor Collective. Are you doing Taylor Collective for this trial? Good to see you guys. Also, big shout out to Mary W. and to Violet for, becoming members, staying members. Good to see you guys, Green. Appreciate you guys. You ladies. D Wood is rolling in. Good to see you. Yeah, not gonna lie, her saying she saw the flash, whether it's an accurate memory or not, that could be read. That could be read, right? And it's why, starter gun versus no gun at all. A starter gun could explain away if it's meant to look like a real gun. A starter gun could be one way to explain noise, flash, without there actually being a live round fired at somebody. So let's go. ASAP Relli, Terrell Ephron taking the stand. The prosecution's key witness. Afternoon caffeine. I hear that soda crack. Alright, we're a little bit behind, but I feel like if I fast forward, we'll miss, you know. In right now.
You might just read across for me, please. And if you just
ASAP
raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you've been given the cause nothing before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat with the witness stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone and tell us your first name. Tell us your name, then spell it for the record.
Terrell Ephron, Terrell Ephron.
Is it very single? No, it's station. Try to speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Selma, the floor is yours.
Rakim Mayers.
And do you know him by any other nicknames?
He's up Rocky.
How did you first meet him?
In high school, we grew up together.
How old were you think, when you first met him?
Probably like 17, 18.
When you first met him, was he a well-known, famous rapper?
No.
I want to jump ahead to November 6th, 2021, the day of this incident. Do you remember approximately, or do you remember how old you were that day? How old were you on the day that this happened? Do you remember?
Probably 33, 32.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you knew him about maybe 15 years at that point?
Yes.
Over the 15 years that you knew him, were the two of you friends?
Yeah.
Can you describe the closeness of your relationship to him?
The whole 15 years?
Yeah, over the course of your relationship, sort of how it started and then how close you were throughout the 15 years.
Well, I mean, we started a collective ASAP, which is a bunch of, how would you call it, like a bunch of people from New York that got different down nerves.
It's okay. Just take a minute. Take a couple deep breaths. The relationship that you're describing in high school, were the two of you close friends? Like, would you see him every day, or was this sort of a friendship where you knew of him but didn't really know him?
No, we knew each other. We knew each other. We knew each other very well. I mean, it was probably like 6 or 7 of us. Probably like 4 of them was rappers.
Do you think you'd see him every day?
Up until he got famous, yeah.
Okay.
Like a little bit until he got famous.
How long do you think you knew him before? I know it's hard to peg down exactly when someone becomes famous, but about how long do you think you knew him before he became famous?
7 years.
And over that 7 years, it was a regular occurrence that you would be with him almost every day, correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe him at that time, the beginning of your relationship, as someone that was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about ASAP. What does ASAP stand for?
And it means a lot of different things, but always strive and prosper.
Were you a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Within ASAP, did you have a nickname that you went by?
Yeah, Relli. ASAP Relli.
Was that something that started when you were in high school?
Yeah.
What year of high school, if you remember? Like, were you a junior, a senior?
Oh, it was like a senior.
Did you know someone by the name of Elijah Elang?
Yes.
Was he also a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Did he have a nickname that he went by in ASAP?
ASAP Bills.
And I'm going to ask to mark my next exhibit.
10.
Do you recognize the person depicted here in People's 10?
Yeah.
And who's that?
Elijah.
Okay. Is it easier for you to refer to him as Elijah, Bills? How do you want to refer to him?
Bills.
Bills? Okay. Was he one of the kind of original members of ASAP?
Yeah.
How would you describe for the jury your relationship or your closeness with Elijah or Hills?
I mean, it was pretty good up until the incident.
Would you, up until the incident, would you have considered him a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Was he someone that you would talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, I talked to him the night before the incident. I was at his crib, his house actually.
Okay. Would it, is it fair to say kind of up until the day of that incident, you've known him maybe approximately 15 years too?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know someone by the name of Jamel Phillips?
Yeah.
And is he also a member of ASAP?
Yeah.
What, if any, nicknames does he go by?
ASAP Rosie.
Can I read my next exhibit?
Is anybody having trouble here? Everybody's okay? You're having some trouble?
Yeah.
Mr. Ephron, could you try to speak up a little bit, please?
Finding our people's 11 year old.
Yes. What is it?
It's a one-page document, a single photograph, depicting two people. Mr. Ephron, showing you the person on the left in this photograph. Do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jamel, 12.
And kind of like the same question with Hills, what's the easiest way for you to refer to him?
I was never really that cool with him.
No, I mean, as we're talking about the different people involved in this, how do you want me to refer to him? Do you want me to call him 12? Do you want me to call him Janelle?
12.
Okay, 12. And the person who's next to him in this photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Rakim.
All right. You said regarding 12E that you were not as close to him, correct?
Is that yes?
Yes.
How would you put it in your own words, how would you describe your relationship with 12E prior to the incident?
I mean, there was never no problems, but I never wasn't that cool with him. Like, we really didn't interact that much.
Would you,
He wasn't like
somewhere?
He came kind of like later, so like I really didn't like
This is Relli.
chilling with him or chilling with anybody who came after the fact. It was ASAP.
Okay. So what you're describing is kind of you and the defendant and Hills had known each other longer, and then 12E came after that core group was formed.
Yeah, so me, Jabari, Ills, and Rocky pretty much started ASAP.
Okay.
And anybody else who came after, if they wasn't like genuinely like trying to better themselves or do something other than like fooling around, kind of distance myself.
Okay. Is that, you mentioned the name Jabari. Who's Jabari?
What do you mean by that?
What's his name?
Jabari. That's the name. ASAP Bari.
Okay. Does he have any other nicknames in your life?
Young Lord.
Would he also have been considered part of the ASAP collective that you described?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Within that collective of members of ASAP, were all the people that were members, were they all rappers?
No.
What were some of the other pursuits that members of ASAP would also pursue?
Fashion, producing, anything involved with like culture, really.
What, were you a rapper?
No.
What was your contribution to the group?
I was a manager. Not of ASAP, but I created my own company.
What was the name of your company?
Shut up.
And when you say you were a manager, what does that mean?
I was scout for talent, like I had producers, I had artists. I helped actual ASAP members with stuff.
So the managing that you're talking about is all related to the music industry,
Yeah.
right? And you're saying you would try to find people who are talented in different areas within music, like rapping or producing, correct?
Yeah.
And would you try to help get them projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The person that you refer to as Jabari, did you also refer to him as Bari?
Yeah. Yeah, Bari.
So if we say Jabari or Bari, we're talking about the same person?
Yeah.
No.
That
like, oh
person,
my God.
Bari, how close were you to him?
I would say pretty close, yeah.
Was he someone that you would see on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Did you have problems in the time that you knew him with him specifically? Is that no?
No.
Okay. Were you with Jabari the day before this incident on November 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
That day, November 5th, where in the country were you with Jabari?
We actually missed a flight. We were supposed to go to Chicago, but we was in LA.
Okay. So the whole time you're with him, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you live in Los Angeles at the time?
No.
What state did you live in November of 2021?
New York.
How long have you been in Los Angeles on November 5th, 2021? So if you can tell us the exact day that you flew in, that's fine, or if you can just give us an estimate of how many days you've been in Los Angeles.
I probably flew in, I think the 5th.
So that day?
Or the 4th, I don't know. Like, my artist was in town, so he was recording. So I don't know, it was a while ago. I'll have to look at text messages or something like that.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. May I have the return? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to. Yeah, I apologize. Right? You told us that.
Yeah.
Okay. So what days were you specifically in Los Angeles with your artist while he was recording?
What do you see that again? What date is it?
What did you
Hold
hold on. What did you attempt to refresh his recollection?
A text message.
Is it a screenshot?
Yes. I wasn't going to mark it as an exhibit.
You don't have to. It's just used to refresh his recollection. It doesn't have to be an exhibit.
I'm see the date.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what days were you in Los Angeles with your artist?
Probably got there the 3rd day.
Okay.
Probably flew on the 3rd. Because I got on the Airbnb. That's pretty close to my hotel.
Okay, Terrell, you got to keep your voice. Or try to your voice is soft, so try to speak into it.
So what I think you're saying is you arrived in Los Angeles, to the best of your recollection, November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your artist, the artist that you were managing was recording music the 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you get to Los Angeles on the 3rd?
What do you mean?
Meaning you're from New York, how did you get here?
Oh, flew.
When you say you flew, did you fly on a private plane or on a commercial jet?
On Delta. Commercial.
Did you have to go through airport security?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you met up with Jabari on November 5th in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you met him?
When I first met Jabari?
Yeah. Well, I
When
mean,
I first went there?
that day, November 5th, where did you meet him?
In his apartment. I mean, in his house.
And is that in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Is that
Yes.
While you were with Jabari that day, did you overhear a conversation between Jabari and the defendant, Mr. Mayers?
Yeah, we was on our way back from the airport, and he got a call from Rakim.
So the defendant called Jabari,
Yeah.
and can you describe for the jury how it was that you were able to hear the defendant on that call?
We was in the back of the SUV, and he got a call from Rakim. He put the phone on his stomach, so he was laying back in the truck, and he put his phone on his stomach, and just was like listening, like talking to him.
Was the
I'm
phone
on the chair.
This
Was
is
the
him
phone
hearing.
on
Yeah.
So you could hear both sides of the conversation?
Yeah.
This is him hearing like quite a bit before, if you ask me, this November incident. hearing Rocky talk junk on speakerphone because the passenger in the car had the call on speaker when Rocky called him. Talking about Relli.
What was the nature of the call between Bari and the defendant?
It started off first, I believe, like Rocky was trying to get Bari to come to this complex con 10-year anniversary thing, and Jabari declined, and the conversation got kind of weird, like, and then Jabari says something like, "Oh, I see you got ills and 12 on the jet," and it became like an inside joke because Rocky hasn't hit them, and it just became an inside joke, kind of. So then Rocky's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I got my niggas with me, boom, 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 whatever." And then instantly after that, he says, "Fuck that nigga Relli." And I'm like, I'm sitting in the back of the chair, and I kind of get up, and I'm like, and then Barbie like stops me. He's like, and then I'm listening, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't fuck with." Can I say what I want to say?
Yes. Say it.
So he pretty much was like, "Oh, I don't fuck with that nigga. He mad emotional, like this, that, and the third." Pretty much. It was so long ago, but it was in the contents of that. And then Jabari's like, "What you mean you don't fuck with him?" And he's like, "I just don't fuck with him. I don't like that nigga, like this, that, and the third." And after he said something about like, it's so long ago, but he was like, I'll beat him up or something like that. So, you want to keep going?
Let me stop you.
You want me to keep going?
You said that you keep saying he said. Were those all things that the defendant said specifically?
Yeah.
So he was the one that said he doesn't fuck with you, correct?
Yeah.
Had you said anything at that point in the car that would have alerted him to the fact that you were actually in the car?
No, he didn't know I was there.
Did
I wanted to say something, but Bari was like kind of put his hand to the side to like my leg, you know what I mean? And I was just listening.
I'm assuming then that Jabari didn't tell him, "I'm in the car with..."
Oh, no.
Okay, so as far as you knew, the defendant had no idea that you were in the car.
No, he had no idea.
Other than the specific things that you already said about you, is there anything else that you can recall that the defendant said about you on that call?
Not at the moment. It was like 3 years ago. So like, I got anxiety. I got anxiety right now. So it's like,
Don't lead. Prosecution wants to lead the witness so bad right now.
In the past, have you said that on that call the defendant said, referring to you, "He's a bitch"? All right.
Oops.
At that moment, on November 5th of 2021, were you aware of tension between you and the defendant? At the point that the defendant is saying those things about you on the phone, were you also feeling tension in your relationship with him?
I mean, it's kind of always been like that towards, it's really hard having a relationship with Rocky.
Can you explain that?
I mean, you want me to tell me my personal experience, or?
Yes.
I feel like he's fake.
How so?
He lies a lot. Like, I don't see him, so it's like, how are we gonna have a relationship? You know what I mean?
Is there anything specific that you can think of?
Yeah, with like my companies or just anything, like overall, like, you know what I mean? Like I had this one joke I call him Mr. 6 month man, because I was seeing him every 6 months. You know what I mean? But then when you come around, it's like, it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to be in this ASAP thing for? It's all smoke and mirrors.
Did you actually voice your displeasure to him?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Through text messages, but nothing ever like threatening him or anything, just mostly telling him like, you gotta tighten up, this shit fake.
But you would text message him and say...
And he won't text me back. He would never text me back.
Okay.
I'll probably see him and we'll have a conversation. He'll be like, he'll laugh, like, oh bro, you emotional or something like that. And intense, like, you know, shit like that.
Joe's trying not to laugh at the voice.
You heard that as an insult to you, correct?
Not really.
Okay, how did you take it?
Like he's trying to shoot me off. Like using that as like leverage to be like, not get business done, I guess.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the very next day, so November 6, 2021, the day of this incident. Where were you staying at that night in Los Angeles?
Staying at the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
And that evening, did you have any plans to meet up with the defendant at all?
No, I haven't spoken to him in months, probably prior to that. I texted him, but he never answered me back.
You mentioned in your earlier answer that there was this event called Complex Conference going on that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said the defendant was actually performing at that concert series, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to go with the defendant to Complex Con?
No. I wasn't on that jet. I didn't get no phone call, so why would I, you know what I mean?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking you to explain. As far as Complex Con, you had no plans to go there, and certainly not to go with him.
Right.
Did you have plans to go with Ills or with 12?
No.
What was your business in Los Angeles at that time?
Working with my artists.
And if you can recall, what are the hours that you're working with your artists?
Oh, I booked pretty much all day sessions. We was finishing up a mixtape for, I believe one of these labels wanted me to like show them like something like better than, because I had a couple songs, so they just wanted to see like a compilation of the work that I'm doing.
Okay. How long? You're saying hours, but how many hours would these sessions be?
I don't know, I would be in and out. I would never stay in the studio that long.
Okay.
I was looking for the artist.
At around 9:23 that evening, did you receive a series of calls and text messages from the defendant, Ills, and 12E?
Oh, yeah.
At the time that you were receiving those communications, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
Mark my next exhibit counter. 12. It is a single photograph, a screenshot of a call log.
No. Let me see.
What? Was that a joke? Did the prosecution just get stumped with what they wanted to do next? Because they knew it would be a risky move. Heck yeah, it does seem to be. This is why he didn't accept the plea.
You recognize what you see here?
Yeah.
And what is this?
This is my whole house.
And is this a photograph that you specifically took? Like a screenshot?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is reflected in your call log here?
What do you mean?
Okay, all these numbers are in red. Does that mean anything to you?
Miss Cole?
And who were the people that you were missing calls from starting at the top of it?
Rocky. That's the largest number. That's 12B. Elijah, Rocky.
Okay. And did you receive those missed calls kind of in quick succession? I mean, like right after each other?
I don't know. I woke up to a FaceTime call from Rocky. So then after I noticed I had all those missed calls, I didn't like wake up and notice the calls.
Prior to you waking up, did you receive any text messages from the defendant?
Wait.
So you say you received a bunch of missed calls while you were asleep. You woke up, you answered your phone, talked to him, and then you kind of went back and looked at your phone afterwards. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And that's when you saw you had a bunch of missed calls from him, and Elijah at 12. You also have text messages from him.
Yeah.
We mark my neck turns 13. If I may approach with people's 13 round. This, you recognize what you see here?
Yeah.
And just in general, what is this photograph?
This is a screenshot.
Of your phone?
Mm-hmm. I mean, Rocky's
Is that
text
yes?
message. Yes.
And is this screenshots, text messages that you received from him that day?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Every time you say that, or he's going to ask you. Yeah, but if you can, try to say yes or no.
Yes.
So there are 3 messages at the top that are in gray. Are those from you or are those from the defendant?
That's from Rocky.
And if you would read them one after another, what do they say?
Where you at? Question mark. Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. When he texted you, specifically the phrase, let's get to it, did you know what he was referring to?
I mean, I had kind of an idea that he wanted to probably fight or something, or just argue or something. I don't know.
What gave you that idea?
The day before his conversation.
So you still have that conversation that he had with Bari in your head at the time you read that text message?
Yeah, that conversation spoke volumes because I never heard him talk like that. And over the whole, many years I know him, I told him a bunch of times, if you ever had a problem with me, let me know, because shit's not adding up.
Okay.
Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. I should have known with Mookie showing up. Good to see you guys.
That you thought he wanted to fight you. What do you specifically mean by that phrase, fight?
What do you mean by that?
Do you mean physical violence? Do you mean an argument? What do you
like an argument, maybe like a physical, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
Did, at that point, were you wanting to have a physical fight with him?
No.
Those text messages that you read from him, when you read those, did you perceive those to be aggressive towards you?
Yeah.
Now, you said also when you woke up, you talked to him on FaceTime, correct?
Yeah.
What was your conversation with him about?
He was just more so like, okay, so he was like, where you at? And I'm like, huh? And then he's like, where are you? Like, kind of broke down. And I'm like, instantly, I don't know, for some reason, I just told him the W. You know what I mean? And then he's like, no, you're not. That's a bum ass hotel. So I'm like, and then he's like, show me where you at. So then got up in bed and I kind of, the Lowe's Hotel is on Hollywood. The W is in Hollywood. So it kind of, everything kind of looked the same. So when I showed him outside, I think that was good enough to the point he believed I was at the W.
Okay. When you said you received this call, were you fully awake even when you started talking to him?
No, I was still asleep, kind of.
And you said he first asked you where are you at, and you said, I think you said home.
Yeah, I said home.
And then you said he broke it down, where you at?
No, where are you? Like, where you at? Where are you? Like, kind of like with force the second time, like.
Okay, that was even my question. What was his tone of voice when he said, where are you?
Okay, so the first one was like kind of regular after I said home or whatever. The second one was just like, wait, like, you know, it was a problem. Like, where are you? Like, where you at? Like, you know what I mean?
And you said that after you told him you were staying at the W, he called your room a bum-ass room?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess it's, it didn't look like a W.
Like not as nice?
I don't know.
How did you receive it?
Getting pretty, like, I was still sleeping, I didn't care. I just wanted to show him outside the window to figure out what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Are we gonna link up? Like, what's going on? Like, what's the purpose of this call?
At the moment you're talking to him, did you have any idea why he wanted to meet up with you?
No.
Sounds like you were being emotional.
Okay, you said you showed him Hollywood Boulevard outside of your hotel. What was the next thing that happened in your phone call after that?
I think he said he'd be right there. And then that's when I text Elijah, like, because then I'm looking at my phone and I'm noticing I got all these text messages. And like I said, Jamel text me too and called me, but I don't like shit up like that. So I like ills. I know ills, you know what I mean? So text ills. I'm like, what's going on? Pretty much.
Hold on.
I don't remember exactly what I said from that day because it was 3 years ago, but I hit ills to like kind of confirm like what's going on.
Yeah, and that's fine. At that point, did you know that 12B and Ills were with the defendant?
What do you mean? Like,
did you know
come in
them work together?
Like, come to link me?
No, I mean in general. That
oh yeah, because it was on the plane.
Okay.
Yeah, the prosecutor's
and
lost.
So when you received the messages from Ills and from 12B, you understood at that time that they were with the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
After your conversation let me clarify, when you say you're on FaceTime, was that FaceTime that also had video associated with it?
Yes.
So he could see you through the phone, correct?
Yes.
After your conversation with him, did the two of you make plans to meet up?
I mean, I didn't really make plans. It was kind of like link up. And I wanted to, though we just gonna talk and like really hash things out. Because this happened before, not like this, but like when we talk shit out, you know what I mean? And like I said, I call him Mr. 6 Month, and I haven't seen him in a very long time. So maybe he hasn't read the room, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah.
You,
pumped his own brakes.
said in the past when you had problems with him, you felt comfortable just expressing that to him verbally and talking to him, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And was that sort of something that had happened on multiple occasions where the two of you would talk and work out your problems verbally?
And I'm going to ask the leading be curtailed a little bit, please, until we have that question.
Your Honor, we can over.
Can you say that again, please?
Was that something that had happened multiple times where the two of you would talk and work out your problems, or was that something that only happened once before?
I mean, if we worked out our problems, we wouldn't be here. So this was an ongoing thing of just like open and entering, you know, like promises or anything, you know what I mean? But I didn't care really. I was always working towards my goals at the end of the day, what I want to do.
Sure.
Chop the situation.
I guess what I'm trying to listen or ask you about is, have you had problems in your relationship with the defendant prior to this?
I wouldn't say problem. I don't know. Me personally, I never had a problem with him, but I think he had a problem with me.
Okay. You say, I think the words that you used to describe what
No,
you
I actually do know he had a problem with me because in the text message, he says that I got him cut, like I let him get cut. And that happened a year or something. So that means you're holding on a grudge and something I didn't even had nothing to do with.
Okay, we'll get there. Hold on.
I feel like that was our whole relationship. Like just weird grudges. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Are you saying that you felt like he had a problem with you and you didn't have a problem with him?
Yeah, no, of course I didn't have a problem with him.
But you had sent him messages in the past where you had expressed, your disappointment. You already said that, right?
Yeah.
So there
And I
was
think we have those text messages. The text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, complimenting him or big him up for his success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you. I probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like I don't know, some, But I never really got responses back from him.
I'm trying to understand, if you can, what your state of mind is as you're going to this meeting with him, or as you said, to link up.
My state of mind?
Yeah.
I was feeling real confident because, like I said, I don't think he read the room. I'm doing really good for myself. So I felt like this is a time for me and him to like actually come to common grounds and be like, fuck the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because what are we doing here? Like you talk to everybody else like that. You're not talking to me like that. Nor am I accepting none of this. You know what I mean?
When you say read the room, what do you mean by that phrase?
Because why would you do what you did if you're not say read the room is because like you're not reading the room, like you're not knowing who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking you could just he knows of me, but he didn't know what I was up to. So you're probably thinking I'm a bum or I'm not like this person, somebody you could just have your way with.
Did you feel personally like your music career was becoming more successful?
Yeah, for sure. I was going in and out of label meetings.
Wait, why did he pull his shirt like that?
At that point, that was essentially the height of your career in the music business? Have you been more successful? Okay.
Yeah. In the music industry, yeah. Yeah, I was at my highest I ever been because I finally figured it out. I figured out how to make money back into everything. So I made my own way.
Sorry, and I don't mean to talk over you. My apologies for that. Mm-hmm. You said that going into this meeting, you were confident. Is that what you mean by?
It wasn't even a meeting. I wouldn't even call it a meeting. It was just like I'm linking up with Rocky. I haven't seen it do it in dumb long. Yeah. Like anytime you want, like you're gonna go link him. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't see the dude.
What does that phrase "link with him" mean to you? Are you saying something less, like more informal than?
Like for instance, if we had a problem, I felt like it could have been hashed out the moment he seen me, but instead, it was like it got nasty. You know what I mean? Like he didn't read the room. He didn't take a second to think.
Or did you not read the room?
Where is it specifically that you ultimately linked up with?
Well, when I was walking from Lowe's, because it's kind of far away, I was texting Elijah, and then I told him I'm like next to Trader Joe's or something because I know the area of the W. So then when I don't really know the streets, so the top of where the W is that I just, instead of being on the side of W, I cross the street for some reason. And then I see Rocky walking, well I don't see him yet, walking down the block. Then I hear him, and hear him first before I even see him. He got a hoodie on.
Okay. Is there any kind of landmark in the area that where you ultimately linked up with him?
What do you mean?
Meaning, you're saying, I don't remember what the streets were called. That's okay, but was there something on the street where you met him that you could say, we were outside of this?
Oh, it was directly across from the entrance way of the W. Like, there's a parking lot, like where we stopped at. Kind of.
I'm going to mark my next one, Your Honor.
14.
Mr. Ephron, showing you he was 14. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And do you see the entrance of the parking lot that you were talking about?
Yeah, so I was walking like right here.
There's a pointer. You see a wooden pointer anywhere?
So I was walking on this block, coming straight here, and then he was like somewhere right here, and then I heard him. You want me to check what out?
Well, I'm just asking, do you recognize this area?
Oh yeah.
And is that specifically the parking lot that you met him in front of?
Yeah.
All right. You said you don't know the streets in that area very well, but did you know where Hollywood Boulevard was?
Yeah.
And were you at all close to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, the main like strip, I believe.
Would that have been like directly above where you met
Yeah,
him?
above.
All right, I'm going to show you number 2, where Hollywood Boulevard is labeled here at the top. You see that?
Let's see what now.
Is the screen in front of you working? Just so you don't have to turn around.
No, it's not.
I'll make him use the pointer. He's sweaty. He just shook his shirt for real. If you're not watching, he just shook his shirt again. In a fanning way, not just a, it's me.
I know there's a lot going on here, but you see, can you recognize this to be Hollywood Boulevard at the top?
Guys, and if you're not watching, because I know a lot of people listen, so all these other witnesses pretty much have used pointers, and they had to point themselves. Do you know where this is? Well, now the prosecution is deliberately taking their pen and showing on the screen, making sure the screen is turned on so as to not have to use the board behind that every other witness used with the pointer. We're going out of our way to make sure this witness can just say yes or no when I, the prosecutor, am pointing something out and asking a question through the projector screen. So here we go with like demonstrative leading now.
I'm not from LA, so I wouldn't really, but that's how we go for it.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 2. This is clearly marked there.
Oh yeah,
Boulevard.
yo.
Sorry, People's 1. Thank you. The street that you came down was next to the W Hotel, correct? I know it's not marked on here, but
Yeah, where's the hotel?
did you come down the street that was right next to the W Hotel?
Yes.
And you came from Hollywood Boulevard down the street?
Yeah. Because I traveled from the Lowe's, so I took out Hollywood Boulevard.
All right, I'm interjecting again. The defense could object, but I really think there's a reason he's not. So the prosecution, maybe it's a lack of experience, or maybe this is the best they have to work with. But Ephron, he's given statements before. He also has given statements under oath for the preliminary stuff. If he is just yes or knowing, the prosecution might be trying to constrain what Relli can say by making the motions himself on the projector and just getting a yes, that's right, leading. Well, if those things he's saying yes contradict anything that Relli has described in the past, well, now that's a huge open door for the defense to cross-examine on. Well, on direct, you said that this is the direction you guys are moving. He circled it. You said yes. But when you described this on such and such date, you said it was the other way around. So I think strategically the defense isn't objecting here because he doesn't know what he's going along with compared to what he said previously. And the prosecution is setting up this, like, when you step on a rake, the meme when you step on a rake and it hits you, kind of what I think the prosecution's getting themselves into.
Did you walk pretty much Hollywood Boulevard the entire way?
Yeah.
And you said then at the W, then you turned and came down the street next to the...
Yeah, Argyle.
Okay. If you don't remember the name of the street, that's fine. Just, you can tell us by the landmark, but what you're saying is you came Hollywood Boulevard to the W, and then you turned down a small street that was next to the W.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And I believe you said in your prior answer that the street that you were on had the entrance to the valet area of the W, correct?
No, I wasn't on the side of the W.
No, I'm saying that street is where you would enter the W Hotel.
Oh, yeah.
And, but you said you were specifically on the other side of the street from the W.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the parking garage. You described it before on People's 14, coming this way, so from the lower left-hand corner towards the top right-hand corner of the page in that direction on the sidewalk here, correct?
Yes.
So would the W have been on the opposite side of the street?
Yeah, right here.
And as you were walking down that street, what was the next thing that you remembered that caught your attention?
I didn't see nobody. I heard Rocky. I heard him say, "What now, pussy?" But it's been so long, so I don't know. What now, pussy, or what now? Something along the lines of that. Like he was like, "What now?"
And what was his tone of voice?
Oh, he was loud. Like that's what caught my attention. And then I seen Elijah, and then Jamel, and then that's when I'm walking. Like, because I was continuing walking. I wasn't like stopping or waiting around anywhere. I was already walking. They was already there. So
where?
I guess it was already on Argyle because they was calling me still. Elijah was calling me to see where I'm at. Mind you, I was far. That hotel was far. So when I got there, I'm walking down the block. I wasn't like waiting, calling him or anything. I'm still en route, pretty much. So I hear him as I'm en route still. And then that's when we meet up and then we see the altercation.
But you're saying the first thing that caught your attention was his voice, correct?
Yeah.
Saying, "What now, pussy?"
Yeah, what now, pussy?
And it was loud.
Yeah.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay, after that, hearing that, did you see him?
Yeah, truthfully, it was all like a movie. It was like literally like a movie.
Explain that.
Just the way he was walking, the whole thing, like the hoodie, like it would just caught me off guard. You know what I mean? Like it was no time to talk, no time for nothing.
Right. These people don't know what you're talking about with the hoodie, though. Can you explain what you mean when you say with the hoodie?
Oh, because he had a hoodie on.
Up over his head?
Yeah.
Okay. And was he walking straight towards you?
Yeah.
Was, you said Ills and 12 were with him. How close were they to him?
Oh, they was right behind him.
Were they facing you too?
My eyes was on Rocky at that point. Like when he said, "What now, pussy?" I was like, he's right there. You know what I mean?
You're focused on him.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see in your periphery that the two other guys are with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Close.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you know why I keep saying that?
No.
Right. See this lady right here? She's a word for her, and she's taking down every word that
No,
everybody's
he's like really nervous.
No.
So I'm like, you know what I mean?
It's okay. A lot of people get nervous from it right there. I just want to
I don't want you to think I'm messing with you when I say is that yes or no. She has to take down every word that everybody says. And when you say or it's not clear what you mean. So that's why I'm saying yes or no. It's so the court reporters.
Like a very still.
What?
Very still.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. As best you can, if you could take yourself back to that moment. As you're walking up towards him, were you expecting to get in a physical fight with him?
I mean, at that moment, the way, before then, no, I thought maybe we were going to talk. Or even when he did bring them, I thought maybe he was bringing them to like make a statement or something to like let them think that he's like tough or something. I don't know. That's what I kind of thought like after.
No, I'm not talking about ills or 12. I'm just talking about the defendant.
Okay.
Were you approaching him of the state of mind that you were going to have a physical fight with him?
No, the whole time, to be honest, I would never fight Rocky. And that's God's honest truth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a reason to fight.
Where's
Rocky. We're in
FFS?
an industry where you get blackballed really easy. I'm obviously on the lower end of the stick here. You get what I'm saying? So that's why in the video, you notice I'm a lefty. I pushed him away with my left. He grabbed me with two hands. If I wanted to fight him, and mind you, we're walking. If I wanted to fight him, I would have hit him with the right. You get what I'm saying? And it would have been fighting.
If you're a
And
lefty?
I stopped him with my left. And
What?
And in the video, that's when you see Elijah, like, kind of like breaking it up after.
Before we talk about the video, we'll get there. I want, if there's any other way that you can explain that to the jury, what it would mean for you to get in a physical fight, specifically with the defendant, at that moment.
The only thing that would make me fight Rocky is if I'm physically like hurt, like if he punched me. Then I would consider hitting him or fighting him. But I would give him, just because who he is, like I wouldn't, and I think he uses that to his benefits or like whoever famous that whoever that shit is. But like I wasn't gonna fight him.
What would it mean for your career if you got in a physical fight?
Oh, it would be over.
How so?
It would be over.
Can you
Literally
explain
over.
that?
Or was it already over and that's why you were
don't have a
emotional?
career.
Was that in your head?
I'm like part of a conglomerate, like a group. So if I fight Rocky and I beat him up, or if we fight or something, I'm already not liked, and people don't like me and shit like that. So if I'm fighting him, I'm definitely getting blackballed, and all the labels like him and work with him and do this. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to swiggle my way in. You know what I mean? So if that comes to like light that we fought or something like that, I'm pretty sure it won't go good. Like nobody would do business with me or other things like that, you know what I mean?
Okay. I want to ask you just about a couple things you just said in your answer. You mentioned ASAP in that. Was the defendant kind of the most successful member of ASAP at that point?
Oh yeah, for sure.
By far?
By far.
Would he have been kind of the leader of ASAP, even if not formally? Would he
I wouldn't call him the leader, but
You both can't talk at the same time. Hold on. Ask the question again.
Would other members of ASAP kind of turn to him when they had projects or things like that?
not too many people. It wasn't real motion. Like then, it was pretty much whatever Rocky got going on. Like people would try things, but it kind of got to like what Rocky's doing, or like stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, what I hear is you're saying he was like really the only highly successful member of this.
No, because then you got Jabari that creeped through the doors, through his beat alone, you know what I mean? You got Ferg who did music, but everybody else, good luck.
Okay.
And I mean,
Including
good luck.
That good luck was hard.
Sure, I was definitely down and out.
Let's take a break now.
Okay.
Folks, we'll take 15 minutes.
Judge is calling for a recess.
15, at which time we will.
Oh, that's a saving grace for the prosecution. All right, so guys, we are finally getting into ASAP Relli, Terrell Ephron describing the physical altercation. And there's a lot of words, a lot of explanations. We get this recess called right now, which is crazy timing if you ask me. That is such a nice gift to the prosecution. But Relli's like rattling off. If you guys aren't looking at the screen, at first he pulled at his shirt one time, right when he was talking about, that's me, he had a company. It could have been like a flex move, or it could have been that he was sweaty. But then a few minutes later, he's waving at his collar. He's like pulling it back and forth, fanning himself. And now he's like pulling at his shirt so much that there's either sweat spots or wrinkles forming or both. The jury's sitting like right there, like a couple feet from him, right? And then he's got this whole thing, this left hand thing. He volunteers, I'm a lefty. And it's like, without even the question prompting it, he starts volunteering an excuse or an explanation, jumping ahead to explain how he couldn't have been the aggressor in the situation, right? That wasn't really the question that led up to that response. He jumped there. He's like, I'm a lefty. You can see in the video, I grab him with my left hand, and then he has me with both hands. If I wanted to hit him, if I wanted to start the fight, I would have used my right hand because it was free. But that's not instinctively. And I get that people try to rationalize things in retrospect. It happens. But instinctively in that moment, are you guys really buying that explains what was happening in that moment? At best, it seems like poor recollection, and you're trying to retrofit a story back together, figure out what happened in a moment where you were probably pretty emotional. Then it proceeds. Honestly, he seems like he's talking too much, but the prosecution's not doing a good job of controlling their witness, even though it's their witness. And he gets to this point where he's talking about the other members of the collective. And we narrow it down. Hold on a second. He said ASAP Ferg. He said he was successful, right? Did anybody else catch that? Right? I heard it was. As if to say, like, maybe he's not making the same amount of money anymore. I don't know if that's, like, accurate or just an opinion coming from Relli, but I heard, like, a past tense that Ferg was successful, which means that leaves Rocky. That leaves Rocky. And then he says, for anybody else, you only get famous, you only get big if you get lucky. And he said that with emphasis. Like, to me, he really emphasized the way he said that. Which to me, that seems, why would you highlight that? To me, it would underscore a feeling of resentment, a feeling of jealousy. So this whole preemptive explanation of, why would I start a fight? I would have hit him with my right hand, even though I'm a lefty, if I wanted to start a fight. I gave him extra grace because of his celebrity status, which is a weird thing to give someone grace for in the heat of a moment. And then if you're acting emotionally and you start this fight, you're not going to be thinking in terms of what this could do for your reputation, your career trajectory. Emotions take all that rational thinking off the table. So to keep trying to volunteer that it wasn't emotional and that it was actually Rocky that wasn't reading the room, that's just sounding like someone making excuses that don't really match reality. And he could genuinely believe what he's saying. Maybe, right? He could genuinely believe that he wasn't emotional. But to me, it seems like he was acting emotionally. Especially, and, Mike the Mob was the first to underscore. Also, this comment here, he says, Joe, how's your hand? I don't know if you guys are noticing, but he is, maybe just wanted to wear, like, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that would call attention to himself. But maybe it's just coincidence. His sleeves are pretty long. And all I could think of was, sometimes when your sleeves are long, they just happen to cover your hands, your knuckles. If you're like a roar girl in the emo scene days, you covered your hands on purpose. You had like the thumb holes in your shirt ripped out. So I don't know if it's just coincidence, but Mike the Mob's like, Joe, how's your hand? So I think Joe's going to get up there, ask some questions. We'll have to see. Mike the Mob also says, sounds like a jealous ex. You're not responding? Okay, I got you. And then you just pop up to where someone actually is. Now, the prosecution's trying to really underscore, and to be fair, I think this is helpful to the prosecution's argument, right? They do have these text messages and these missed calls from the trio, not just from Rocky. Although the prosecution seemed to forget that Relli just testified. I knew the three of them were together. They had the pictures on the jet. They were on the jet together. Prosecution like lost the plot for a second there. But in any case, I do think it could be helpful. Obviously it would be a 3-on-1 scenario. If 12E and Ills are cooler with ASAP Rocky than they are with Relli, especially if they're the plug to the money, continued success, career opportunities, there might be unfair reasons that they might be extra loyal to Rocky, right? So the prosecution had some meat they were trying to cook with there. They did a little bit, but then these answers just ran wild. These answers to me were just running wild. He came off to me, he's coming off as emotional. They're taking this break. And the problem with taking a break is, to me, if there's a contrast when you come back, if it was all just heat of the moment and you were sweaty, and we come back and now you're calm, you're speaking different, you're sitting different, I'm going to notice that difference and I'm going to think about it. So, what are you guys thinking? Do we have any like green, reds, yellows in the chat? Okay, so he's just Ferg now. Okay, that could explain the was. So no more ASAP for ASAP Ferg. And that's the thing, like, okay, so Ferg is still successful. So I think the was could be explained by he's just not part of the collective anymore, rather than a was being an opinion or perception of his current status. So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but ASAP saying Ferg is signed too, so that's cap. Unless you mean signed somewhere else. So, but yeah, the way he said was, it just stood out to me, so. And let's see. Yeah, that reading the room thing is annoying. Say it once, twice maybe, but 20 times. And not necessarily just reading the room thing, but again, when you say things repeatedly, maybe it's effective in the way you want it to be. Maybe it has the opposite effect. Why do you have to keep saying that, right? Sometimes it helps emphasize, sometimes it undercuts the point you're trying to make. Chloe says, he says a lot of stuff and telling nothing. He should be in politics. There you go. You worried about your career in the entertainment world fizzling out? Maybe there's another avenue that you would shine in. Brittany said, where are the scars? He probably doesn't have scars anymore. Shout out to Abundance and Clarity here. Thanks so much for the reminder on that like button. Thanks for hitting the like button, you guys. And yeah, Beta, I'm going to walk that back. Beta Paris says, yeah, why he say it like that? Jealousy. That's really where I was thinking, like, why do you say was like that? But maybe that really was like a was signed, was part of the collective, and no longer is part of the collective. So, Laura C says, if I'm the prosecution, I'm dismissing this case, my cousin Vinny style. Middle of testimony in open court. I'm not saving any face because it's all been lost at this point. Right, like, Your Honor, can we approach? Oh boy. And ASAP, thanks for the update here. ASAP Slime says, love the name change, by the way, signed to Sony. So, there you go. And Ferg just dropped an album. So there we go. I'm like stuck in like, I barely hear anything new unless it's like, Club Classy. I hear more new music there. But it's just so much easier to like replay a playlist I already have. And occasionally like YouTube will mix in newer music when it autoplays, but man, I am lost. I am like stuck in a time warp bubble. Okay, so we still ASAP. All right. All right, so Ben and Camille are both there. Interesting. What do you think? All right, so if they're going to be arguing in this defamation case that Relli has brought against ASAP Rocky and Joe Tacopina, they're sitting there in that room right now. What do you guys think they are thinking about this? Do you think, and confirmation bias is a thing, right? I'm skeptical of the prosecution's case, so I'm looking at things with a lens, even if I try to play devil's advocate. I have my lens that I look at things through with different cases. Do Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, are they sitting there looking at this through the lens of, we already believe wholeheartedly that Relli was defamed and we're interpreting everything that happens in the courtroom in this way. And it's just so interesting because, again, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, they're like, one of their major trials was Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and they represented Johnny Depp. And some of the commentary on the way that Relli is acting on the stand, the things that are making people question his credibility, that same thing happened more so with Amber Heard than it happened with Johnny Depp. So it's like this bit of, role reversal. And that's, attorney is part and parcel. You're going to represent different people. And their practice, they can choose who to take on as a client, right? They're not being appointed or, yeah, this, that, and the third. I feel like I say that once in a while. I do feel like I say that once in a while. Yeah, Ash is like, I really like Camille and Chu, but this is wild. So, yeah, Taylor Umbridge is thinking that it's personal for Joe. And whether it is or not, I feel like that is what he's portraying, right? So maybe that's a very good technique as an attorney. There's been a couple comments saying like it might be a little too much. He might be doing too much in his seat. He does move a lot. The jury's like right here because it's a small room. But again, I think the consensus, we've got commentary now on ASAP Rocky. His face is no longer this sort of poker face. He's been kind of like, maybe like a stoic look. He hasn't really expressed much emotion. He did put his hand on Joe's back at one point. But now we're getting like, I don't know, from the side, it looks like we're getting a furrowed brow, like a look of scorn. And personally, I hate being lied on. I hate seeing someone that I know, or even if I don't know, but something where I know the scenario. I hate seeing someone tell a totally different story to benefit themselves than what really happened. It's a certain feeling of scorn and then some. Like, I don't know the exact emotion. It's not just scorn. It's not just frustration. It's a little bit of helplessness, right? When someone's telling a story to people, even if most people don't believe it, somebody's going to believe it, right? There's always somebody that believes something, no matter how irrational it can be. So if this is a scenario where Relli is lying, telling bold-faced lies on Rocky, and Rocky's sitting there in the courtroom, this close to someone, while they're telling these lies in a courtroom, like that feeling of scorn, it's got to be through the roof. So, I don't know. Corky Marie, right. So Relli has gotten away with a lot of defamatory statements. Now, unfortunately, I don't really know if there's much recourse there unless after all of this is said and done, there could be a counterclaim. But at the same time, the things that he's saying in court could be protected. Even the things that he's saying in his complaint, that's still litigation. He could have some protection there for what he's alleging in this defamation lawsuit. So, and that's the thing, right? That's that feeling of helplessness. Someone's claiming that you're lying, and sometimes the lie is protected for the sake of the situations where somebody's not lying and they actually have a valid claim. So, yeah, Mary W., this is true. Once you plant a seed, it's in people's thoughts, even to the point where you might not know that someone's like giving some consideration to something that they heard. You might not even know, right? It might be on the back burner, but it's there simmering a little bit. It's on like 1-2 on the stove and not high heat. So, yeah, Shane is like, Ben and Cam are there for the cleanup. So, for always, forever, for life. This is true. Lying is the best way to lose my friendship or love. Like, how do you come back? How do you come back from that? You can work it out and move forward from it, but I feel like there's never a perfect return to what it was before that type of trust, that type of breach in trust. So there is court tomorrow. Good to see you, Black Butterfly. So what have you got? There's supposed to be a long day, but again, because of unions in LA courts, I think that would be capped at like 10 to 4:30. So that's their definition of a long day. It's not a Whitaker long day. Thursday's going to be a short day, 2 hours, so about 10 to 12:30. And then Friday's going to be back regular schedule. So well, there we go. Yeah, abundance and clarity. And let me be clear that, when I heard this story, I was like, all right, he probably shot at somebody. Maybe we're going to hear a self-defense argument. I'm open ears on the self-defense justification if they're going to argue that. I didn't really expect this whole, that's not how it happened at all, So hearing about how this trial, the final week leading up to trial and the stuff that's come out, I've been like, yeesh. Because there can be money grabs, right? Two things can be true. You could have actually shot at me, right? That could be true. And I might also exaggerate that scenario and try to exaggerate my long-standing chronic injuries to milk a civil settlement out of it. Two things can be true at once. And I'm like, all right, so as much as I'm raising an eyebrow about this defamation suit, at the same time, it doesn't mean that this altercation didn't happen and that this person wasn't a victim, right? That's not what that necessarily means. But as this plays on, it's like definitely the needle is tipping. The needle is tipping for me. Absolutely for me. Let's see. Oh, Taylor says, missed the earlier part of the live. What did you think about the eyewitness? So the 911 caller. I think after all of her confusion, I do think she got out something that is helpful to the prosecution, and she blurted it out herself. I don't really think the prosecution did a good job at getting it there. But when she mentioned she saw the flash, she heard what would be a firearm noise, presumably, to a reasonable person's interpretation. And I think Joe, he got up there and he said, were you doing anything? And she's like, well, of course it was a Saturday night. So, I don't really think it did all that much damage, but at the same time, I can't just say that the prosecution didn't get a little bit out of that. I think that's important testimony for the prosecution to have this flash and this sound. Because if the jury thinks that her recollection and her interpretation in that moment was credible, then they're going to need an explanation beyond nobody tried to fire a gun, whether it was starter or not, right? They might need to hear an explanation. Starter was fired, but I don't know. I think that's the only thing of value that witness brought in, as well as, they wanted to play the 911 call, so they had to put her on the stand. I thought it was kind of weird. I understand why the friend wouldn't want to be named, but at the same time, it just seems like the prosecution can subpoena you. They can interview you. They can seat you down for questioning. And I don't think this was intentional by the defense, but because Joe had her repeat, that person doesn't want to be named, to me, my takeaway there is the investigators, the detectives, don't know anything about this person either. Either that, or maybe they do, and Joe Tacopina was just, very slickly trying to convey to the jury, look, here's another part where detectives didn't really look at the story. They didn't ask people that could have been witnesses, right? And I think that was very effective for the defense. Because again, you're just relying on Relli at his word, and you're not trying to get everything together. You're just relying on Relli, and cool, you're going to get this 911 call in. But yeah, Mookie, he fell running and skint up his knuckles. I mean, that's kind of, again, I can't get over your hand sits in different positions depending on how your hand is flexed or not flexed. So for the scrapes to be kind of like a flat plane, you know, falling down, it just doesn't, the odds of your hand being in a position when something was grazing is very weird. I also think, going back to the eyewitness, I think it's pretty bad for the prosecution because they tried to like sow the seeds for this idea that, well, there could have been defects, but they could have been in moving cars, traffic that was going by. But the eyewitness is like, there was a few spots in the middle. You know, there's these buildings here. It used to be designed differently than what it looks like in this picture. And there was a gap where there were no cars parked at the time in the middle here, like the center of the parking lot area. And that's where they like end up going to the ground and I can't see them anymore. So to me, if you're like on the ground, the field, the range, if you were shooting something, there's more things. The likelihood of it hitting something in the parking lot and not going out to an open space in the road is far greater, right? And then there's no defects on anything in the parking lot. So I think that was not good for the prosecution's supposed explanation that there were defects, but a car drove by and never called in a report on it. So let's see. Jenny says, I don't think they knew about the other two witnesses because she wouldn't talk to the cops when they were there. That might be true, but you know, there's still 911 caller. Maybe they get this name. You know, how did she end up coming forward? Did they try to find out in the last couple weeks? The state didn't get up there and redirect on these points. So this is true. They might not have known, but it's one of those things. Whether they knew or not, there's a question of completeness, right? Is this the prosecution really trying to get the whole story? Or are they fine settling for what Relli told them? So. Yeah, and I hate ASAP. I really hate to be saying like, you know, that injury doesn't look consistent like that, you know. But this as a juror, this would be something where I need you to call in an expert and have them try to explain to me how this could cause that. So. Let's see. Yeah, Jennifer Sims says, I'm from Brooklyn and he sounds like a straight New York hustler. He has been contradicted. He's contradicted himself so many times. What did he say? Boom, 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 whatever. Oh my gosh. Like, all right, well, if you want us to fill in the blanks on our own, what we think boom, 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 whatever could mean, to me, that's when you're telling a story and you're only telling the side that's helpful to you, but you don't want to say the parts where you were wrong or you were being emotional.
Okay. Mr. Ephron, I had asked you before how you traveled to Los Angeles. You said you took a commercial Delta flight, correct?
Yeah.
Did you bring any weapons with you when you took that flight to Los Angeles?
No.
Specifically, did you bring a handgun with you?
No.
All right. Right before we broke, you were talking about what it would mean for your career, or as you understood what it would mean for your career if you got into a physical fight or physically attacked the defendant. And you talked about ASAP already, but in your earlier answer, you said there would also be a consequence with record labels. Is that correct?
Yes.
What can you explain that just in more detail for the jury so they understand what you're talking about?
I mean, I wouldn't know if there would be direct consequences, like, but I'm pretty sure it would be out there that we fought and people would just pick sides, like right now. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, he's famous, I'm nobody, pretty much.
Did you had you had meetings with record labels before this incident?
Oh, yeah.
And since this incident, have you continued to have meetings with record labels?
No, the moment the moment it became public, everything changed.
This is so bad for the defamation case. This is so bad for the defamation case because part of the cause of action for damages is going to be that, you know, Rocky and Joe Tacopina are the ones that are responsible for this. It became public knowledge. The public found out, and that's why his demand, that's why people wanting to talk to him simmered down, right? This wasn't someone colluding behind the scenes to call people up and say, cut his opportunities, he's done. So, I don't know.
Also,
I mean, like everything changed. Like people knew it was me that pressed charges against Rocky. So everybody looked at me like I'm doing wrong for pressing charges.
and did some of the deals that you had set up, did those go away?
Oh yeah, I had to like pretty much vacate my label and everything because my artists, they no longer wanted to work with me because of the decisions I chose to make. So yeah.
Okay. So not only the record labels that you were meeting with, but also the artists who you were managing no longer wanted to work with you.
Yeah, because they felt like many different reasons, but one, when they felt like I don't have no credibility no more, one, and two, I'm getting labeled as, I guess, a snitch or something like that, you know?
Okay. Now, those are real consequences that have happened to you since this incident. But did you have in your mind before you met with him at the parking lot that something like that would happen if you got into a physical fight with him?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, did you know going into this incident that if you got into a physical fight that it would likely be the end of your music career?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to fight Rocky.
As you were walking to the street where you ultimately linked up with him, did you have any weapons with you?
No.
Did you have any handguns with you?
No.
Did you have any knives, folding knives, anything like that?
Nothing of the sort.
Okay. I'm going to mark the next exhibit.
15.
And equals 15 is an external hard drive or what they call a thumb drive. Containing surveillance video. There is on one of the surveillance videos, but it's not spoken word.
For noise?
Yeah, it's. Yes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, and Your Honor, just so the record is clear, we mark this as catch 15?
The thumb drive?
Yes.
15.
On equals 15, it's the file that I'm playing is labeled sequence surveillance video. All right, Mr. Ephron, I'm going to play just a few seconds of this video, then I'll ask you some questions. And I'm stopping that. What's that number? It's really small. It's at 30 seconds on the video player. Did you recognize the what was captured on that video in those 30 seconds? Did you recognize what we saw there?
Yeah.
And did you specifically recognize that to be the first incident that happened when you first linked up with the defendant?
Yes.
Is he cold now?
Did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Play it again from the beginning, and I'll stop it. Okay. I think I stopped it at 6 seconds, if I can read that from here. The first person that we saw walking down the sidewalk on the screen, who was that?
Wait, the person
Want me to
that
play it again?
the person that I seen?
Yes.
Yeah, that was Rakim.
No, the first person that we saw coming down.
Oh, that's me.
That's you, right? Okay. And I'll play it forward a little bit from here. And pause it at 11 seconds on the video. Now, the second person that we see in the screen looks like they're, physically right in front of you. Who is that?
That's Rakim.
And when you first approached him, can you describe what happened in your own words? Whether we saw it in the video or not, just in your own words, describe what happened.
So when he came up to me, like from the video from what I can see, because he's saying shot all over, it was like 3 years ago. For a bit of the video, but I was stopping a little. I could see I was stopping a little. And like I said, I'm lefty. I'm righty. I stopped him with my left, trying to back him up. You know what I mean? And then
let me stop you for 1 second. That interaction that we see, would that have been right after he said, I don't remember what your exact words were, but...
What's up now, pussy?
What's up now, pussy?
Probably like 10 seconds later, he was still walking.
Okay. And could you see his face as he was walking towards you?
Yeah.
How did he look?
Oh, angry.
So could you tell as he was approaching you that you were headed for a physical confrontation with him?
His hands wasn't up. It was more so walking, so then when we got to each other, he initiated, like try to like grab me or try to like grab me by my collar. That's why you see like that, and I like grabbed him off. You know what I mean?
So as best you can remember it, he was the first one who grabbed you by the collar?
Then he grabbed me by my collar.
And then you raised which of your hands to
My left.
your left hand to separate from him?
Yeah.
Okay. And as he grabbed the collar of your sweatshirt, what did he do?
I think he's just trying to tug at me and like talking and going back and forth. And then Elijah, everything happens so fast. And then Elijah gets in the middle.
Okay. When you say he's talking at you, do you remember anything that he said?
Like I said, it was 3 years ago. I would have to see what I said before I want to say something that I don't really vaguely remember.
That's fair. But so as you sit here right now, today, 3 years later, you don't specifically remember the words he said. Is that what you're saying?
Not the words so much, except for like towards the end when the gun came out. I remember that.
Okay.
I remember the words that came out when the gun came out.
As best we can, I'd like to go through it step by step. So when he first approaches you, you're saying he's saying words, but you can't remember the words?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the tone that he had said these words with?
Oh, at that point, like, we pretty much damn near fighting. Like, he's saying what he's trying to get, I don't know.
Did he sound angry to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Were you saying anything back to him?
Yeah.
I
don't remember.
You don't remember your words? Do you remember your tone?
I was angry because he touched me. I was just like, the fuck off me, or probably like. But then, mind you, the gun came out seconds later, so then my tone got really angry after. Because, what the fuck you got a gun for? And that's what I said.
Okay, so you kind of move forward. You remember being angry because he's tugging at your sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had a gun in his hand. Did you see where the gun came from?
It came from his waistline.
Okay, so
It came from his waistline.
This might be clear to everybody except me, but can you have Mr. Ephron identify on the screen who's who?
Yes, please.
I'm the one on the right, and it's Rocky with the black hoodie.
Thank you.
For the record, you're holding on the left side.
You have a sweatshirt with some type of graphic on it?
Yeah.
Here I have some photographs of his clothing. I have three photographs. Can I just staple them and collectively mark them as being 16?
16A through C.
Okay. I'm going to show you 16A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, that's my hoodie.
Is that the same hoodie that you were wearing that day?
Yes, it is.
And is that the back of the hoodie?
Yes.
And then 16B, do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's the front of my hoodie.
Same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And then 16C.
Yes, my sweatpants.
Same
What
one
day
you were
did he
wearing
bring
that
these
day.
in?
Okay. So your sweatshirt or hoodie had that graphic on the back, correct?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the video. If I can remember where we left off. So you, well, my video. So you're saying that you were upset that he grabbed you by the collar, but then he produced a gun with his from his waistband, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember which hand he was holding the gun in? His left or his right?
Probably his right.
Do you remember? Or?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, you just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Yeah, just when we got a gun in his hand.
Did you, and I don't mean the instant that you saw it, but throughout this incident, could you see the gun clearly?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol and a revolver?
Yes.
What is the difference between those two to you?
One of them have a clip and the other one you just load up bullets.
Do you, if I told you that a revolver had a wheel,
Right.
does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And the gun that you saw him with, was it a semi-automatic, as you say, with a clip, or was it a revolver that has a wheel?
It's a semi-automatic with a clip.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
Black.
And do you remember anything else about it?
No.
Have you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Did you know the defendant to carry guns regularly?
Not really. I think one time he said I seen like on his wallet he had like a firearms in New York one time or something like that, but I don't remember ever seeing like or knowing like physically knowing.
Okay. I mean, like, did you personally see him with a gun on occasions before this?
No, he has a lot of security.
Okay. Did you, if someone said that the defendant was known to carry a prop gun or fake guns, would that have been knowledge that you personally had?
No, he don't carry fake guns. I mean, you don't. Prop guns?
Yes.
No.
You never knew him to carry a prop?
No.
Did you ever know him to have any guns? And I don't mean, now I want to kind of broaden it. So not that he would carry in public, but guns that he would have either at his house or anywhere else.
Not to my knowledge. I never physically seen any guns on Rocky.
Okay. Except for that day when
that night.
Okay. Now, from what we see on the video, the two of you move off screen, off the video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And when the two of you move off of the screen, is that where he first pulled the gun out of his waistband?
Yeah.
What was the first thing that you saw him do with the gun?
Oh, he pointed at me, and then that's when Elijah was like in between, and he's like, "I'll kill you right now, pussy," or like whatever, like just was. And then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying, "If you brought a gun, use it then." Like, the fuck you brought a gun for, pussy? That's the words I was saying to him.
When you said he
said that
pointed
to
at you,
Ills.
where on your body was he pointing?
Like towards my stomach, like towards like my headish a little. Like everything was happening so fast. So fast. You know what I mean?
And from what you're describing, was it moving?
Yeah, it was moving. He had it up.
Okay, so he didn't just hold it at your stomach. It was kind of
No, he was looking for a spot to shoot.
Okay.
Like if Elijah wasn't there, I don't know what would have happened.
And you said as he was pointing it at you, what did he say?
I'll kill you right now.
And was that in an angry tone?
Yeah, he was livid.
Was his voice elevated? Like, was he yelling this at you, or was this something he was saying quiet?
Yeah, because we was yelling back and forth at this point.
All right. And you said that after he pointed the gun at you, you became angry, correct?
Yeah, I became furious.
So what did you say back to him?
I told him to use it.
Why?
Because mentally, like, I couldn't believe he just pulled the gun out on me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you better use that shit. The fuck you got a gun for?
Can you explain, I want, as best you can to the jury, explain to them what you mean by, I can't believe you just pulled a gun on me. What is that? What do you mean by that?
Like, I physically cannot believe there was a gun in my face. Like, that was the breaking point for me. Because like what I said, I told this kid numerous times, if you have a problem with me, let me know. You know what I mean? I feel like this got to the max. Like, this was like no return. So, if I was willing to die for my respect at this point, I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is what you want to do, I still have my dignity. That's how I felt.
You're saying, I can't believe he did this to me, though. Did you ever think that he would actually shoot you?
At that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad. I seen the gun. I didn't care.
And so, when you told him something to the effect of to shoot you, I mean, did you have a death wish at that moment? Did you want him to actually shoot you?
Oh, of course not.
So what was why did you say that to him?
Because I was just so mad. I seen this man just pull a gun out on me. You know what I mean? Like, I was furious. Like, what the fuck is a gun? What are you doing with a gun?
Were you mad because specifically it was the defendant? Or do you think you would have also been mad had this been, say, just a stranger?
What do you mean?
So if a stranger had pulled a gun on you the same way that he did, how do you think you would feel?
Oh, I would try to run. Or try to, like, if a regular person pulled a gun out on me.
But you didn't run.
Yes.
I'd probably be dead. I don't know. I'd probably run, probably get shot.
Oh,
do you think you
dumpster
respond the
fire.
same way and say, shoot me?
No. Stranger? No.
You think you'd be scared in that scenario?
The only reason why I said that is because I know Rakim. I know him. You know what I mean? So I felt at the moment that was the right thing to do. Especially, it goes back to Mr. 6-month man. I'm not going to let you feel like you come around and do what the fuck you want. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not about to pull a gun out on me. It's not happening. I mean, you already did, but I'm going to let you know in front of your two little minions you brought with you that, because I'm pretty sure they would have ran back to his crib and told everybody else, oh, I just pulled another gun on Relli or did this. Like, no, if they're going to go back to his house, they're going to say, Relli stood up for himself. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Prosecutor.
So I believe you said that Ills was the one who got between you, correct?
Say what now?
Ills was the one that got between you and the defendant.
Yeah.
Let me play this forward a little bit more. And I'm going to pause it here. I think we're at 14 seconds. That person that we see in the blue jacket, who's that?
That's Ills.
All right, and what is Ills doing at this point in the video?
He's he's trying to de-escalate the situation.
Physically get between the two?
Yeah, physically. Yeah.
All right, I'll play it forward. Now, I can go back if you need me to. I can pause it at 23 seconds on this video. The very bottom left-hand corner, we saw someone with a red kind of jacket. You agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Who was that?
That's Jamal 12.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was 12 doing during this interaction?
He was off to the side the whole time. He was not trying to, like, everything happened so fast, like, from what I can remember, he was just, like, looking. That's why I said, like, even after everything, like, I don't care if he was on talk, I still love the kid because he put himself in between everything, you know what I mean? Now, 12, he was off on the side. He was just looking, like, and then when I guess he seen the ills intervene, that's when he kind of intervened, but I don't think he would have did anything.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you're having this interaction with the defendant, you're focusing much more attention on him?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Very far less so than whatever 12 is doing. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll just kind of play it through here. And I'll stop it where this video stops. So right at the end of that video, we saw someone, a part of their body, their lower part of their body, come back into the frame. Did you recognize who that was? I can go back if you need me to. Just a few seconds. Okay, great. Let's stop it right there. That is at 25 seconds on the video player there. That person that we can see, just the lower half of their body, who's that?
That's Rakim.
Okay. And can you see the gun in his hand there?
Yeah.
That's the same gun he pointed at you?
Yeah.
What did he do with the gun after Bill separated the two of you?
He put it back away, but I think from what I remember that day, those people that walked by, they kind of like stopped everything because once he seen them, he kind of like, because I'm yelling, I'm literally yelling, and that was like, I feel like that was one of the ways that like I didn't get shot too because I'm yelling at the top of my lungs.
But you said you did get shot.
You know what I mean?
What?
So once he seen like those people walk by, he put it away, and that's when he started like kind of walking away.
The people that we see walk by, they had nothing to do with
No, that was just a couple, I believe. That was just a couple walking by. Like I briefly seen them off my peripheral.
Okay. So after he puts the gun back in his waistband, you said he walked away.
I guess they mean the second altercation.
He was going down the same block that he came from.
Now, the landmark street that you know is Hollywood Boulevard.
But you still chase him.
Hollywood or
Argyle. I guess that's Argyle down.
He's walking down Argyle.
Yeah.
But away from Hollywood Boulevard?
Yeah, away from Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay.
If you were just saved, spared in a moment because people are walking by, and that's the reason ASAP suddenly you said he wasn't going to shoot you, but that now it's the people walking by, that's the reason you didn't get shot at the first location by the parking garage. Why are you pursuing him to the second scene? Why? It doesn't add up.
1 second. Do you remember the clothing that Hills was wearing at all?
I think he had like a varsity on and like hat or something like that.
The varsity, was it a blue jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a Stussy jacket, like a custom one.
Before I move on from this, at the first point where the defendant is pointing the gun at you, how far away from your body was the end of the gun?
Oh, it was getting me pressed up against me. Like,
did it actually touch you?
I don't remember everything happening so fast.
But it was, if it wasn't actually touching you, it was very close.
It was very close. If anything, I'm pretty sure it probably touched Hills. That's how close it was.
Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away?
No.
Is that something that you would say to him?
No, well, why would I say put that fake gun away?
Or why, does that
His voice
confuse you
changed.
because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun?
It just confusing me all around.
The incident that we see as it's captured on the surveillance video, from the time that the two of you first come to each other to the time where he puts the gun away and walks away, is that the total amount of time that this incident took?
What do you mean?
Meaning, after you all walk off camera at the end of this clip, was there anything else that you remember that happened at the parking garage, or was that he just walked away?
Okay, so right after Elijah's still next to me, and I look off to the right, and I see Jamel putting like kind of kneeling down, which is 12E, ASAP 12E. And I see him putting away a knife. So at this point, mentally, I'm already fucking furious, right? I see Jamel putting a knife away. So I'm like, what the fuck you got a knife for? That's exactly what I say. I see Jamel putting, what the fuck you got a knife for? Because I'm thinking this is okay, if me and Rocky got a problem, it's a white flag situation. The other two should not be interacting. If anything, they're going to be de-escalating or breaking it up. So to my knowledge, I'm like, oh, hell no. So now I'm walking with them. And I'm literally screaming out at the top of my lungs, damn near, on how Rocky failed us and how Jamel went on tour with Rocky for about 8 or 9 years. And he's back in the projects. Not that it's his fault, but this is the type of things that occur. You know what I mean? You pull a blanket away and there's nothing there.
Okay.
And were you worried about that?
And then I'm saying other things too. I'm just verbally expressing how I feel. You know what I mean? Because I know I would never see this dude again. You just pulled a gun out on me. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have walked away if I didn't see Jamel with the knife. Because I'm still with ills, like right here kind of. But when I seen that, I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to talk whatever the fuck I want to say.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on that and break it down a little bit.
Okay.
From what you're describing, the additional interactions that you had at the parking garage were seeing 12, correct? With the knife?
Oh, yeah.
But had the defendant, had Rocky walked away?
Say what?
Had Rocky walked away?
Everything was happening fast. So he was not quite far away. He was not even it's probably like a little bit from like where you at. And I'm sitting right here. In 12, he's probably like, everything's so close, you know what I mean? Okay. It was just still kind of like backing me off.
Probably approximating 15 feet.
Okay, so, but my point is, the video that we watched is almost exactly 30 seconds from the time you guys come together to the time you walk off camera. Is that your recollection of maybe how long that interaction at the parking garage took was 30 seconds?
With the whole incident right there?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Unless I look at the video timestamps and stuff like that.
Is it fair to say that it was quick?
Oh yeah, it was quick.
Okay. Then he went walking, you said, away from Hollywood Boulevard on Art, correct?
Yes.
And he was about 15 feet away from you. The defendant was about 15 feet away, and that's when you saw 12E.
Yeah, his back was turned though. He was like kind of walking already. 12E? No, Rocky. Rocky was kind of walking away already. It was just still next to me, like, because we just broke up the situation, and 12E was putting a knife away.
How close to you was 12E?
I wasn't, probably like about, if I was to skip, probably like 3 skips away, because after I said, what the fuck you got a knife for, 12E kind of kind of walked a little faster to Rocky.
I've had a lot of people estimate using different things. I've never had anyone estimate with skips. How far do you think a skip is? Or
that's what I was thinking, because I was physically thinking, I was thinking about punching 12. You know what I mean? Like, what do you got a knife for?
But how close was he? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He was about 3 or 4 skips away.
What does skip mean? Like, how far is a skip?
You know what I mean?
No.
Demonstrate. Demonstrate.
Like here to the middle of where that line is at, like not too
like here?
Approximately
a little bit
7 feet from
like right there.
Okay.
About 7 to 8 feet.
Yeah. A little further actually, because he's bending down, so I'm like he's putting the knife away. So then when I see that, I'm like fuck, like what the fuck am I do right now?
Let me stop you though. The knife specifically, what did the knife look like?
I don't know. I just seen it quick. Everything happened quick. I just seen him putting away the knife, and then he said it's not like that. He said, no, it's not like that. And then he's walking towards Rocky.
What does putting a knife away mean to you? Like, is it a folding knife or he's holding it?
I guess it was a folding knife.
Okay. Not like he's wearing a sheath and he's tucking it in is what he's doing.
No.
All right. So he's folding the knife, he puts it in his pocket?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think he put it in his coat. Like he kind of like, as soon as he seen me, observed him putting the knife away, he kind of like put it away, kind of scurried off to Rocky, like towards Rocky.
Might be onto something, B. Billy.
The defendant was the first person to walk away. Is 12 the second person to walk after him?
Yeah.
And then you're standing with Ills.
And I'm walking with Ills pretty much, and Ills is still telling me, yo, okay, go, and I'm just letting them have it, like just telling them whatever I feel like. You know what I mean?
But you're kind of side by side with Ills.
Yeah, I'm side by side with Ills. Because that's why I was able to like grab him or whatever.
You used a couple terms in your answer before. You said this was like a white flag situation.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
Meaning we're all ASAP members. So if one person has a problem with another, I'm not expecting anybody else to intervene, or like, you know what I mean? Other than like supporting the person they came with, which they did. They escorted Rocky. He was in LA for the conference.
Tuck it in his shirt. What are we
Did you
doing?
feel like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so this isn't how you felt. Let us know. But did you feel like this whole situation, this whole link up, as you described it, was a setup?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think the other two. I think they was just because Rocky had everybody in his house. I was looking on social media later, and I noticed everybody was in his house. So, and if he's flying them to LA, I'm pretty sure he's not getting them a hotel. So I'm pretty sure they're still in his house.
I am going to object. That was a leading question.
It was leading and it was also non-responsive. Let's take a break now, folks. We're going to resume. Remember, tomorrow's 10, not 10:30.
All right, they're closing it up.
So please be outside the courtroom doors
Closing it
as
up.
close to that time as possible. We will resume with Mr. Ephron's testimony.
Oh, boy.
Go ahead and leave all your materials on your chairs. Don't discuss the case or yourself or anybody else. Please don't look at anything in print media or electronic media. See you tomorrow at 10.
Honestly, I think the judge was like, defense, why haven't you given a non-responsive objection? And I think it's strategy, but the judge seems like the whole time. All right, I think the feed is up. I think that's all of it for today. Pretty exciting there at the end, and we're only on direct examination. This is the prosecution dealing with their own witness still. This is not a fiery cross, a scary cross where the defense attorney is going to try to impugn your credibility. And here we are. Here we are. We had a break where I think he came back and he was more relaxed. He was speaking a little bit more quietly. Thanks for streaming, Law and Crime. Thank you so much. So obviously tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. It's supposed to be a full court day, long day. We're going to have the rest of direct examination and then cross-examination. I don't really have words. I mean, we've got the prosecution honestly trying to lead and prod this guy into saying he was afraid. Taylor is like in the chat like, just say you were in fear. Just say it. Say the word. Say the word. And I feel like inside, like the internal voice of this prosecutor is like, how did you feel maybe when you walked up and saw 3 people were there and it was just you? And he's like, I don't know. It was fine. That's not what the prosecutor wants you to say. So it's kind of funny to watch this prosecutor struggle to get the answers he wants from this witness. What do you guys think about, this in the first area near the parking garage, before they get to the parking lot where the shooting allegedly takes place, where the shooting allegedly takes place, that's where this 911 caller, her balcony overlooks this parking lot. If you're the jury, even if you thought, all right, maybe Rocky showed up with the intention of being ready for a fight, right? You can show up and be prepared for a fight without necessarily being the aggressor, or maybe you are the aggressor. If you have this witness on the stand saying, why the heck you got a knife? Why do you have a knife? Talking to the other person, Ills, and then you continue to follow them later. How do you reconcile that as a juror when you're being asked to determine that Rocky is the problem and Rocky's the one who engaged in assault with a semi-automatic firearm into locations, right? I thought this charge for the 2 charges, I thought it was because of the shell casings. But we heard in court on day 1 that it's actually for the incident that took place in front of the parking garage and for the incident that took place in the parking lot, the open area parking lot. To me, charge 1 is killed. There's no evidence on the record of that. Because you don't have him actually, the prosecutor's trying to get, was the gun pressed up against your stomach? I don't remember. So there's no evidence on the record to me to support the elements of the first charge if it's supposed to relate to the place, the time and place in front of the parking garage. I think 1 is done. As far as count 2, we haven't gotten there yet, right? We're like slowly skipping along in this testimony. This direct testimony to explain a matter of 5 minutes is taking quite a long time. So I don't know. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, I feel like the prosecution is going to come in trying once again tomorrow to get Relli to say he was afraid, right? He was afraid. I don't know. Because again, an element when it comes to, assault, an element could be, were you in fear? Were you afraid? And he's not saying it. So short court is tomorrow? I thought Thursday was the short court. All right, so here's the deal. So in any case, no matter what, they should still be starting at 10, whatever. So we'll be starting on time. If they end early, they end early. So, yeah, Ashley Linnell, why wouldn't you go to the hospital instead of stalking his Instagram? Pam says the prosecutor's trying to pull teeth. Relli was not clear in his testimony. I mean, and again, there's a certain... I could sit here and say it was a long time ago. People try to remember things, but people aren't really going to have completely accurate recall in an emotional moment, in the heat of a moment that lasts a few seconds, right? Like, I can give some length there, right? You can get some freedom there, some leeway there, but too much is too much, right? The more you keep trying to speak on it, the more your own words trip you up. I can't get over the lefty and righty thing. I understand mincing words. I mince words all the time on stream. You guys are witnesses to it. But I don't know. I can't imagine myself going, I'm a lefty, I'm a righty. I can't imagine going, I'm a lefty, and then not like correcting it or noticing I said it in that moment until we take a recess and then I come back and then I volunteer. I'm a righty, by the way. Like, oh, I don't know. So, where's the gifted membership? So they expire. I think it's 30 days. Maybe it's like 31. I think it's 30 days rather than month to month, calendar month. So if you had one and you're no longer green, it probably expired. I saw FFS in here. I was calling for you earlier, FFS. Relli said, that's the God's honest truth. And I thought of you instantaneously. And I don't know if you were in here. I don't know if you were lurking in the bushes. Whew. So, okay, so Jason is saying tomorrow is the short day then. All right. So that'll be fine. So whenever I said that Thursday is a short day, I do have a meeting on Thursday, so we'll have to play around with that. It'll be probably smack dab in the middle of their day because they're Pacific time. So either, I don't know, these meetings, I had one this morning, it was supposed to be an hour, it went 2 hours. So either I could hop up out of there, it's supposed to be 30 minutes. I could just like pause my screen and I can still chat. Or we'll do a evening, a late stream for the second half of court on Thursday. That way we don't miss anything. Also, let me check if I'm not a lawyer. Where's Mel? Okay, so we've got live updates on X from Mel. So if you guys use X and you aren't already following, I'm not a lawyer, but her handle on Twitter, X, is You've Got Mel without the O in the word got. Make sure you give her a follow. She's up there in the courtroom. She's giving tweet updates. Let's see. And Thugger Daily has a small update we'll get into. Relli just said he has never known Rocky to carry guns and also never knew him to carry a prop gun. I've never seen any guns on Rocky, except for that night. Relli estimating that he was 3 skips away from 12E, who had a knife on him the night of the incident. Victim Terrell Ephron is up next to testify. So I imagine when she gets home, she's probably going to do a stream. Let me get her YouTube link. And Thugger Daily also has an update from like 2 hours ago. Young Thug has been granted permission to travel through Atlanta for the purposes of using the airport. So we asked for this permission this morning, and it was granted 2 hours later. There's Whitaker's signature at the bottom. So just to use the airport. So there we go. There we go. Let me get the YouTube link here for Mel. And I've got a bunch of other links I'm going to share. You guys know the drill. I believe we have, in addition to Mel going live when time allows, right? So she's been in the court all day. She does so much. She gets so much content produced, edited, and put up. So whether it comes out quickly or she posts it later tonight, she somehow always finds the time to do it. It's really amazing. This is her YouTube channel. So there's that in the chat. Make sure you hit that bell because she'll probably be able to tell us like, yeah, Ben and Camille were in there. This is what people were acting like. Jason Hodges relayed that the jurors were paying attention. They were engaged. So she'll be able to give you that from the courtroom insight. Love her content anyway, even just for her recaps where she's not in the courtroom. Total vouch. We've also got Taylor Umbridge in the chat. So Taylor, you've been covering this bright and early, real time. So guys, I mean, if you want to watch Taylor anyway, I fully support it. Big vouch for Taylor as well. But especially on like Thursday, for example, if my times are mashed up, go watch with Taylor. She'll be holding it down. Let's see. So this is Taylor's link in the chat, and I'll go back through in the description and tag everybody. And then we've got Flesh of the Gods is going, I think, right? Tonight? In like 40 minutes? He said he was driving, so he's probably on his way home. Is he doing... Right? FFS, are you in here? Still? FFS, are we, is Flesh of the Gods doing something tonight for the A$AP Rocky trial? Let me know in the chat. I'm going to drop his link anyway. But again, if you heard me say yesterday, Flesh of the Gods brings in a lot of out-of-court context that a lot of people don't get into the nitty-gritty of the details. And again, you heard me say Chad Diggy always has like these bits of information, just tons of information and a great chat over there. So whether he goes live or not tonight, hope to see you there or next time whenever he does go live. So here's Flesh of the Gods. You guys in the chat are hilarious. Still with the he wasn't scared, right? He wasn't scared. Shout out to Michael, already subscribed to Taylor. Big thank you in the chat here. I see there is a gifted membership revolution going on. And this might have been started by Michael asking about gifted subs. Look at this, guys. FFS came in here gifting a membership. Chad Diggy is like, hold on now. Taylor Umbridge, thank you so much for gifting 5. That's super nice of you to come and support and gift the memberships. It's so fun to have you in the chat at the same time. It's been really awesome. FFS is sniping again with another one. Look at this. This is seriously the back and forth on my feed. It goes from FFS to Chad Diggy to FFS to Chad Diggy to FFS to Chad Diggy to FFS to Chad. Are you guys like coordinating this behind the scenes? And then FFS again. And Trey Keisha's throwing in. So we've got 3 now doing this back and forth with the sniping. So hold on. Be careful when you do things in groups of threes. Thank you so much, Trakeisha. FFS again with the snipe. Trakeisha back for one more. FFS. And then Trakeisha says, so happy that I was able to join today. It's great to see you on YouTube. Loved, a couple weeks ago, I don't even know what the conversation was. I want to say it's YSL because that seems like the obvious answer. But it's been nice to run into you over on Twitter as well. So big love to Trakeisha. Always love to see her in the chat. And what do we got? Let's see. Michael's laying it down that says, Relli said that Rocky would go back to his crew and brag about pulling a gun on him. Not sure that would help his case at all because that's not really showing fear. Right, it's showing like a preemptive expectation of emotional damage. He's going to do something that will hurt my feelings. And you don't even know for sure. You're saying that you speculated in that moment that somebody was going to talk about something later. And not for nothing, but I don't know, like, it doesn't seem rational to think someone's going to brag about pulling a gun on someone and not using it. And I'm not trying to encourage anything but de-escalation, right? If de-escalation can be done, bravo when that actually happens. But in a heated situation, who would expect, haha, I'm going to pull a gun on? That sounds like a 12-year-old on a YouTube video. Right? The things that, like, you would think, like, oh my God, you're young, you need to grow up because that might not end well later in the future. Like, it just doesn't seem, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, wait, I see opening statements. Is this for the, Jackie? What's her last name? Because I want to call it, like, to me, it's like Ahmaud Arbery is how I think of it. I don't really know the DA's name. Jackie, is this what Sylvia's posting? Okay, so Flesh of the Gods is going live in 1 hour. So make sure you're following over there. I'll definitely hop in there and check out. Jackie Johnson, thank you so much, Michelle. So I don't see that. Do you mean on X? Infamous Sylvia just posted like updates on that trial? Because I know a lot of people are looking for a way to follow that because it's, yeah, okay, here it is. I see it on X. It's a YouTube link, but I didn't see it on her channel. So here we go. Let me pull this up and give you the YouTube link. This is good to hear because we heard she has the camera feed and there was a lot of like, we don't know if it's going to be streamed. Kathy Roussan was saying that they might not have a camera feed. Sylvia's got it. So this is super awesome. All right. So that link is in the chat. And this is her infamous, she has 2 channels. This is the infamous Sylvia one, right? Yeah, this is her infamous Sylvia channel. So there you go. That is really awesome that we've got camera footage because Sylvia's in there. I thought maybe at first you guys were saying like, oh, she's got like a recap. No, she's got the Rule 22, the camera's rolling. So, oh, there you go. Thanks, Taylor. So it's no live stream, but the judge said that they can record it and post it after the fact. Interesting, interesting. And that might be a compromise to, I don't really know how it would completely limit it, but it would limit the opportunity for someone to take a lunch break and then get back on the stand and hear about something. So, oh, is this one privated? All right, guys, let me, can someone delete my, where am I? Okay, I'm going to delete my own link. I'll delete my link to this video. That's why I didn't see it. Okay, guys, so I'm going to give you Sylvia's channel link. And she's going to re-upload with some privacy, some redaction, some blurring. So let's rewind. please be respectful. Like if you are watching that feed, especially you're not going to hear this if you already left the stream. But it is a sensitive issue. We don't want to be exposing jurors. We're not supposed to do that. We don't want our cameras doing that because it could become a barrier for us to have live stream trials in the future. So just be good about it, you guys. In any case, hit that subscribe button for Sylvia, and hopefully she takes this Twitter post down, because that link is still live if you click through this post. So, and then I also wanted to shout out Survivor Speaks. I know she was driving earlier. She said she was in the bushes. So I hope you guys ever be, and I think the chatters can relate to this, I can relate to it. When you're driving and you have a YouTube stream going, so you can't be chatting because you're the one driving, but you can hear the commentary. I try to read the comments so someone that's not looking at the chat can also hear what the chat is saying and chat is thinking. When you're driving and you can't like engage, but you want to like share your thoughts in the chat super badly, that is a feeling. So Survivor Speaks, if you're still in here, you were missed, and I just feel like you probably had a ton of thoughts. So Survivor Speaks is one of my favorite people to hear her break down, why would somebody say that? That doesn't add up. Just like common sense reactions to things. So go ahead and make sure you subscribe. She's approaching that 4K mark, which is going to be awesome. And you'll see a ton of familiar faces over there as well. Okay, so Factual Lie says, so Factual, can you see it when you're just looking at her wall? Or can you see it when you click the link? Because I can't see it anymore when I look at, oh, actually I can. She must have just uploaded another one. It says 15 minutes. I don't know. Maybe I've got it wrong. It is still showing when I go to her live tab. So she might have streamed it. Guys, with StreamYard, you can put a file in, and then like say she recorded in StreamYard but wasn't live streaming at the time she was recording. StreamYard will still have the file in the library, and from the StreamYard library you can choose to like download it, upload to YouTube, and if you choose the upload to YouTube, you do have the option to like run it as a premiere or as a video on demand, or you can actually stream a completely pre-recorded thing as if it's a live stream. So sometimes if you see something that's obviously pre-recorded, but YouTube's treating it like a live and not a premiere, they're probably using a feature like that in StreamYard or whatever they use. So she might have recorded it in StreamYard and then streamed it live using that function. So this might be the new version that's okay to use. Maybe this one's good to go. So there we go. Oh, so now we're seeing the jury. Okay, we're gonna get out of here. Shout out to Sylvia for getting that footage, and she'll get the blurred version up correctly when she gets it up. There we go. We're gonna leave it at that. Also, big thank you. You guys are still going here. You're so nice. FFS is sniping again. Flesh of the Gods, thanks for confirming live in 1 hour. I didn't see, do you have a scheduled link? Because I'll come hang out. I fell asleep the other night when you were live. I fell asleep early like a baby. Okay, so I don't see that you have a stream scheduled quite yet, but this is going to be a fun time. And you might as well hit that bell, guys, because I don't know if he's going live at the hour, maybe 8 Eastern, maybe he means 8:30 Eastern, not sure, but it's soon, so we'll see you soon. Thank you for gifting a membership as well. 2 of them. We got 2 of them here. Thank you so much. Cha Diggy says, I give up. FFS, you win. And FFS gives 1 final gifted sub. So big shout out here to everyone for the gifted subs. Always super nice to see the green. It does make me feel like, I feel supported, and I appreciate you guys. It's really generous for you guys to do the gifted memberships. And I hope if you got a gifted membership, you love using the channel emojis. Have fun with them. Closing thoughts here. I guess we'll do Shayna says, the knife theory story. We're going to go back and see what she said. Maybe he could actually show emotions with the knife because he can imagine being able to go back and rewrite the story. Maybe thinking about what he'd do if he could do it all over. So, I don't know. To me, that's scary. If you're up, I feel like I'm more afraid of in an up close situation, both are bad, right? I don't want someone confronting me with a knife or with a gun. But I feel like a knife can be so much more erratic and dangerous to try to disarm, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of heightened danger there in a close combat situation there. Although I don't want to be in either. So allegedly maybe's going to be in attendance for Flesh of the Gods. Love to hear it. And oh my God, Pam, hold on now. Pam, you just celebrated a big milestone on YouTube. Guys, Pam is one of my favorite people of all time. I've never met her in person, but would still call her a friend. Incredible analysis, insight, reads a lot of legal filings. So I know if you guys like me because I read the documents, Pam does the same thing. You'll love it over there. This whole conversation we've been having about like falling outs, friendships, breakups, Pam's got wisdom for days, and Pam will tell you stories about her dad saying like, you know, my dad told me this, and she's got so much advice. You know, these situations where you fall out with somebody, maybe it's not a good idea for you to be trying to link up with them and approach them on a sidewalk, no matter what you would expect the other person to do. Why would you put yourself in that situation at all? And Pam has a ton of great conversations. Really, a lot of these legal issues that weave in and out. The Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, the Ryan Reynolds stuff. We go all the way back to like Jonathan Majors days, but you've covered so much stuff, Pam. And you work full time, so big applause for Pam in the chat. It's not easy to work full time and try to get a channel going. But I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing people in your lives, familiar faces. So happy that you've hit that 1K mark on YouTube. Guys, before you head out of here, please give Pam a follow. You will love it over there. So there you go. And Chad Diggy, I know I need to put up the hedgehog, Hedgerito. We need Detective Hedgerito's YouTube handle. I don't know about a whole channel unless I get an actual hedgehog. You know, people be having the channels for the pet and it's just like a live stream of, you know, they're doing this today. Maybe in the distant future. But we will get maybe like over here, we can get Hedgerito up as a fixture for the streams. When construction ends, there's been construction on this condo, this complex for like a year and a half now. It's loud. And it's right against, like, it's like my building, road, construction. If that ever ends, I might relocate where I stream and I'd have a much more fun and appealing backdrop to the streams. But we can get Hedgerico up in the short term, I think. So there we go, you guys. We'll be live at 10:30, 10 tomorrow, whatever time they're starting. Yeah, we'll go live. Check out the rest of this direct. And yeah, stop gifting. So Chad Diggy's like, keep gifting so you can never leave. Love and appreciate you, Chad Diggy, for the sentiment. But in any case, we've got to get over to Flesh of the Gods. Do you guys want to redirect over there? Even though it'd be an hour early? You guys can hit that like button. Let's do a redirect. Actually, speaking of, let me share. So if we are in, Taylor was asking in the chat, but for anyone who's interested in YouTube and streaming, even as a moderator or a person that wants to relay the information to somebody, if a streamer is ever like, how do I redirect something? All they've got to do is go to where they edit. This is the stream that I'm currently on. You hit the edit button, you get this display. You can change the title, the description, blah, 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 blah. But you also get these options on the left-hand side. If you hit customization, and this is kind of, you know, a little bit tiny. But if you hit customization here on the side, there's an option down here for redirects. And as long as the channel creator you're trying to redirect to allows redirects, you can redirect to them. You always want to hit this tab over here to search for videos that are not your own. It'll show you your own streams by default. But here, so we've got Yeah, I don't see, Flesh of the Gods doesn't have his up yet, but right now, you guys vote in the chat. Do you want more ASAP Rocky with potentially criminal? Shout out to potentially criminal, actual criminal defense attorney, or Karen Reed with Melanie Little, who has covered like every inch of the Karen Reed trial, depth of information, and I believe there were new motions that came out today. So, you know, oh, I didn't mean to actually click it to select it, but you guys can vote. Or if you guys want to go to the best of Norway's railways, it's like a train watch stream. There you go. So if you guys want to vote in the chat, either for Melanie Little, potentially criminal, whichever one, I'll send you there until Flesh of the Gods gives us a stream set up. Also, FFS says she ain't going nowhere. I'll be out here in these streets and I'll find my way back. So, yeah, I don't see you, Flesh. I don't see you in there. So, I don't think you've scheduled it yet, so it's not me, it's you. But there we go. Going once, going twice. You know, I'm inclined to send to ASAP Rocky because that's the similar topic. I know you guys are here because you're interested in that, but I know there's also interest in Karen Reed. So if I don't get a vote from you guys, I might by default lean towards potentially criminals ASAP Rocky stream. So going once, going twice. I think there's a delay. So going 3 times and then I'll wait a second anyway. There we go. Wait. Sustained Overruled is live? I don't see them. All right, because they're not live yet. But guys, Sustained Overruled will be, it doesn't give me a time, but will be doing coverage of ASAP Rocky as well. And also looks like they're covering DA Jackie Johnson. So there we go. You guys all have a good night. Hopefully see you over at Flesh of the Gods. We will do... Flesh, just stay for 20 minutes. I'll start early. Guys, find Flesh of the Gods. You guys should have hit that bell. Find him, I guess, at 8:10 p.m. I'll be over there hanging out. I will get you over to the criminal defense attorney giving commentary on today's events in the ASAP Rocky trial. So there we go. Hope to see you guys somewhere, anywhere, and see you tomorrow. You guys have a good one. Wait, FFS, stop it! Oh my god, I'm ending the stream. Thank you so much, FFS. Stop it. Appreciate you big time. Take care, everybody.